It's time to turn it over to the master, Mr. Politics himself. Here's Britt Hume.
Next on Special Report, Super Tuesday exit polls are already telling us a lot about how this huge primary day may turn out. We'll lay it all out. One contest is already decided as Mike Huckabee wins West Virginia, but wait till you hear how he did it. McCain and Romney, meanwhile, tussle over Bob Dole. Bob Dole? We'll explain. And the word from the Clinton camp is that they're worried, and the Obama camp is now trying to lower expectations. We'll explain that on both counts and give you an update on how long it may take to find out tonight what happened in California. All that plus Barnes, Kondracki, Easton, and Crystal right here, right now. And welcome to Fox News election headquarters in New York. I'm Britt Hume. The Super Tuesday primary polls are still open, but Fox News has been talking with voters after they've cast their ballots, and we can tell you about the direction things are heading in some places. We'll begin with the Republican presidential race, and for that we turn to my colleague Megyn Kelly. Megyn?
Hi there, Britt. Yeah, lots of results coming in with some fascinating trends. First, though, a disclaimer. These numbers are from early polling. Therefore, the western states are underrepresented. Once those numbers are in, these facts could change. Having said that, the big story so far on the GOP side is Mike Huckabee. He is doing quite well down in the South, and he's doing really well with evangelical voters. Take a look. Almost half of the folks voting in the GOP primaries today call themselves evangelicals. Huckabee is getting 33% of that vote. McCain coming in second with 31%. Romney so far is in third with that group with just 30. Now, what about conservative voters? Take a look. Romney is dominating among the very conservative, and Britt, he is winning the conservative voters with 42% of that vote. McCain is second, 31. These numbers are a little off. I just got them updated, and Huckabee's down at 20. Now, among the Republican base, this has been a critical piece of the vote, and McCain is struggling to win with them. He is doing a little bit better here than he has done in the past with the base. Right now, McCain has got about 40% of their votes. Romney is at 36%, and Huckabee has just 18%. Now, Romney is getting some decent support from those who think illegal immigration is the most important issue. That's about 24% of the voters in the GOP primary so far. He's got 48% of that vote so far, twice as much as either McCain or Huckabee. Those who think the economy is the country's top issue, siding with McCain, but not by much. Compare McCain's 40% to Romney's 32%, Huckabee at 18%. Now, among voters who care most about the Iraq war, and that is 20% of the voters today, McCain is winning. Not a huge surprise there. He's got 51% of that vote, and neither Romney nor Huckabee is even close. Now, the caucus states are not included in these numbers, Britt, and those are states in which Romney is expected to do well. And again, all western states are underrepresented, so these trends could definitely change. Also seeing some fascinating results with the Democrats, Britt, and that news we'll have for you in just a few minutes.
Megyn, thank you. But first, the one declared polling victory we can tell you about tonight is in West Virginia, where Mike Huckabee was declared the winner. His victory came after some political intrigue at Mitt Romney's expense. Our chief political correspondent, Carl Cameron, is in Phoenix, Arizona, where he has that story plus an overview of the Republican race. Hello, Carl.
Hiya, Britt. Fun stuff in West Virginia today. It was a state convention, so a few hundred West Virginians got together to pick the nominee. And in the first round of balloting, Mitt Romney won. Mike Huckabee came in second, John McCain third, and Ron Paul was eliminated because he was in fourth place. Then, before the second series of ballots were cast, the McCain campaign let McCain supporters know in West Virginia that it was time for them to vote for Huckabee. This was because for the last several days, the Romney campaign has been boasting about their ability to take West Virginia, saying that it was an organizational battle and they had a clear advantage. Well, Huckabee ends up winning it. The Romney campaign says, oh, this is all backroom electioneering. Huckabee says to Mr. Romney that sounds an awful lot like whining. And John McCain watches a stop in West Virginia against Mitt Romney. All of this is pretty easy as you look across the country tonight to illustrate how the various campaigns will be watching particular states as they chart their progress. We start in the East Coast time zone, where polls close first. Up north, John McCain had a hefty lead in pre-primary polls in winner-take-all states like New Jersey, Connecticut, Delaware, and, of course, New York.
we're going to win New York today, and we're going to win New York in the general election, and I'm going to carry the state of New York.
Mitt Romney's from Massachusetts and should win there easily, but McCain spent time there too, and a close race could be a bad signal for Romney. Now we skip down south to Georgia, Tennessee, Arkansas, Huckabee's home state, Alabama, and Oklahoma. States where Huckabee spent a lot of time. How he does might be an indication of whether Huckabee will be able to continue his candidacy. Romney needs a strong showing in the South, too, as we head into the Central Time Zone.
Because the Midwest is where the big battleground is going to be.
Watch Missouri, a winner-take-all state where all three Republicans have campaigned. McCain's looking for a big boost in the Rocky Mountain West. In the Southwest, Arizona, McCain's home state, is winner-take-all. To the north, Utah is winner-take-all, and that's good for Mitt Romney, who's also competing in Montana, Colorado, and North Dakota. Then comes Pacific Time. The big enchilada is California, with 170 delegates awarded by congressional district, 3 delegates from each of the 53 districts, and 11 extras to the overall winner. The last few public polls have suggested Romney's been closing the gap recently.
And it looked like I was going to be way behind in California, but then some things started happening.
And all three campaigns tonight looking for places across the country where they say they've got good news coming and predicting that it could be a late night. McCain spent the last several days trying to sew up some old, torn-up bridges with the conservative Republican base, and that'll be evident in tonight's returns. And tonight, one sign that perhaps there's still some more work to be done. Dr. James Dobson, the head of Focus on the Family, issued a personal statement today, not talking about his organization, but only on himself. Not good news for John McCain. He said, and I quote, "I'm convinced Senator McCain is not a conservative and, in fact, has gone out of his way to stick his thumb in the eyes of those who are. He has at times sounded more like a member of the other party." And Dr. Dobson went on to say, "Given these and many other concerns, a spoonful of sugar does not make the medicine go down. I cannot and will not vote for Senator John McCain as a matter of conscience." That's just an illustration of how much work McCain has to do with conservatives in his party, regardless of the outcome tonight. And it looks like it could be a long one because Romney and Huckabee are doing pretty well in those southern states. Brett.
Very interesting, Carl. Thank you. Mitt Romney and John McCain got into another dust-up today over whether Romney had insulted former Senate Majority Leader and one-time Republican presidential nominee Bob Dole. Romney is back in Massachusetts tonight, and correspondent Wendell Goler is at his headquarters in Boston. Hey, Wendell.
Brett, this war of words between Governor Romney and Senator McCain is just the latest in what is probably the most contentious battle between two candidates in the 2008 campaign. And it's not surprising that emotions are high, because unless Romney has a very good night tonight, Senator McCain could become unstoppable.
Thank you so much.
Mitt Romney voted at the town hall near his home in Belmont, Massachusetts, hoping he can trust the polls that put him ahead in the state he served as governor.
I don't know whether the polls are right or wrong in terms of the support that we have here, but it's touching to have folks remember us fondly.
Romney was stung by John McCain's in-your-face campaign stop in Boston the day before. Their ongoing argument over conservative credentials ensnarled former Senator Bob Dole after McCain released a letter Dole wrote asking conservative talk show host Rush Limbaugh to ease his criticism and support McCain if he wins the nomination.
It's probably the last person I would have wanted to have write a letter for me. I think there are a lot of folks that tend to think that maybe John McCain's race is a bit like Bob Dole's race, that it's the guy who's the next in line.
McCain didn't buy Romney's explanation that what he objected to was the idea of an inevitable choice.
I think Governor Romney should apologize to Bob Dole for that comment. He's a great American, and for Governor Romney, who has never had any military experience, to disparage the service and courage of an American hero, I think is disgraceful.
Limbaugh fired back on his own.
Senator McCain, I think what you are doing here is disgraceful. How in the world is what Governor Romney said a nasty attack on a veteran?
In West Virginia today, Romney continued to insist McCain is not conservative enough on tax cuts and illegal immigrants, and warned his environmental views would kill coal.
Once it was clear to the people in West Virginia what he was going to do to coal, we would not win the state of West Virginia in the fall.
Romney will get an early indication of what kind of night it's going to be if he does well and beats Mike Huckabee in Georgia, Alabama, and Tennessee. It's going to be a long night in any case. Romney's firewall is California. It is not a winner-take-all state. Its delegates are awarded by district, and Romney needs enough delegates from California to stay in this race another month. Britt?
Wendell, thank you. Worth noting, perhaps, that Romney went on to say later on that he meant no slight on Senator Bob Dole. Later in our program, where have all the feminists gone? You may be surprised about whom they are supporting. We'll tell you on the grapevine. And when we return, Megyn Kelly will be back with a look at the Democratic exit polls, and we'll track the Democratic candidates as well. Stay tuned.
It's all on the line, and no one covers Super Tuesday like Fox. State-by-state results, complete analysis, perspective you can trust.
History is being made here. There's nothing more exciting than that.
Tonight, watch You Decide 2008. Your choice, your channel.
Once again, I'm going to turn to my colleague Megyn Kelly, literally turn to her to ask her for word on what the Democratic exit polls are showing tonight. Megyn?
Hi there, Britt. Well, the big news on the Democratic side is how well Barack Obama is doing. Again, remember, it is still early. The western states may be significantly underrepresented here, but here's what we're seeing so far. Among black voters, that's been key for him. Obama is getting 81%, Clinton at just 17%. Among white voters, too, Obama doing considerably better than he did in, for example, South Carolina. Take a look. Nationally, he is getting 44% of the white vote. Clinton's still leading with 50, but that's an improvement for Barack Obama. Among Hispanics, too, Obama is doing much better than he did in past primaries, getting 36% of the Hispanic vote today. Clinton, though, still dominating here with 62%. White women, a big part of Hillary Clinton's base, continue to help her considerably. She's getting 57% of that vote. Obama, though, making some big inroads here with a decent showing at 45%. Obama is winning among the white men. He's getting 51% of the white men vote compared to Clinton's 43%. And Obama continues to lead with the young white voters. Among whites under age 30, Obama getting 64% compared to Clinton's 35%. And for voters over 60, Britt, you can reverse those numbers. Clinton continues to dominate among the senior citizens. Again, keep in mind these numbers underrepresent the western states, and we're also told, as a caveat, they may overstate Obama's support. We're still crunching the numbers. We're bringing the updates as we get them, Britt.
Interesting stuff, Megyn. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hillary Clinton voted at home in Chappaqua, New York today and made the rounds of the morning talk shows before heading into New York City. Correspondent Major Garrett is standing by at her campaign headquarters right here in New York. Hey, Major.
Hello, Britt. Well, the rallying cry here at the pensive Clinton headquarters is inconclusive, and if that doesn't sound like the stuff of TV commercials or bumper stickers, there's a reason. The Clinton campaign did not expect to find itself where it finds itself on this Super Tuesday night. Why? Because several months ago they looked at Super Tuesday as possibly the night they would sew up the Democratic presidential nomination. That will not happen. The Clinton campaign readily acknowledges they may not win a majority of the states tonight. They may not win all the delegates. They hope they win a majority of the states. They hope they win a majority of the pledged delegates, but acknowledge they just might not. And some early indicators will be New Jersey and Massachusetts. I'm told by senior Clinton advisors they suddenly in the last hour or two become very worried about New Jersey. They thought they were safe there. They might not be safe now. They're also looking for Massachusetts, if for no other reason than to prove to Senator Edward Kennedy, who so conspicuously endorsed Barack Obama, that their ground operation is better and more important than a headline-grabbing endorsement of Senator Obama. As you said, Britt, Senator Clinton voted today in Chappaqua, accompanied by her husband, former President Bill Clinton. Of course, Senator Clinton said she was happy to vote, excited about the day. Former President Clinton said it was the most proud moment he's ever had. And Senator Clinton offered these observations about the race and the stakes involved.
I just want to confirm you're a Democrat. There's a lot at stake. The stakes are huge for our country and lots of big challenges, but America's up to it. We just need a president who's ready on day one to turn the economy around and become commander-in-chief and get our country back on the right track.
The Clinton campaign knows they're going to have to stitch together some kind of a narrative to explain what happened on Super Tuesday if the night does not go as well as they had once hoped. And the narrative they're going to stitch together is they still lead among all delegates, pledged and super delegates. Let's take a quick look at the graphic and how those numbers break down. Hillary Clinton has 213 super delegates and 48 pledged delegates. Barack Obama has 170 super delegates, so the campaign says, 63 pledged delegates. What the Clinton campaign will argue is delegates are the key to the nomination. The more delegates, the better chance you have to win. And even after tonight, if the delegate differential between Obama and Clinton isn't very wide, they will say they will pick up more super delegates as this campaign continues and carry on and ultimately gather just enough, just slightly more than 2,025 they need to prevail. Britt?
Wow, what a difference a month makes. Thanks, Major. Barack Obama also did the morning talk shows, then headed home to Chicago to wait for the Super Tuesday returns. Correspondent Steve Brown is in Chicago tonight, where Obama supporters are planning to party later on. Steve.
Hey there, Brett. We are told that the Illinois senator had a tranquil flight back to his hometown of Chicago. Why tranquil? We are told that the senator slept for most of the way, but there is a good reason, the campaign says. It's a combination of a late night on the campaign trail and an early start today. Last night was the final event for, late last night was the final event for Obama. That was in Boston, rather, with both U.S. senators by his side from Massachusetts, Ted Kennedy and John Kerry. This event wrapped up after midnight. Then Obama had to do a quick turnaround to be up for a round of morning talk show interviews, including on Fox and Friends, where the first order of business was to tamp down expectations on how well he might do on this Super Tuesday.
We've got a lot of work to do to close the gap. Senator Clinton, I think, is a much more familiar figure to a lot of Americans, and so what we've been doing is talking about the things folks care about.
Obama's only campaign appearance for real today was, for the day rather, was when he and his wife Michelle went out to vote. He said jokingly, coming out of the booth, that it was a tough choice, but he decided to go with Obama, and he stayed on message that he was the underdog tonight.
I still think that Senator Clinton is the favorite. She had 20, 30-point leads in many of these states. We've been closing some ground, and my guess is we'll have a good night, and we'll probably end up having a split decision.
Those sentiments echoed by campaign manager David Plouffe just a few minutes ago in a briefing where he said that it was close, conceding that tonight was likely going to be Clinton's night tonight, that they would consider that a terrific night. He notes going forward that they have some key advantages. They'll be playing in a smaller pool of states where they think they do better, plus they will have what they believe is a significant fiscal advantage to get on the air, and they're on the air in several states already. Britt?
Okay, Steve, thanks very much. Fascinating to hear how these candidates play the expectations game. When we come back, they do things differently sometimes in California, including the way many voters cast their ballots. We'll have a report on the absentee voting in that state and what it'll tell you. Stay tuned.
Our special Super Tuesday coverage continues, and the biggest names bring it to you best. Hume, Smith, O'Reilly. You decide. 2008, your choice, your channel.
Welcome back to Times Square. Just kidding. California Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger says the Golden State has become a golden prize for the presidential candidates. California, of course, is especially rich in delegates, but it may be Wednesday before we know exactly how Californians voted, because it is also especially rich in absentee ballots. Correspondent Anita Vogel reports.
In California, voting by mail is a growing trend. State officials believe as many as half the primary votes will be cast as absentee ballots.
It's just the way things have changed, the new voting, people's lifestyles, the ease in which you can do it. It has become really a revolution in terms of voting.
I can't imagine why you wouldn't vote absentee. It's just so much easier.
Elena Turner is a high school counselor in the San Fernando Valley. She says her work schedule makes it difficult to get to the polls on Election Day. She's been voting absentee as long as she can remember.
At least 10 years, at least 10 years. And now they send the ballot automatically, because before you had to apply each time for the absentee ballot, and now they just send it automatically.
During the last 7 days, county election workers have been counting absentee ballots already received. Today, they must turn their attention to the votes being cast at the polls, leaving the rest of the absentee ballots to be tallied last. So poll workers will be hard-pressed to get all the votes counted tonight.
You might not know the outcome right away. It may be delayed a while.
California Secretary of State Deborah Bowen knows the pressure is on to get it right and get it done quickly.
We've prepared for this as though we were the White House preparing to be under siege. We don't want anything to take us offline. We know people are going to have their Blackberries and their laptops, and they're going to be hitting refresh, refresh, refresh.
California is Super Tuesday's biggest prize, with 370 Democratic and 170 Republican delegates at stake. Party officials say if things go as expected, there may be plenty to go around.
even by coming close, you can split the delegate count in California and come away with a huge prize of delegates.
And those absentee ballots may not be the only thing holding up the results here in California. Last year, the Secretary of State decertified many of the touchscreen voting machines because they weren't secure, leaving the counties to once again rely on paper ballots, which simply take longer to count. If it's close, and it certainly could be, it might be Wednesday or later before the final delegate counts are in. In Sacramento, California, Anita Vogel, Fox News.
Next on the Grapevine, does Senator Kennedy's support help or hurt? We'll find out. First, though, other headlines.
From the Fox Report, I'm Shepard Smith. For the first time, the CIA is now confirming the names of people it subjected to waterboarding. Just a few names, though. One of them is this man, accused 9/11 mastermind Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. The CIA director, Michael Hayden, told the Senate waterboarding was used to get intelligence from him. A brutal day on Wall Street. Stops dropped on a new report that indicates the nation's largest economic sector shrank last month. And on that news, the Dow Jones plummeted 370 points by the closing bell. The NASDAQ off a whopping percentage at 73 points. The Fox 50 slid almost 30. Welcome home, Big Blue. The Super Bowl champion New York football Giants getting a rare honor in the Big Apple. A ticker tape parade through Lower Manhattan. The Manning-led and the rest of the crew soaking up the applause. Politics continues next. News top of the hour. I'll see you for the Fox Report.
And now the most scintillating 2 minutes in television, the latest from the political grapevine. Could Senator Ted Kennedy's endorsement of Barack Obama actually backfire and cost the candidate votes? A new Rasmussen national poll indicates that 34% of Democrats surveyed said Kennedy's support would make them less likely to vote for Obama. 33% said it had no impact. Only 30% said it would make them more likely to support the Illinois senator. Now, if you throw in Republicans and independents with the Democrats, the endorsement looks even more damaging. 46% of those surveyed said the Kennedy nod makes them less likely to support Obama. 34% it said it had no impact. Only 16% said it made them more likely to vote for Obama. Some feminists, you may recall, howled when Kennedy threw his support behind Obama and snubbed Hillary Clinton, but many others are following suit. The Huffington Post reports that a group of more than 100 feminist leaders from Senator Clinton's home state of New York has endorsed Obama. The New York Feminists for Peace and Barack Obama, as they're called, includes actress Susan Sarandon and Katha Pollitt, the columnist for the liberal Nation magazine. They say even though electing a woman president would be a cause for celebration, they are supporting Obama over Clinton because of, quote, her 7-year record as senator. And they say, quote, her record of embracing military solutions and the foreign policy advisors she has selected make us doubt that she will end this calamitous war. Senator Clinton routinely tells crowds she has, quote, been working to bring positive change to people's lives for 35 years. And, quote, I've spent so much of my life in the nonprofit sector. But Matt Stearns of the McClatchy newspapers notes Mrs. Clinton has held only one full-time job in the nonprofit sector, spending less than a year at the Children's Defense Fund. She also worked briefly as a law professor, and Clinton spent 15 of those 35 years at one of the most prestigious firms in Arkansas, where she represented big companies such as Walmart and TCBY, while simultaneously serving on their corporate boards, a practice some frown upon because of potential conflicts of interest. The report says Senator Clinton's website biography devotes 6 paragraphs to her pro bono legal work for the poor, but just one small sentence about her 15 years at the Rose Law Firm. And the rock singer John Mellencamp has asked John McCain to stop playing his songs at campaign rallies. Mellencamp is a Democrat who supported John Edwards. Rolling Stone reports his people have been talking to McCain's people about pulling the plug on the songs. McCain rallies have featured the Mellencamp tunes Our Country and Pink Houses. The latter song features one lyric about what it calls the simple man paying for the thrills, the bills, and the pills that kill. We asked McCain's campaign for a response, but they did not get back to us, at least not yet. Outside the U.S., meanwhile, many Americans are voting or have already done so in the primary races by absentee ballot. And an arm of the Democratic Party is also sponsoring polls in more than 30 countries in gathering spots such as coffee shops and pubs. Correspondent Amy Kellogg reports.
Even before folks in America were tucking themselves into bed Monday night, Americans in the Far East were casting their ballots in an exotic Super Tuesday outpost. Indonesia's votes are in, and Barack Obama, who lived in Indonesia as a child, handily won 75% of the 100 votes cast. Democrats have mobilized their troops internationally. For the first time ever, the Democrats are having a global primary.
Well, I think it's a great opportunity because just because I live overseas, I still care very much about what happens in Ohio and also, the United States.
As for Republicans abroad, they don't have a global primary. They can get absentee ballots from their home states. Democrats living overseas can also send absentee ballots to their home states, but some prefer the idea of voting with Americans abroad.
I love that we get to cast the first votes on the Super Tuesday primary day. Actually, the polls opened in the Asia region last night in Indonesia at 12:01. So Democrats abroad in Asia get to be the first voters. Even in Democrats abroad, we're before everybody else. So we're pretty excited, and we hope to make a big impression.
Americans overseas, both Democrats and Republicans, feel the effects of U.S. foreign policy decisions acutely and often find themselves defending Washington from afar. America's image abroad has taken a battering in the Bush years, particularly as the war in Iraq has not been popular here. Democrats abroad voice concern over that.
I would vote for Obama because I like the stance that he took against the war, which the Bush administration was in favor of, and he's one of the few senators who do not vote for the war, so that's very important to me. And I think that if he were president, he would probably bring America back some lost prestige and trust in the world.
In London, thousands came out for a walk-in primary in Notting Hill. They say interest in this race among Democrats abroad is unprecedented.
That legacy of goodwill that flowed towards the U.S. was squandered by the Bush administration, and I think that Americans abroad are particularly acutely aware of that, and they want to see a change in direction in Washington and in the White House.
Those 6 to 7 million Americans living abroad will send 22 delegates to the Democratic Convention this August for a total of 11 votes. That's more than the U.S. territories, but fewer than Wyoming and Alaska, the least populous states in the nation. In London, Amy Kellogg, Fox News.
And back on Capitol Hill, Senate negotiations continue over an economic stimulus package. Republicans have signed on now to a Democratic proposal to include low-income senior citizens and disabled veterans among those receiving rebates. To keep the overall cost around $150 billion, rebates would be cut to $500 for qualified individuals and $1,000 for qualified couples. But Majority Leader Harry Reid is pressing for extended unemployment benefits and energy tax incentives as well. If those are included, he says he will bring only the, or not included, he says he will bring the original House version to the floor. Next on Special Report, the Fox All-Stars will review the presidential primary voting in both parties, beginning with the Democrats. We'll be right back.
There's a lot that we're going to find out about how this works today, and that's what's both intriguing and somewhat mystifying, because none of us really understand what the impact of all these contests on one day will be for any of us.
I don't think it's going to be decisive because of the way Democrats apportion delegates, but I think that our message is starting to break through, and we're very optimistic about our prospects for winning the nomination.
Democrats today. Some thoughts on all this now from Fred Barnes, executive editor of the Weekly Standard, Mort Kondracki, executive editor of Roll Call, Nina Easton, Washington bureau chief of Fortune magazine, and Bill Kristol, editor of the Weekly Standard, Fox News contributors all. Well, we have some feel from the exit polling about big national trends. We can't tell yet really how they'll apply or whether they do apply in individual races. But this looks like it's going to be an interesting night. Fred, your thoughts?
Well, it looks like it's not just George Clooney and Robert De Niro, but a whole lot of white guys have signed up with Barack Obama, which is important. You know, what his problem has been that he'd win 3/4 of the African-American vote and 1/4 of the white vote, but he's doing much better, particularly among white men.
And this is, of course, in early states.
Yeah, what's in the early states, and it's in the exit polls. But, you know, it had to mean when you attract 20,000 people in Minneapolis and 20,000 in Wilmington and 14,000 people in Boise, Idaho over the last few days. And even though crowd estimates always err on the high side, I mean, there really is a surge for Obama, and we're seeing it tonight.
Yeah, the exits, as reported by Megyn Kelly, all would suggest a big night for Obama, based on what Fred was talking about. The Clinton people that I've talked to feel pretty good about California, however, and that's a major. The popular vote in California, I think, will have, if Clinton can win that, would be a psychological boost for him or for her.
But we may not know that until tomorrow.
Well, we might. I think they're basing that largely on the lead that they expect to have among absentee voters that would give her a lead. But I do know that the Clinton people are also terribly worried about losing Massachusetts and Connecticut and New Jersey and those places on the East Coast. And, you know, the bottom line is probably going to be some sort of muddle as to delegates. But I think we should just add up the popular vote when we get it all added up, and whoever wins that, it seems to me, will be the front runner.
You know, Hillary Clinton's campaign manager, Terry McAuliffe, earlier this year was going around saying it's all going to be over February 5th. Guess what? It's not going to be over. And I think what's got to have the Clinton people worried is, Fred mentioned, Obama's support is not a bunch of exuberant young people and African-American voters. He's biting into the white male vote and the Latino vote, apparently. So I think that's a big news story coming out. The other thing is, looking forward, I think what has the Clinton people worried, what comes after Super Tuesday. And what they say, it's sort of latte liberal land. You've got Virginia and D.C. and Maryland and Wisconsin and Washington, and there's some sense that they can't show strength again until early March. And another thing is fundraising. Barack Obama raised something like $30 million just last month. So he's going to have the strength to go forward. So I think all of these factors probably have the Clinton people pretty worried.
Well, you know,
right
we were thinking coming into tonight that even though Obama, because of the way the Democrats allocate the delegates, would get a significant share, even if she won a lot of places, and he didn't, that the effect of that would be to make her, even if she didn't have much of a delegate lead, the unquestionable front runner. But if that doesn't happen now, I think we're looking at a different picture, don't you, Bill?
Yeah, absolutely. I would like to say Nina lives in Maryland, and she may think that Maryland and Virginia are liberal latte land. But we Virginians, we gun-toting Virginians object strongly to that representation. We'll see what happens. I mean, it looks very close. New Jersey will close at 8 p.m., and New Jersey is a fast-reporting state usually. Neighboring state, obviously, of Senator Clinton's. She's been ahead 5 to 7 points in the polls pretty consistently there, more actually a couple of weeks ago. If Obama has actually closed and possibly wins New Jersey, I think that might be a big night for Obama, and he might be able to carry the popular vote and even end the night slightly ahead in delegates, which would be pretty striking.
The sophisticated political observers are saying, oh, look, you know, this popular vote stuff, it's all really beauty contest, particularly on the Democratic side, because, you know, there's no winner take all anywhere with the Democrats. It's all proportional, so follow the delegates. But it seems to me that may be not the way to look at this. You really kind of got to track both, eh?
No, of course you do. You have to track, and then particularly, you know, Hillary Clinton talks about the superdelegates. What are they? 350, 360. Their votes. If somebody's winning all the primaries, and even though the other candidate is piling up delegates, they're going to go with what the trend is. That's what they always do, and they'll switch to Obama if he's winning the primaries. They're not going to stick with Hillary Clinton. I would also say that I live in Virginia too. Latte land, it ain't.
They're more like I think 800 superdelegates. The Democrats have a ton of them, but I agree with Fred that they will tend to follow the popular vote. And this is a democracy. It will be hard to pick someone who has not gotten a majority of the vote in a two-way race. I mean, if Obama beats Clinton consistently in the popular vote, that would be strong. Senator Clinton today announced that she was accepting a bunch of debates beginning, I believe, next week.
Yeah,
suddenly, the Clinton campaign put out a statement saying we wanted to do all these debates with Senator Obama. So they had not announced that before today. That tells me that their own internal tracking and their own sense of the race is that suddenly, if you're winning easily, you don't suddenly say, "Hey, I'm happy to debate anytime."
Usually, it's the challengers who are behind or losing, the candidates who are behind want to debate.
As to the popular vote, don't forget this is a party that profoundly believes in the popular vote as of the year 2000, when Al Gore won the national popular vote, and they've been saying ever since that he got cheated out of the presidency. Well, just imagine, somebody wins the popular vote and loses the nomination. What are they going to say then?
What about that?
Well, which sort of happened in Nevada.
Well, I mean,
it looks like Obama may come out with
but it is true that the
delegates.
Democrats are the party with the structure that makes it possible to actually win a state and lose the delegate count.
And they set this up to have this long-term competition going back to 1988 when Jesse Jackson did well in the popular vote and didn't do well with delegates. They set this back to be a prolonged process between two competing candidates that wouldn't play out for a long time. And we haven't seen it happen. We'll see it happen tonight and
I know
beyond.
what Hillary Clinton will say if she loses the popular vote but wins most of the delegates, or a majority, she'll say, I won.
I bet she will. And if I were she, I would too. We'll take a look at the Republicans next. Stay tuned.
Probably the last person I would have wanted to have write a letter for me. I think there are a lot of folks that tend to think that maybe John McCain's race is a bit like Bob Dole's race.
I think Governor Romney should apologize to Bob Dole for that comment. He's a great American, and for Governor Romney, who has never had any military experience, to disparage the service and courage of an American hero, I think is disgraceful.
I'd love to have his support. I said I'd love to have his support. I'd love to have Bob Dole's support.
Well, Governor Romney, you might love to have Bob Dole's support, but my guess is tonight, at least, it's a long shot. But I suppose to a person sitting home trying to figure out whom to support in Super Tuesday and beyond, and you hear that, you kind of think, what are they talking about? Bob Dole? I mean, a great American to be sure, but how did he get in the middle of this debate? Well, anyway, it tells you something. It's a close race, and a candidate will seize on anything another candidate says and try to make the most of it. But what about this race tonight? The exit polls suggest that Mike Huckabee, given up for, not quite dead, but largely irrelevant, may make another stand, right? Ride again.
Right. Well, I'd given him up for dead. You know, after it shows you that the momentum doesn't matter, because coming out of Florida, he was in fourth in Florida, and all of a sudden it looks like he's going to win a few Southern primaries tonight in the Bible Belt, and good for him. You know, at best, he could wind up being a broker, you know, between Romney and McCain over who gets the nomination. I doubt if he will, but that's a possibility. I think the story tonight, though, really is going to be that McCain does not consolidate his position as the front runner and become, you know, the prohibitive front runner. He's going to be still the front runner, but it's not the big night he was hoping for.
This is just based on what we're seeing.
What we're seeing, it looked like at best he could get. It takes about 1,200 delegates to win the nomination, I think.
1,191.
Okay, thank you. And it looked like he might get over 700. But it looked like that originally. I mean, that was sort of best case scenario. He's not going to get that.
There are just over 1,000 available tonight.
Yeah, he's not going to get
1,023, something like that.
And
That'd be hard to get that.
Yeah, right. Well, he will get a delegate lead because of all these winner-take-all primaries that he is almost certain to win in Connecticut, New Jersey, and
half the primaries, half the 16 primaries on the Republican side are winner-take-all. So you win the state, you win the whole, the whole batch.
Yeah, Massachusetts and all those states that where he's favored going in are winner-take-all, and he'll get all those delegates. But the problem for McCain once again is that he is not polling conservatives, and he's not even winning a plurality of self-identified Republicans. That's been his problem all the way along. And if those people will not finally knuckle under and say, okay, John, you've got it, then he doesn't have the nomination in hand yet. They are split, though. Some of them are going for Huckabee, and some of them are going for Romney. So Huckabee could be the power broker, and therefore, vice president.
And I have to say, there's
Nominee.
a lot.
Nominee.
There's on the conservative issue, I have to say there's a lot of sort of over-the-top conservative attacks on John McCain. I mean, let's go back to that letter that prompted...
And you say that as someone who's married
my husband is a Romney advisor, which everybody seems to know by now. But what I found interesting was that what prompted that Bob Dole letter. What prompted that? Rush Limbaugh accusing John McCain of intentionally wanting to destroy the Republican Party. I mean, you know, that's kind of over the top. If you're talking about his immigration bill, for example, last I checked, President Bush, you know, supported that approach on immigration.
But you can't deny that it split the Republican Party.
It split the Republican Party, but to accuse John McCain of, you know, overtly trying to, you know, destroy the Republican Party, to me, is over the top. On the Huckabee thing, I think it's the irony of that is that Huckabee is clearly out there trying to help John McCain and undermine Mitt Romney. The McCain people.
That's a very interesting point, because that's certainly the way it looked, and you had that little business in West Virginia today where the McCain voters were, the McCain supporters at the state convention were urged on the second ballot to throw their support to Mike Huckabee. McCain was going to be third, and so he ends up being third anyway. But it denies Mitt Romney what would have been a little
Romney
win.
Thought they thought they were going to win that. McCain.
Now, so if Huckabee comes along and does as well as he's likely to tonight, might John McCain change his mind about whether he wants Mike Huckabee to be still in the race and helping? What is that?
And that's the irony of this. It could his doing well and staying in the race could actually hurt McCain.
No, I think I mean, look, it's not so clear, incidentally, that the Huckabee voter second choice is Romney. In Florida, more of them were for McCain than for Romney. So it's very hard to know what the natural split would be if it were only a two-person race. It doesn't look like McCain will put away the race tonight. Looks like he'll be the leader in delegates. The conservative movement, parts of it, are having a total nervous breakdown. Some of my fellow conservatives suffering from McCain derangement syndrome, just like the liberals. Well, the left is suffering from Bush derangement syndrome. Now the right is suffering from McCain derangement syndrome. On the other hand, Romney says a silly thing about Bob Dole, and McCain accuses him, says he has to apologize. Everyone's going a little nuts.
That's it for the panel, but stay tuned to see the moment we all missed when it started to go downhill for Mike Huckabee. That's next. Finally, Mike Huckabee came out of Iowa, you'll recall, with a big win, and after a setback in New Hampshire, figured to do well in Michigan, but he didn't. And most of it thought it was just the strength of the other two candidates there. But it turns out that something happened during a lunch in Michigan that voters there noticed, but we missed.
Mike Huckabee gets to have everybody watching him on television eating there at the Detroit Economic Club. That's the line with, obviously, out on dissent. But let's talk a little bit about Huckabee and maybe the showdown between him and Fred Thompson, South Carolina. As we say, the debate.
Camera's always rolling on the campaign trail, and that's special report for this time. And as we now approach 7 p.m. in the East, the polls, we're going to be able to make a projection there that on the Democratic side, we project that Barack Obama will win the Georgia Democratic primary. On the Republican side, we see it too close to call with Mike Huckabee, Mitt Romney, and John McCain in what looks like a three-way tie in the early going. As soon as we start getting raw vote in, you'll see it in the lower part of your screen. But I'll see you right back here at 7:55 for coverage of the Super Tuesday returns. In the meantime, more news is on the way. Fair, balanced, and unafraid with the Fox Report.
A Fox News election alert. As Brittany just reported, Fox News is now projecting Barack Obama has won the Georgia Democratic primary, drawing strong support from African-American voters and getting roughly 4 in 10 white voters in the state. The Republican race there still too close to call, with polls closing just seconds ago. And polls in 9 more states are set to close in less than 1 hour. In Georgia and elsewhere, we've been getting reports of high turnout, with millions of Americans flooding polling places and caucus sites across the United States. Altogether, 24 states across the nation are holding contests on this Super Tuesday. We've been hearing scattered reports of problems, among them 2 locations in New Jersey, locations that reported trouble after workers accidentally hit the wrong buttons on the voting machines. In California, officials say as much as 1/4 of the vote may not be counted tonight because of late arriving mail-in ballots and because of the state's switch from electronic machines to paper ballots. Now to the races themselves. On the Democratic side, Hillary Clinton supporters had once looked today as a chance to lock up the nomination, but they have since moved their sights considerably lower, hoping now that the senator from New York will just emerge as the front-runner after a recent surge from Barack Obama. It's a different story for the Republicans. For Mitt Romney and John McCain, today could decide everything, and it seems that knowledge has been adding to their attacks.
I do not believe that his message is something which is catching fire with the people of America. I'm not sure what that message is.
Far more conservative and very conservative that I'm proud of in comparison to anybody's, including Governor Romney.
Well, as they trade shots, the third-place Republican is the only one who can claim a victory so far. Today, Mike Huckabee picked up 18 delegates in West Virginia's convention. He nailed it after getting support from McCain backers who were looking to keep Romney from winning there. By the way, adding to the fun, 9 of today's contests are winner-take-all for the Republicans. You can see them highlighted on this map. So there is clearly a lot to consider here tonight. We have Team Fox coverage of the campaigns. Let's start with Carl Cameron live in Phoenix. He's covering the Republicans for us. Major Garrett at Clinton headquarters in New York covering the Democrats. First, Carl, any indicators in the early going on the GOP side, Carl?
Well, when you look at the states that John McCain was leading in the public polls, particularly in the Northeast, the winner-take-all battlegrounds, New York, Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware, looks like McCain's getting a pretty strong vote there. That'll be a good cushion for him as the evening's results start coming in. And then you start moving into the South and the Midwest, and it looks like Mike Huckabee and Mitt Romney are sort of tearing up the votes between them, and McCain might not get the kind of runaway win that many thought that he'd get right after he won the Florida primary, Shep.
In other news tonight, in other news, we've been watching many polls closely. Let's get to Major Garrett. Major, what's the situation on the Democratic side?
On the Democratic side, Shepard, the Clinton campaign basically looks as tonight as not the knockout punch they hoped it would be, but an inclusive sort of a tie with Barack Obama. They know he's surged in the polls not only nationally but in a lot of key states. And right now at this hour, Shepard, the Clinton campaign is very nervous about one state and one state in particular, New Jersey. Just a week ago, the Clinton campaign thought they had sewed up the Garden State. Polling data they're looking at internally and turnout models that they've analyzed suggest that they could possibly lose New Jersey, and that would be called probably early this evening, setting off a narrative for them that would be negative, much more negative than they thought it would be. They hope they hold on to New Jersey, but if they don't, they know they're in for a long night.
I want to ask you questions on both sides. Carl Cameron, if there is a bellwether state, a place to which Republicans should be looking tonight to sort of get a sense of how things are going, what is it?
Maybe Missouri, the show-me state right in the heart of the country. Looks like a three-way race. All of them have competed there aggressively. John McCain has gone there. Mitt Romney has gone there. Mike Huckabee has gone there. It's a state with a large number of evangelical, self-described Christian conservatives, a large number of voters who are watching closely on the Iraq and the economic debate. And going right in, it looks like it could be a three-way race. Another one there, particularly in terms of how conservatives are breaking out. If they don't go with McCain in great numbers, how do they divide between Huckabee and Romney? Watch Georgia, and we'll have those numbers early in the evening, Atlantic, Eastern time zones. So those results will be coming in fairly early.
On the Democratic side, Major, is it fair to say that Hillary Clinton's going for a tie tonight?
Yeah, she's basically waiting for this game to get into overtime, and that's not exactly where the Clinton campaign was months ago, but they know after tonight, what they hope to have is a couple of things in their back pocket. Obviously, a big win in New York, and what they want is a win in California. They'll take any size at all. They would like to pick up either Arizona or New Mexico, but they know when all the votes are counted and all the delegates are distributed, Shepard, it's going to be probably a pretty even night in terms of victory and in terms of delegate distribution. So what they want to do is fight on through February into March. They're really looking at March 4th for the Texas, Ohio primaries. They believe they're very strong there. They know the rest of February does not stack up very well for Hillary Clinton. They know Barack Obama's raised a ton of money, will probably raise more if he has a good night tonight. So they have a long, long slog ahead of them, and they're going to fight it out not only for pledged delegates, which are allotted by primaries and caucuses, but super delegates. That's party insiders, and if anyone has an advantage with party insiders, it's the Clinton machine.
Carl Cameron and Major Garrett live on the trail for us tonight. We'll see you throughout the program. Well, as Senator Obama mentioned, a lot to keep track of tonight. A Republican frontrunner trying to seal the deal, and the Democrats battling for every last delegate. With us now, Jessica Colon from the Young Republicans of America and Jane Fleming-Kleb from Young Voter PAC and the MTV Street Team. Jane, how do you see this thing coming down tonight for the Democrats?
You know, folks have been saying for the past couple weeks that it's going to be split. Hillary Clinton and Obama, they'll both take some states and it's not going to be decided. But it's interesting because some early numbers that are coming in from bloggers and all sorts of sources are saying that Barack Obama is really picking up a lot of numbers. And so if he does, and if he does get this sweep, that surge, if that really comes true, then it's going to be a huge win for Obama. I hope on the Republican side that Huckabee picks up a few states, because that will really make his VP choice, I think, more attainable anyway.
Well, as Britt Hugh mentioned, in fact, we have some information about Huckabee in the state of Georgia. It's Georgia, and the state of Alabama, Tennessee as well, to which Huckabee was looking to try to gain some ground.
Right.
Here's what we can say in the early going, at least about Georgia.
Okay.
Mitt Romney's doing well among very conservative voters. John McCain doing well among more independent and moderate voters. Huckabee doing very well among evangelicals and rural voters. It's still up in the air.
Right.
Huckabee could be the difference tonight, couldn't he?
He could absolutely. He seems to be resonating in the South. We can't forget that his home state of Arkansas is in the mix this evening, and Tennessee, they're all right next to each other, and so I think Huckabee is going to play very well in the South, as we're seeing here. He's very competitive.
Is the fact that Huckabee is that the reason that the Republican race is as tight as it is, or would it be tight otherwise?
You know, you never know where these voters are going to go. It's not quite fair to the Huckabee voter to say that they would automatically go to Governor Romney or automatically go to Senator McCain. I think that they will decide then in the general election where they will go with the ultimate nominee.
In recent days, Jane, we've been watching the Democratic numbers, and not to talk about tonight's exit polls at all. That's not what we're talking about. But in recent days, it's been clear that Barack Obama's had a surge. But look at California. In the state of California, they've been voting for weeks and weeks and weeks. Isn't it possible that this Obama surge, because of the early voting, doesn't make as big a difference as many has thought?
You know, California could hurt him because obviously Edwards was still on the ballot when people were doing their early voting, and Edwards had, you know, a good 20% of the vote, it seemed, in various states, and so that could hurt Obama. But you know what, we're going to have to see. The Obama folks are saying the more that this campaign goes on, the better it is for Obama, and that definitely is true. I mean, his surge and his momentum is very strong right now.
Jane Fleming-Kleb. Thank you, Jessica Colon, and I'll talk to both of you in a moment. Much more to come on this Super Tuesday edition of the Fox Report. We'll be checking in with more campaigns. We'll be watching the returns as they pop up along the bottom of the screen, and that should be happening right after a commercial break. Bill O'Reilly will start his program 30 minutes early tonight, so stay tuned for that. And a slew of poll closings just minutes away. The mother of all primary nights is here.
Stakes are huge for our country.
The candidates have had their say.
I think that our message is starting to break through, and we're very optimistic about our prospects for winning the nomination.
Thanks, you guys. What a welcome.
I am the candidate who can stop John McCain.
Now, voters get to decide.
We're going to win today, and we're going to win the nomination, and we're going to win the presidency.
But even after tonight, we may be in for a long fight. And it's one of the most pressing issues of our time.
I'll fix the borders. I'll secure them.
Tonight, a look at immigration in America, then and now, and where the candidates stand.
The Fox News election headquarters is cutting edge.
Every state-of-the-art piece of technology you can have.
It's an incredible place. It's high-tech.
All designed to make it clear, easy to follow. You decide. 2008. Your choice, your channel, Fox News Channel.
Want to start an argument? Talk immigration. Everyone has an opinion on it, how to fix it, how to end it, how to open the borders, how to close the borders. But today, after all the talk, it's time for some action. And that's up to the voters. All of us can now decide just how important the issue is to each and every one of us, and which candidate we agree with the most. Our Chief Fox Report correspondent Trace Gallagher with a look now at immigration. This, the latest in our series, We Have Issues.
There should be no special pathway, no special way for you to get amnesty. Amnesty is not the answer.
We need more technology and more personnel on the border. And yes, we do need some form of identification.
It is among the country's most divisive issues, immigration, legal and illegal. And it's not just polarizing along party lines. It's causing infighting among Republicans and Democrats.
There has to be penalties for what they've done because they've broken the law.
American shores have for centuries been coveted by those seeking political and religious freedom, as well as adventurers, wanderers, fortune seekers, turning America into a cultural kaleidoscope. Diversity that has long sparked controversy. Since the doors to Ellis Island opened in 1892, dozens of immigration laws have been passed, banned, and adjusted to fit the ever-changing ethnic landscape. In the early 1900s, laws focused on Irish and Jewish immigrants. During World War II, it was Germans and Japanese. Today, Hispanics are at the forefront of the debate, specifically what to do about the 12 million illegals already in the U.S., 80% of them from Mexico.
As president, I would have the border state governors certify that those borders were indeed secure.
Do we build a wall to keep them out, create a pathway of citizenship to let them in, or come to a compromise? The debate rolls on. But the facts remain. America already allows more legal immigrants each year than any country on earth. 1 million a year come legally, another 800,000 illegally. At this rate, the U.S. Census Bureau says at the turn of the next century, America would have a population of 1 billion.
I'll fix the borders, I'll secure them, but what I won't do is to do it because I'm angry at them for wanting to come here.
And we are expecting huge voter turnout among Latinos in this country. But the interesting part is how they feel about immigration. Polls show their biggest issue, the economy, followed by education, the war. Immigration comes in number 4. Hispanic immigrants are also spreading out. In 1990, 80% lived in 6 states: California, Texas, Illinois, New York, New Jersey, and Florida. Now, only 60% live there. A dramatic shift in population that could greatly affect the election, Shep.
Trace Gallagher live with us. Thanks. More returns expected moments from now. You can help us cover the contest from right now through November. If there's a candidate, a rally in your neighborhood, send us your pictures or your video. The address is YouReport, the letter U report at foxnews.com. Well, after all those speeches, all the hard work, it could come down to what happens in just the next few hours. We're live at campaign headquarters for Mitt Romney, John McCain, Barack Obama, now projected by the Fox as the winner of the Georgia Democratic primary. We're live at Clinton headquarters as well. We're watching the results and waiting for word, and that's coming next.
It's your Super Tuesday breakdown. Which candidates prevailed, who fell short, and what does it all mean? Get the best political coverage in the morning, only on Fox and Friends, tomorrow beginning at 5 a.m.
Super Tuesday results set to start pouring in from across the nation. We've already heard from our Fox teams of the Hillary Clinton and John McCain campaigns. Now let's look at the rest of the candidates. Seems like a make-or-break day for Mitt Romney after John McCain moved into position as the Republican frontrunner. Romney's already had one setback today. He lost in West Virginia. Now he has to be hoping that that's not a sign of what's to come. Wendell Goler has the news live at Romney headquarters in Boston. Wendell, what is Romney really expecting tonight?
Shep, I can tell you Romney's looking at the exit polls showing what looks like a three-way race in Georgia, and he's not happy about it. Romney needs to win Georgia, Tennessee, and Alabama. He needs John McCain to do poorly there to validate his claim that McCain is simply not conservative enough for the base of the Republican Party. And Romney needs to win those states to get Mike Huckabee out of the race, because right now those two candidates are dividing the Republican base that Romney needs all of, Shepard.
Holding up babies always helps. California is the most delegate-rich state here. How important is it for Romney to have a strong showing there?
It is critical. It's his firewall. He polls well in California. He can probably win the state. But even if he doesn't, California is not a winner-take-all state. The delegates are divided by districts, 170 of them. Romney can probably win enough of them to stay in the race for another month, presumably, and he will do well only if he doesn't have to continue to split the Republican base with Mike Huckabee, Shepard.
All right, thanks very much, Wendell Goler. Barack Obama, the first winner tonight on the Democratic side. Fox News now projects he'll win Georgia, where the polls closed just 21 minutes ago. But both campaigns are downplaying hope of a blowout tonight. Our Steve Brown's at Obama headquarters in Chicago. Steve, Obama's had a pretty good week, but the campaign's still saying a close second tonight would be terrific.
That's exactly what David Bluff, the campaign manager, said in a briefing about an hour ago, that that's what they would hope for. They're up against what he calls the incumbent candidate, or the incumbent figure in this particular race, that being Hillary Clinton. That said, he still believes that he's got, some serious pluses coming into this particular week with races tightening and what have you, but he's stayed firm with that particular line that a close second would be terrific for them tonight. That second in terms of states won and delegates won.
You know the Obama camp's looking ahead beyond tonight to where they think they may have an advantage. Where is it?
a couple of triplets of races. You've got upcoming this weekend, you've got the Nebraska, Louisiana, Washington race, plus coming up a week from tonight, you've got the Potomac primary of D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Those three triplets of races, they believe, play better to them. They'll be able to spend a little bit more time on the ground, concentrating in areas where they think can pick up the most delegates. Plus, they're on the air in a lot of those states already, and Plouffe was talking about how they may have a financial advantage. Remember, Obama raised $32 million last month compared to Hillary Clinton's $13.5.
All right, thanks very much. Good to see you tonight, Steve Brown. We're putting our election ticker in now, and with it, we'll be able to update the numbers throughout the night. You'll see it in just a moment. In fact, there it is. That's how it'll look throughout the evening, and we'll be able to show you exactly what's happened in each state. Many more polls closed just 20 or 37 minutes from now. Georgia polls closed at 7 o'clock Eastern time, where Georgia is. And Fox News has projected, of course, that Barack Obama won on the Democratic side, but it is still too close to call for the Republicans. West Virginia goes to Huckabee. We told you about that one already. 18 delegates into his pocket after John McCain's backers threw their support to Huckabee. This after a nasty back and forth between Huckabee and Romney in recent days. Huckabee accusing Romney of voter suppression. Romney telling Huckabee, no whining. Molly Henneberg now live at Huckabee headquarters in Little Rock, Arkansas. Molly, so he won West Virginia. Did McCain tell his backers to support him there?
Well, if you ask Huckabee, he says there was no deal, that McCain supporters realized they weren't going to win there, and they just decided to throw their support to Huckabee. But McCain support delegates in West Virginia tell Fox that, yes, the McCain campaign told them to go for Huckabee, not Romney. Romney calls that an inside Washington backdoor deal, to which Huckabee responded, quit whining. Shep.
All right. Where does Huck need to do well tonight, Molly?
The Southern governor needs to do well in the South. Look at Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee, and here in Arkansas, where he was governor for 10.5 years. We're getting some exit results from Georgia, which show that it's a three-way tie and that Huckabee's doing well with evangelical voters and rural voters. He needs the South tonight. All
right, Molly Henneberg live tonight at Huckabee headquarters. Molly, thanks very much. Fox News projects that Barack Obama has won the state of Georgia. Too close on the Republican side to call. Many poor states closing shortly. You see the bottom of your screen. We'll be updating you with real-time numbers. As each state checks in, our numbers will update automatically. Fox Report continues in 2 minutes. Bill O'Reilly, just 5 minutes away. Breaking news now on Fox News Channel. Reports of at least 2 tornadoes hitting in central Arkansas in Pope County. An emergency dispatcher there says at least 3 people are confirmed dead so far. We're told 20 homes were damaged or destroyed. Further, we're told that the storms are moving across the Mississippi River. Heavy rain and high winds in the Memphis metropolitan area. If you're in the Mid-South, tune to your local Fox station. Updating some top stories now. Barack Obama's campaign releasing a statement moments after Fox News projected him the winner in Georgia. His campaign says Obama won by increasing support among both African-American voters and white voters. More polls and more results expected moments from now. In other news, it's Mardi Gras in New Orleans. Laissez le bon temps rouler in a heck of a party. 90% of the hotel rooms in the Big Easy booked. The city's mayor, Ray Nagin, says it feels like Fat Tuesday before Katrina. And to New Yorkers, the parade that mattered. The New York Giants Victory Parade. Thousands and thousands of fans lined the streets of Lower Manhattan in the Canyon of Heroes and cheered on the champions of the world. And now, you know the news of this Super Tuesday, February the 5th, 2008. I'm Shepard Smith. Thanks for having us into your home, an abbreviated edition of the Fox Report. I'll be back with more coverage of Super Tuesday voting results tonight here on Fox News Channel and on your local Fox News station and your late local news. Britt Hume anchors the best and biggest Super Tuesday coverage you'll find anywhere on the dial. That starts just 25 minutes from now. First, a special edition of the O'Reilly Factor. Throughout the night, we'll have updates. More polls are to close, and you can count on Fox News. Your choice, your channel. Bill O'Reilly, over to you.
Shepard, thank you, and welcome to a special edition of The Factor, a preview of the Super Tuesday vote. Britt Hume will be here in about 30 minutes to begin that coverage. And our mandate tonight is to basically give you a balanced view of the political winds right now. So let's get right to it. Joining us from Washington, A.B. Stoddard, associate editor of The Hill newspaper, specializing in politics. All right, so all day long you sit there with your pals at The Hill, a very elite group that gets all the inside information. All right. The headline tonight is going to be what?
I think the headline tonight is that Obama is going to not mathematically stop her. We'll see a contest go on to March 4th, but I do think he's going to win the day. I think he's very close to winning California, and I think he's going to win some significant victories in red states that allows him to wake up tomorrow and claim some red state cred, very important to the party. It will bring more establishment with him and really keep the momentum up for him, and ultimately,
all right, so you say boldly, Ms. Stoddard, and we love that. Tomorrow's headline is Obama doesn't knock her out, but Obama has got the momentum. Red states are conservative, Republican-leaning states, got some people excited about him, whereas Hillary Clinton seems to be fading. And you base that prediction on what?
I base it on how well he's doing in very significant states like Missouri that always decides presidential elections. He had a rally in Idaho. 15,000 people showed up. There aren't even 15,000 Democrats in Idaho, I don't think. He's doing great in Arizona. He's going to obviously pick up some southern states in Illinois. He's ahead in Georgia. I think he actually might get California. With the endorsement of the largest Spanish language newspaper there, La Opinión, with the endorsement of the LA Times and the endorsement of the First Lady of California, and the polls showing him ahead there. And I'm sorry, the most important factor, an open primary. An open primary where it's closed on the Republican side, where disaffected Republicans can support Barack Obama, all lines up for a good night for him in California. I think that if he comes close to her in New York and New Jersey, gets some red states, does well in California or wins it, I think the day is for Barack Obama.
Right. And it's a very real possibility, I must say, based upon our analysis of the polls. I think, you know, nobody knows for sure, and that's the way it should be, but I think that you put out a very realistic scenario. Now, on the Republican side, it looks like all the tea leaves say John McCain has momentum and will carry the night. Do you concur?
I do, because I think the way that the delegates are apportioned on the Republican side, being winner take all, it's just very hard to stop him now. Also, people who decide late, there is sort of a human, you know, a winning team psychology to this. People have seen John McCain win Florida, South Carolina, and New Hampshire in the last 4 weeks, and those making up their minds are going to be swayed by that.
Now, that's exactly right. It's like a sporting event.
Yep.
Whoever has the momentum, the psychology kicks in. Everybody wants to be on a winner. But we have two factors here. The California race is very, very tight between McCain and Romney. If Romney wins California, then he's not dead, is he?
I would say no. I mean, if he won California, I would say that would be a huge problem for John McCain. John McCain will do very well in other places today. It could go on. It could be a delegate brawl. I would probably put my money on him wrapping it up tonight. Although I think Mitt Romney, in this 11th hour attempt by conservatives to rally with him, will increase his vote some places tonight. Winning California will be hard for Mitt Romney, but if he wins California, the race goes on.
Okay, but you say from the polling that you see that you believe it's going to be difficult for the governor to overcome Senator McCain.
I do.
In California.
Yeah, I do.
All right. Now, you said something very interesting to our producer who was talking to you before the program, and you said if it becomes a race between Barack Obama and John McCain, you believe that Barack Obama could easily defeat the senator, correct?
Not easily. There is always the issue of national security, which is paramount. I think that it's going to be much easier for John McCain to run against Hillary Clinton. It's going to be harder
because that mobilizes the Republican base.
It not only mobilizes the Republican base, he's going to pick up Democrats who can't stand Hillary Clinton, and there are many of them.
But it would be, wouldn't it be then the youth versus the seasoned veteran election?
The problem is, it's true. I mean, he will have experience over Barack Obama, but just remember that these independent swing voters, that's such a volatile bunch, and they decide elections, are going to probably be with McCain and a Hillary McCain lineup, probably be with Barack and a Barack McCain lineup.
Well, that's down the road, of course. Ms. Stoddard, very, very good tonight. I appreciate that.
Much.
Straight talk is what we want here on The Factor. Next on the rundown, two more straight talkers. Republicans Michael Reagan and Kellyanne Conway. Will the GOP vote be affected by conservative angst and defections over John McCain? That's next. Continuing now with our campaign 2008 Super Tuesday coverage. More conservative backlash against Republican frontrunner John McCain today. Evangelical leader James Dobson released a statement saying Senator McCain is not a conservative and Mr. Dobson can't vote for him as a matter of conscience. Well, as you may know, Ann Coulter, Rush Limbaugh, and others feel the same way, so how will this all play out? With us now, Republican pollster Kellyanne Conway and from Los Angeles conservative talk show host Michael Reagan. Michael, we'll talk to you about the race in California. You just got out with Ms. Stoddard. Very, very tight, according to the polls out there. Some polls have Romney ahead now. From your perch out in L.A., how do you see it?
Well, how I see it out here really is Romney did close. And, you know, the fact is, if he wins here, if he ultimately wins later on tonight, he goes on to see another day. If he loses California, he's in trouble.
Okay.
He's in deep trouble. He has to win in California.
When the information came into you, when you prepped for your radio program today, did you see anything in it, because you've lived out there all your life, that told you Romney might win or might not win?
You know, all I know is really the people I talk to. The problem is, when I talk to the people I talk to, most of them say they could vote for Romney, but they would never vote for McCain in a general election.
All right, so you don't have a big, you don't have a big picture on it. You just have the anecdotal, because that's right.
My big picture is that John McCain is in trouble nationally with the Republican Party, where he might be in good shape locally. He's in trouble nationally with the Republican Party. And, in fact, Romney or McCain may take this party down to defeat in November.
Okay. Kellyanne, how do you see, did Dobson matter? First of all, James Dobson, big guy.
Sure.
You know, does he matter?
Oh, he matters tremendously. He has millions of listeners every day who do follow what he says. But I think there are many conservatives out there, Bill, who are so afraid or so skeptical about laying some of the blame at Bush's feet for what really rankles them about the modern state of conservatism. President Bush sat on his veto pen for 6 years. He signed McCain-Feingold into law. He could have saved John McCain from himself and vetoed that legislation, but he punted it to the United States Supreme Court. Now we have the most repressive regulation against free speech.
All right, but I think it's fair to say that both Bush and McCain are from the same cloth politically, where they want to reach out and they want accommodation and they want this, that, and the other thing, and they're willing to compromise, where some conservatives are not. They say, look, it's my way or the highway, James Dobson. And if you're not on my highway, I'm not voting for you.
But, Bill, the same folks who gave Bush a chance and, in fact, got on their hind legs beginning in 1998 to support this guy sight unseen, just saying he can win, electability was so important to them, they gave him a chance. They've excused him the creation of entitlements. Yes, they've excused him the creation of new entitlements like prescription drugs, expansion of entitlements like No Child Left Behind. They've looked the other way on Harriet Myers, and yet they're not willing to give...
So they're fed up now.
Well, they're fed up. I mean, so many people, so many of the candidates are talking about wanting to be like Reagan, but so many of the Republican voters are looking past Bush. And I think the reason for John McCain's surge in part is folks are looking for the non-Bush.
What do you think, Michael?
Yeah, Bill, you're right. I mean, out here in California, remember, the big issue out here is immigration, illegal immigration. Sure. And my goodness gracious, there's a lot of people voting on that side. And remember, the Hispanic community, way back when, every time you talk to them outwardly, ask you about Proposition 187, said we're against it. When they got behind closed doors, they all voted for Proposition 187 because they themselves are having trouble with the illegal immigrants in the state of California. So, again, that does not bode well ultimately for John McCain.
Well, look, but here's the thing. If McCain gets by tonight and does win the nomination on the Republican side, and you're basically going to be faced with a John McCain who's a moderate Republican. He doesn't like the far right. I'll state that right now. John McCain has no use for the Rush Limbaughs of the world and the people who won't bend and won't compromise. He doesn't. So that's going to alienate the far right and the committed right in the conservative party. But McCain's making the calculation that he'll get Hispanic votes, which he did in Florida, that he'll get moderates, which he did in New Hampshire, and that he'll get some conservative Democrats, and that he can beat both Hillary Clinton and Obama. So if James Dobson stays home, right, but if James Dobson stays home, what Dr. Dobson does then is say, okay, if the other side wins, we may have 2 more Ruth Bader Ginsburgs on the Supreme Court. And then Dr. Dobson's whole reason for being is through. Done. Because Supreme Court is for life.
If I could go for a minute, if I could say something for a minute, Bill. My father's been talked about more in this campaign than any time else. I thought he was running a few weeks ago. But I will tell you this, the one legacy they don't talk about with Ronald Reagan is where would Ronald Reagan be in the middle of his campaign? First of all, he wouldn't have endorsed anybody because he never endorsed in primaries. He let the party choose the candidate. And then he did what? He would go out and campaign wholeheartedly for the nominee of the party. He did that with Gerald Ford back in 1976. Nancy hated Gerald Ford's wife. Ann didn't like Gerald Ford very much either. Dad didn't like Gerald Ford very much, and there wasn't a Reaganite out there who really liked Gerald Ford. But the fact is,
right.
Ronald
So
Reagan
you think that the
said,
party's going to coalesce around McCain? Do you think the party?
No. I think the party needs to remember the real legacy of Ronald Reagan. You do coalesce around your candidate.
But you don't think that'll happen?
That's the true legacy. I don't think they will.
I think it will happen because a threat of a Hillary Clinton or Barack Obama presidency will make many of them understand. Plus, Bill, the Democrats are poised to take over more seats in the House and Senate right now. So if some of these important people stay out of the race, and so do their followers, you're going to end up with 100 members of Congress that are Republican. What are you going to do then? I think McCain has to have a Sister Soldier moment in that he has to call into question some of the unintended consequences of the McCain-Feingold campaign.
So he has to throw himself on the mercy of the court.
Well, and he has to, and speaking of courts, he has to assure them that he's not going to appoint Harriet Myers. He's going to appoint people like Alito and Thomas. This man, look, and I think
he will do that, but I'm not sure.
And he's already making overtures to the tax and spending crowd. He's going to cut corporate tax rate from 35 to 25%. He's doing stuff that matters to
Kellyanne,
folks.
if I could jump in, he's got to do a huge mea culpa to the conservatives. Conservatives feel that he absolutely hates us. I wrote an article about this the other day where I said, listen,
well, he does hate some of them. I don't think he hates you, Michael, but believe me, he does hate some of them.
But he needs to stop talking down to people. Ronald Reagan never talked down to people. He talked to people, not down to them.
Very interesting, guys. We appreciate you coming on. And when we come right back, two Democratic strategists will tell us what to expect if the Clinton-Obama contest is not settled tonight. Coming up.
Strategies, the next moves, the make or break moments. He knows it all like no one else. Now, Karl Rove joins the Fox political team. Your choice, your channel.
Continuing now with our special Super Tuesday coverage, the Democratic race probably will not have a decisive outcome tonight, if you believe the polls. So the battle between Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama will go on and on and on. The two candidates have been trying to rally voters with some last-minute TV appearances where they were repeatedly asked about being on the ticket together.
You look great together. I mean, here's two good-looking people. And I think, and I'm not going to be one of those dopes that puts you on the spot with this, but I think, and it depends on how you want to mix and match here, I think I was looking at the Democratic ticket.
Well, you know, Dave, I'll tell you, I've been giving a lot of careful consideration to that, and it's really down to you and Regis.
It would be presumptuous of me to suggest that Senator Clinton wants to be my vice president. I think that folks on her side, I think, should recognize that we're in a tough contest right now. If she wins the nomination, then they can start speculating on who the running mate will be.
All right, joining us from Washington, Liz Chatterton and Julia Piscitelli-Valentine, both are Democratic strategists. Julia, you got to get that name. I know you can't get it on your business card.
Barely.
Okay. Now, everybody here in Manhattan, all the media, the left-wing media, which is most in Manhattan, is rooting for Barack Obama. NBC News openly rooting for Barack Obama. I've never seen anything like that. CNN kind of rooting for them. New York Times rooting for him. I mean, it's on and on and on. So you see it how? Is that the prevailing wind inside the party?
Well, I see it today that I actually think Hillary's going to come out the winner in so far as we're talking about California being the big race.
Yes.
I know that that's not exactly what everyone wants to hear.
Well, the polls show Obama overtook her today.
Yeah, I know, and I really still feel, though, that ultimately this is momentum versus machine. He's got the momentum, she's got the machine. So even if he's looking good with the momentum today, I think
it's a New Hampshire situation then, that the machine will prevail at the last minute. They'll drag people out of the bathtub, and they'll drag them down the street dripping wet into the polls.
Hey, it worked in New Hampshire, right?
You know, it absolutely worked in New Hampshire. And I was wrong with my prediction up there, Liz, because Obama looked like he had the momentum. The press, again, was rooting for Obama, and the machine kicked in. Do you see it that way?
You know, Bill, Julie and I are good friends, but I'm going to have to disagree with her on this one. I think Obama's going to have a big night tonight, and I don't think it's because the media may or may not be behind him. I think it's because there is not just momentum, but there is some real change in message behind what's happening with Obama. You know, this race is becoming like the iPhone versus AOL, the new cool thing versus the time-tested, reliable thing. And frankly, there was a rush to buy iPhones, and there's beginning to become a rush to elect Barack Obama.
You see the momentum and the trend and the psychology is driving people in. And then there was a big endorsement, as one of our previous guests pointed out, in California, a big Hispanic newspaper, because Hillary Clinton is counting on Hispanic votes all day long to counter the African-American votes that everybody believes will go to Obama. So you believe that, Liz, that the psychology involved, and that you have to admit that, Julia, the psychology involved in any sporting event or any political race is very important. And it looks to me like the psychology is on the side of Barack Obama at this point.
Absolutely. That's where the momentum comes in. And, you know, Liz and I are actually real friends, not just Washington friends. So we did discuss this beforehand, and, you know, we do disagree.
Well, I'm glad you disagree. It makes it for a more interesting conversation. But the psychology of it all, I do believe, has an effect, particularly when 22 states are involved. See, in tiny New Hampshire, you can concentrate and actually do drag people out of their showers. But in 22 states, and a state as enormous as California, even if the machine is competent, look, Hillary Clinton will win here in New York and in New Jersey across the Hudson River because of the machine.
That's for sure.
Because of the machine. The machine will get the voters out, and Obama will do well, but he won't be able to overcome the machine. In California, I don't think that's going to happen.
Well, I think even if it doesn't, and I still, you know, we're talking about polls that came out, you know, midday since, you know, we talked this morning. And I really think that ultimately we all know that it's going to go beyond today. I mean, Obama said that, you know, we all know that. But I don't think it's going to get to the convention. And I do think ultimately California is going to be close. I think it's going to eke out for Hillary. I understand what the polls are now, but, you know, every time we make predictions based on exit polls, we all seem to get egg on the face. So
what do you say, Liz?
I think Obama's going to win California tonight, and I actually think he's going to get pretty darn close in New York, despite the machine and despite that being where obviously she represents. I think Obama's going to have a huge night. I think he's going to take Missouri. I think he's going to take Colorado. He's going to take Georgia, Tennessee. I really, this isn't going to be over mathematically tonight, but I just think you're going to see a huge surge.
Psychologically, it will be over.
Absolutely,
I
really do.
And I think let's wrap this thing up, because I got to go to Britt Hume. If Obama does have the big night that you're predicting, Liz, psychologically it is over, because the press already rooting for him then will become hysterically enthusiastic. And Mrs. Clinton will then be put in a position on the defensive. And you got Texas coming up, you got Ohio coming up, you got Pennsylvania. All of those states could go Obama's way, all of them. So I agree. But if Senator Clinton's machine does come out and it's a neutral, I don't know what's going to happen. I mean, it'll be very, very fascinating. And ladies,
we'll see you again in a couple of weeks, Bill.
Well, you might see me again this week, because you guys are good guests, and we appreciate you coming on a program.
Thanks, Bill.
And that is it for this special Super Tuesday edition of The Factor. We'll be back tomorrow at 8 Eastern with reaction to Super Tuesday vote. We hope you check in. Now, Britt Hume at Fox News election headquarters in New York. Britt.
Good evening and welcome to Fox News Election Night headquarters in New York. 1 month after more than 15 Republican and Democratic presidential candidates were first battle-tested in the snow and cold of Iowa, we have two front-runners, Senators John McCain and apparently Hillary Clinton tonight. They have an opportunity to win a treasure trove of delegates, enough that one candidate or the other could be in a commanding position when the evening ends. We have our team of correspondents across the nation to bring us the latest from the campaign headquarters around the country, and here in New York, the best political team ever, working with the decision and exit poll teams. First, Megyn Kelly. Hi, Megyn.
Hi there, Britt. This is an incredible setting, and it is going to be an incredible night. Let me give you a look around the joint, the new Fox News World Election Headquarters. This is where you need to keep your eyes all night. This is the Fox News decision desk, and these are the folks responsible for actually calling these races. They've been working hard so far, and those are the folks who have all the power as the evening goes on. Over here is the Fox News exit polling team. I'll be working with them all evening to tell you not only how the vote has come out, but why the folks are voting the way they are. And we are seeing some unbelievable developments even this early tonight, Britt. We're going to bring you a full update in just minutes.
What has struck you so far?
The biggest thing I'm seeing is the support that Obama is getting with groups he did not have that much support with before, including whites, and also the fact that Mike Huckabee, who many consider down and out, is nothing of the kind. A lot of support for him, particularly in the South.
Okay, we'll be coming back to you early and often. Thanks, Megyn. Martha McCallum, meanwhile, will be keeping an eye on the bloggers for us. She is up above there. Hello, Martha.
Hello there, Britt. This is a big night for the bloggers, those intrepid internet reporters who've been following every stage of this unfolding political event. We've been watching them closely really throughout the entire primary series that we've watched, and this is a very big night, of course, in this process. So tonight we're already picking up some intriguing political backstories that we're going to be telling you about shortly. Here with me in the Blog Central tonight, you'll be talking to our well-known political bloggers. Tom Bevan of Real Clear Politics is going to be joining me, as is Mary Catherine Ham of townhall.com. We'll bring you all of what they're seeing and what we're seeing in the breaking news, Britt, throughout the evening. Back to you.
Well, thanks, Martha. I appreciated the fact that you were the first to tell us about the endorsement by Giuliani of John McCain. That came from a blog.
That's
right. All right. Thanks, Martha. We'll be back to you often. And at our update desk, the interview desk, the host of Fox News Sunday, Chris Wallace. Chris.
Well, Britt, our desk has two names because we have two functions. First of all, updates throughout the evening. If you're wondering, well, what happened an hour ago? Where did New York go? We'll be able to tell you. We'll update the results and give you a sense of the implications for the race. Also, the interview desk. We'll talk to the candidates. We'll talk to campaign insiders. And we're also going to go through this night and the debut of Karl Rove, the architect of the 2000 and 2004 Bush victories. He is going to give us an insight into how you explain and analyze an election night that may put all of us to shame. Britt, back to you.
Okay, Chris, thanks very much. The polls are about to close in 9 states, and over there behind that map that you can see through, we can see Bill Hemmer, who is in an even more interesting map. Hey, Bill.
Hey, Bill. Britt, good evening to you. We call this the billboard. At stake right now, I want to show you the map right now for what's at stake. 8 o'clock here on the East Coast as the polls get ready to close for Republicans. 9 different states and 646 delegates at stake at the moment. For the Democrats, 9 different states closing, delegates at stake, 646 as well. Couple key things that we're focusing on right now, Britt. In the state of Missouri, this is winner take all, 58 delegates on the line there. Back in New Jersey, again, it's winner take all, 52 delegates in the state of New Jersey. As we watch the map unfold for us throughout the night, Britt, we're going to pray to the gods of technology that they can bring us the state of Massachusetts, and they do. Mitt Romney, we expect him to take his home state. On the Democratic side, watch Illinois. Barack Obama's running strong, 153 delegates in the state of Illinois. And in the South, coming up in moments, we'll see what happens in Alabama. Last hour, Georgia was called for Obama with 52 delegates on the Democratic side. We'll see if Obama can make it 2 for 2 in the South. Britt, back to you at 8 o'clock in the East. That's where we are.
Cool map, Bill. Thanks very much. In just a couple minutes, just a couple of seconds here, it's going to be straight up at 8 o'clock, and the polls will be closed in 9 states. And we think left and see what we have. And here we are. New Jersey, Republican primary, John McCain, we project the winner. Illinois, we project John McCain the winner there as well. In Connecticut, we also project John McCain a winner. Some early momentum from Alabama, Mike Huckabee, the winner there. Massachusetts, the home state of Mitt Romney, we project that he's the winner there. In Georgia, we want to call that one way or the other, but as you can see, a slight lead from Mike Huckabee, and that state remains too close to call. Hillary Clinton, however, we think is the winner in Oklahoma. In Illinois, the home state of Barack Obama, we project him the winner.
That is an early look, and let's find out what are some of the ingredients of these races we're able to call from Megyn Kelly, expert of the exit polls.
Hi there, Britt. Yeah, as I mentioned a moment ago, the big news tonight is how well Obama is doing, particularly among groups with which he has struggled before, including not just whites, as I mentioned, but also Hispanics. Take a look at Connecticut, for example. Obama is winning with whites there, getting 49% of the vote to Clinton's 47. Compare that to Florida, where Clinton beat Obama with white voters by 30%. You can see what a change there is tonight. Now, he's also faring better with Hispanics. In Illinois, for example, he beat Clinton among this group 51 to 47%. Now, granted, that's his state, but still, this is the first time that Clinton has lost the Hispanic vote to Obama. Now, Clinton is still doing well with seniors. They helped her win Oklahoma, and take a look at the numbers. 51%, actually this is the Illinois Democrats and Hispanic, but in any event, seniors make up half the Democrats in Oklahoma, trust me, and Clinton won 68% of that vote, Obama just 25. Okay, now the headline on the GOP side, as I mentioned, is how well Mike Huckabee is doing. Take Georgia, for example, where evangelicals make up 59% of the vote. Well, they favored Huckabee 44% to Romney's 28%, McCain down at 25%. That is a trend we're seeing elsewhere as well. Now, Romney's doing well with Republicans, but McCain is garnering enough GOP support to really help his numbers, and that was a key thing we needed to look for tonight. McCain is also winning with the moderates, not a huge surprise. Let me give you an example. Connecticut. Moderates there account for about 3 in 10 GOP voters. They went strongly for John McCain, 61% to Romney's 14. Now, McCain is also holding his own with Republican voters. In Illinois, for example, let me give you a look at the numbers. He won Republican voters who made up 8 out of 10 of today's voters, 43% to Romney's 33%. Look at that. Huckabee coming in third at 17%. Now, Romney is doing well with conservative voters. That's a trend we've seen all along. The more conservative, the more they like Romney. For example, in his home state of Massachusetts, conservatives make up 52% of the GOP voters there, and Romney won 73% of that vote compared to just 17% for John McCain. Now, these are the trends we're seeing so far, but big caveat. These may underrepresent the vote out west. Those polls are still open, so you got to keep that in mind as you hear this election polling in the early part of the night. More updates as we get them. Brett.
And we'll be back to you early and often, Megyn. Thank you very much. We have one more call we're able to make now. This is Tennessee, where we believe that Hillary Clinton has won the state. There you see it on the screen. Hillary Clinton, the winner in Tennessee. Now, for analysis tonight, we're joined by Fred Barnes, executive editor of the Weekly Standard, Nina Easton, Washington bureau chief, Fortune magazine, Bill Kristol, editor of the Weekly Standard, and Juan Williams, national senior correspondent of National Public Radio, Fox News contributors all. Juan, what has struck you most so far?
Well, it's overwhelming, Britt, the support that Barack Obama is getting among African Americans. A lot of the establishment, black elected officials, people who had split in the past, really pledged allegiance to Hillary Clinton. Doesn't seem to be carrying the night. It looks like black voters have said this is an astounding young man, extraordinary individual, and they're going to him in a way that we had not seen before. He's doing a little better with Latinos tonight, but what really strikes me is that he's doing better with white voters, especially white male voters, than he's ever done.
That seems to be something we couldn't necessarily have expected, Bill.
No, and it looks like Obama, the polls are now closed in New Jersey and Connecticut. I think we think they're still too close to call, but they are too close to call. And New Jersey and Connecticut are neighboring states for Senator Hillary Clinton, and they do not have a heavy minority population. If Obama could pull out New Jersey and Connecticut, I think he might be on the path to winning a slight majority of the delegates and of the vote tonight.
It's really interesting to note that people who are making last-minute decisions, according to the recent polls, though, seem to be breaking towards Hillary Clinton. And so that's a little different. It seems as if Barack Obama's momentum, he clearly had a surge in places like California and others, but it seems as over the last few days it's muted itself somewhat, and from what we can see from the exit polls, it looks like Hillary Clinton's picked up some speed.
It's interesting. It's muted itself somewhat at a time when Bill Clinton's muted himself somewhat. I think we've seen the trajectory in the polls really were affected when Bill Clinton got out on the campaign trail and was really mudslinging against Barack Barack Obama. I think that took a toll on her, and you see that in the national polls, and you're seeing it in some of these tight states. New Jersey, we're going to see, California is obviously the other one to watch with this. But there was a recent poll out that showed that more Democrats now are more concerned about Bill Clinton in the White House than was the case several months ago. So you have to wonder what the impact of Bill Clinton being out on the campaign trail was.
Well, I think the Republican side is interesting. One thing, John McCain is not going to wrap up the nomination tonight. Polls leading into Super Tuesday showed that he would win the vast majority of the delegates and the vast majority of the primaries. And we know Mike Huckabee's going to win several primaries. And Mitt Romney, I think, is going to find a rationale in the results tonight for continuing his race.
What makes you say that?
Well, look, he's going to win. He's won Massachusetts. He's going to win Utah. He's running neck and neck in California and Missouri. If he wins either one of those, he can point to that and say there's a reason for me to continue.
Yeah, he would then be facing something of a McCain lead in the delegates, which are much more likely to. It's much more likely there'll be a big lead for someone in delegates in the Republican Party because of the way they allocate them than in the Democratic Party, where everybody who runs or even enters the race seems to get a share of the delegates.
Yeah, remember all those times I said that Mike Huckabee was dead? He's not dead yet. He's done awfully well. Great recovery from doing poorly in Florida.
All right. So what would the McCain headquarters be thinking about and looking at tonight as these returns start to come in? Well, who better to answer that question than Carl Cameron, who is out in Phoenix at McCain headquarters. Hey, Carl.
Hi there, Britt. Well, the McCain campaign sees their preferred scenario beginning to unfold, though they recognize there are some perhaps soft spots. They look at the Northeast with all those winner-take-all states that have already been projected to be in the McCain win column, and they're looking forward to taking New York as well, and they say that gives them a good jump out of the gate. They recognize, as they'd hoped, that Mike Huckabee is doing better in the South, and that could undermine some of Mitt Romney's aspirations and give McCain an opportunity to focus on Missouri as well as the Rocky West states. And McCain knows that he's got Arizona, his home state, in all likelihood coming his way when the polls close out here. And then there's California. So they really do see things beginning to break their way. And McCain has spent the last several days, Britt, working very hard, calling person to person to conservative leaders across the country, trying to persuade them that he's reliable and that they shouldn't be siding with Romney, who's been attacking McCain's conservative credentials, apparently with some success in the last few days. Brett?
Thank you, Carl. So the question is, for Romney, how can this night help them to check what is clearly some McCain momentum? Well, Wendell Goler is at Romney headquarters in Boston with an answer to that. Hi, Wendell.
Hi, Brett. I just talked with a campaign official who says the goal tonight is to cast doubt on the inevitability of John McCain as the Republican nominee. They'd also like tonight to convince Mike Huckabee to give up his bid for the Republican nomination. And aside for cheers over winning the Massachusetts primary, there's not been good news here tonight. The Fox called that Mike Huckabee has won the Alabama primary and that he and John McCain are leading in Georgia. Both bad news here. Romney needs to win both those states and Tennessee and perhaps Missouri. He needs to beat Mike Huckabee in those states, and he needs John McCain to do poorly enough to validate his claim that he's just not conservative enough for the base of the Republican Party. Now, Romney's firewall is California. He polls well there. He could win the state even if he doesn't win, because California is not a winner-take-all state. He can probably pick up enough delegates to stay in the race, but it won't do him any good if he continues to split the base of the party with Mike Huckabee. Britt?
Good point, Wendell. Thank you. Well, this has been a pretty good day for Mike Huckabee in the sense that the one race that was decided during the course of the race was at the state Republican convention in West Virginia, where with a little help on the second ballot from some McCain delegates, Mike Huckabee won the state. Molly Henneberg is at Huckabee headquarters down in Little Rock tonight. What are they thinking and saying, Molly?
Britt, Mitt Romney may want Mike Huckabee out of the race, but he's not going anywhere. About a month ago, he won the Iowa caucuses. Today, he won West Virginia. And tonight, Huckabee needs the South to keep him in the race. He needs to do well in states like Georgia, where he's leading or tied with John McCain, Tennessee, Alabama, which we've called for Huckabee, and Arkansas, here where we are, where he was governor for about 10.5 years. These are not winner-take-all states, so he could win and or get delegates in all of them. Huckabee says today will not decide the Republican nomination, but, quote, could give it more shape. And he says he's in this fight until someone wins the nomination, and the South could keep him going tonight.
Okay, Molly, thank you. You wonder whether John McCain may be thinking, gee, helping out Huckabee might not prove to have been such a great idea today. Well, what about the Democratic side? And what are the Clinton people thinking tonight? They're here in New York,
and our Major Garrett is with them. Hey, Major.
Hello, Britt. Well, for the Clinton campaign, what they're looking at now is, has anything happened so far that's unexpected? And the races that Fox has called, the answer is no. The Clinton campaign expected Barack Obama to win Georgia and Alabama. They invested almost no resources there. They similarly expected, as did the Obama campaign, that they would win Tennessee and Oklahoma. What is surprising right now at this hour? New Jersey. And if you want nail-biting, tension-filled excitement in a political campaign, the Clinton people unhappily are living through it right this very moment. Why is New Jersey so important to the Clinton campaign? Well, because the Clinton campaign had already stitched together for tonight's Super Tuesday a narrative that goes like this. Clinton will win the big blue states, among them New Jersey, New York, they hope California, and others in between. But they wanted those big early blue Democratic states to be in their win column. The fact that New Jersey is in jeopardy undermines the narrative that they had put together for this evening. They believe it's close, they believe it's going to be a nail-biter, but they definitely want to win New Jersey, because if they don't, they'll have a harder time persuading not only the nation and the national media, but superdelegates who are going to be sifting all the results tonight that Hillary Clinton is very, very strong in bedrock Democratic states like New Jersey. The composition of New Jersey has Latino votes, African American, a lot of upscale white voters. That's why it's sort of a complicated mix for the Clinton campaign. They're also looking at Massachusetts. They would love to win Massachusetts, if for no other reason to suggest to Ted Kennedy that his endorsement wasn't the be-all and end-all in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Britt?
Okay, Major. Well, no doubt a couple of weeks ago we would not have imagined that Barack Obama would be making such a stand in New Jersey, as he seems at least to have been to have done so far. Our Steve Brown is at Obama headquarters in Chicago tonight. Steve, what are they saying?
Well, the New Jersey numbers are surprising. The Alabama, Georgia, and Illinois numbers are not. Those are states that the Obama campaign thought were going to go their way. Polls indicated it for weeks. What they say tonight, according to David Plouffe, the campaign manager for Obama, is that they expect that if they were to come in a close second in terms of delegates won tonight, that would be a terrific night. But going forward, David Plouffe says that he sees that there are potentially ceiling issues with Hillary Clinton. He notes that Clinton polls in most states between 35 and 42 percentage points, which is a fine number in a three-person race. But with John Edwards out of the race, it is not a fine number. And he notes that more voters, after a candidate goes out, break towards Obama. They believe that most of the Edwards voters have broken towards Obama, which might help explain a little bit about what's happening in New Jersey and other areas around the country. Even more so, Plouffe believes that they have a fiscal advantage going down the stretch, noting that they raised $32 million last month as opposed to $13.5 for Clinton. They know that's a big number for Clinton, but they've got almost 3 times that much money coming in just last month, and that equals television advertising for them to get their message out in the states upcoming. Britt?
Steve, thanks very much. Well, as you may recall, we've called the state of Georgia on the Democratic side. We called it for Barack Obama. But the race on the Republican side is interesting. It's too close to call, and it'd be interesting to know why. Well, with our decision team tonight is one of the best, biggest experts ever known about American politics. That, of course, Michael Barone, co-author of the Almanac of American Politics, senior writer of U.S. News and World Report. Michael, I see you back there behind me. What's going on in Georgia with the Republicans?
Well, what's going on in Georgia is we've really got 3 cross currents producing a close 3-way race. I mean, I'm taking a look at the precincts that have come in right now. They're incomplete as to the different counties, but I see some clear patterns, Britt. John McCain is carrying precincts in counties near military bases. Peach and Dooley County near Warner Robins Air Force Base, McIntosh and Bryan near Fort Stewart, and those are going to John McCain. In the far north and far south of the country, of the state, we're seeing Mike Huckabee win in small rural towns. He's winning 3-way races, both in heavily black counties and in counties in the north with virtually no black, the mountain counties. Mitt Romney is finishing a poor 3rd in those races. He's really out of contention. I mean, the talk show hosts have been saying, hey, a vote for Huckabee just hurts Romney. At least in South Georgia and rural North Georgia, they're not buying that. Mitt Romney, the only returns we've got from the metro Atlanta area so far are Gwinnett County northeast of Atlanta. Those are affluent Republican suburbs, though with some immigration. Mitt Romney's carrying there, and also in Columbia County, which is affluent white people just outside of Augusta, Georgia. Romney's leading there. So Romney's getting the affluent upscale places. McCain is getting areas near and adjacent to military bases. But Mike Huckabee is winning a lot of those rural counties counties in North and South Georgia, and there are 159 counties in Georgia.
All right, Michael, thanks very much. At the bottom of your screen, you'll notice that we are telling you how many delegates are needed in each party and what and the number that each candidate has so far. As you follow along tonight, you'll be able to keep track of that. You'll probably notice as you go along, if you're watching the count, that that we will call states, and you'll wonder where the big additional delegates are. Well, it takes a little while to compute the delegates, so the delegate count summations will lag a little bit behind the races as we go through the night. Now, as we've noted earlier, we have in our midst tonight Karl Rove, a mind at least the equal of Michael Barone's when it comes to American politics, and with him we have another great mind out of my colleague and friend Chris Wallace. Hi, Chris.
Well, you're half right, Britt. Thanks so much. And we do want to welcome Karl Rove, making his debut as a Fox News contributor. And in your new job, what would you be telling the boss?
Well, this is a good start to the evening. Part of McCain's strategy was to go after the winner-take-all states, and he has won 2 of the biggest tonight in New Jersey and Connecticut. So he starts off with 79 delegates out of the night out of those 2 states. And Illinois is an interesting state because you have to vote for individual delegates who can declare their preference, and they did a good job of getting a lot of party leaders. You vote twice. You vote in a presidential beauty contest, and then you vote for the delegate, and generally they tend to match up because people understand who the delegate is.
Now let me move you over to the Romney camp. You're advising Mitt Romney. At this point, all you've got is a victory in Massachusetts. What would you be telling him?
Well, his strategy has been to do 3 things. First, to win his home states, Massachusetts and Utah. Him about 76 votes tonight if he wins those both. Then to win the caucus states, and there are about 173 of those delegates up in those caucus states, though some of those caucuses take a long time. They start tonight, but they don't end for weeks to come. And then the big states that he was going to go after were Missouri, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Georgia, and California. We won't know about the biggest one, California, until the end of the night, which is where he put most of his effort.
So he's got an incomplete at this point.
He's got an incomplete.
All right. And what about Huckabee, who, at least as we're reporting it, is showing surprising strength in the South?
Well, Huckabee's strategy was a sort of Bible Belt, Sun Belt strategy, and it's working so far. He went for Alabama, Arkansas, West Virginia, Georgia, Tennessee, Oklahoma. So far, he's taken West Virginia with 18 votes. He's taken Alabama with 45 total delegates, though he doesn't. Alabama has very strange rules, so it's unlikely that he's going to take anything more than maybe 27, 28, 29, 30 out of those 45 delegates.
I want to put you back for a moment in the McCain camp. He did something surprising this weekend. He spent it in Massachusetts, watched the Super Bowl there, was hoping for a knockout blow. He may pick up delegates because it's not winner take all. Was that a mistake?
Yeah, it was a big mistake because, look, it's a proportional state. So, you know, if he gets a third of the vote, he gets 13 out of the 40 delegates. If he got 40% of the vote, he would have gotten 16 or 17. Georgia is a very important state. It gives a big block of votes, 30 delegate votes, to the winner on a statewide winner-take-all basis. If I were him, I wouldn't have been watching that game in Boston. I would have been someplace in a military community or in suburban Atlanta doing everything that I could to inch myself up into first place and get the big block of votes that comes from there. You get 30 delegate votes in Georgia on a statewide basis. Massachusetts has 40 total.
That's the kind of information we're going to be getting from Karl Rove all night long, Britt.
Well, thanks, Chris. Let me ask Karl, what have you seen from the Democrats that struck you so far?
The Georgia returns also indicate there's a huge Obama. He's getting a lot of votes that are not African-American votes. He's getting votes all across that state. With his percentage as big as he's got to be winning blue-collar, upscale, you name it. He's got to be winning it if you're winning the state by the margin that he looks like he's winning the state.
So is that a trend you think will translate to other states, or is that Georgia specific?
Well, Georgia, when it comes to Democrats, is not that much different than a lot of other states. You know, you have a significantly larger African-American population than you do in other states. But if white Democrats in Georgia are voting for Obama, then white Democrats across America may be voting for Obama.
All right. Very interesting. Thank you, Karl. We've got to take a brief break here. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Of the 9 states whose polls closed just, 22 minutes or so ago, there are a couple that we're looking at in particular because they remain on the Republican side too close to call. First, let's take a look at a board showing Oklahoma, which we now think is not a state we can call on the party. And let's take a see if we can see what little vote we have in there. Just a few precincts reporting only a tiny bit. John McCain ahead, but that's just a scattering of votes. Also in Tennessee, we have a similar situation. We're just beginning to get some in now, several thousand votes in, too close to call there. We kind of knew going into tonight that in New Jersey it was going to be a very, very important state. There you see with just 2,000 and some votes in, Hillary Clinton with a lead there, but the indications we have from exit polling is that is going to be much closer and could conceivably go the other way. And we kind of knew that that was going to be an important, possibly pivotal state tonight. So we sent Caroline Shively, one of our correspondents, out with that Fox News election link vehicle that seems to be able to go anywhere. And she's out there at Rutgers University in Piscataway. Caroline, what have you been seeing and hearing?
A lot of kids voting. They are absolutely psyched over this vote. Take a look. This is the Young Democrats of Rutgers University. We've been talking to them throughout the day, and they say they feel the candidates are really talking to them because they know they're important now. I want to introduce you to Alex. You feel like these guys are targeting you. Their message is going for you, the youth vote. How?
Absolutely. I mean, today with YouTube and MySpace and the whole convergence of online media with the campaigns, they're really talking to us now. And if you see from 2004, more and more youth voters are coming out to vote. It's a huge spike, and they're now talking to us. They're focusing their message on us.
Which, of course, is a very big change from some of the past votes. You thought you ignored the youth vote because they weren't going to come out for you. I want to introduce you to Chris. What are you seeing here on campus and across New Jersey, the youth vote coming out in force?
Yeah, because I think the youth vote's actually really excited about Obama. He's really vitalizing the youth base, and that's what's causing the youth vote to come out in such huge numbers. Look at any poll, and that's what you'll see.
And that's very interesting. That's an interesting point because here in New Jersey, Obama is taking the youth vote so far and taking the African-American vote. It's still too early to tell, though, Britt, if that's enough for him to take it home.
All right, Caroline, thanks. That's interesting. On a night like this, of course, you can imagine that the political blogs are active, and we've asked Martha McCallum to keep an eye on them, and let's see what she's got on tonight's Blogatics. Martha?
Hi there, Britt. As you say, it is very busy out there. One of the things that we're watching is the growing tension that we've seen throughout between Mitt Romney and John McCain. We understand that, you know, in the late hours, in the areas that are not closed yet, and what happened in Georgia is another robocall by Mitt Romney's folks, and it says this: Huckabee is a spoiler. This is what it says when it automatically calls houses in these areas. He has no chance of getting the nomination, but he's certainly useful to John McCain, as today's alliance indicates. Now, Matt Lewis at townhall.com, who we're watching as well, he says that if Huckabee is the guy to stop Mitt Romney, it puts Huckabee in an even better position to perhaps call on John McCain and call in those chips and say that he would make a great vice presidential candidate, which of course is going to be a subject of a lot of discussion if indeed John McCain pulls out a big win tonight. We've also been talking to Tom Bevan, who is here in our blog center. Tom, tell me a little bit about what you're watching at Real Clear Politics tonight.
Well, Martha, right now we're focused on the Democratic side, we're focused on the Northeast, in particular Connecticut and New Jersey, to see whether Obama can pull off upsets there. If he can, I think that's going to be huge and portend a big night for him moving forward. And on the Republican side, we're focused on Missouri right now. Very close race, winner-take-all state. Mitt Romney's in the hunt there. If he can win in Missouri, and we probably won't know till later in the night, that could be big for him. And moving ahead, people are starting to buzz about the fact that John McCain's not running so well in his home state of Arizona. Another winner-take-all state, 53 delegates.
All right, interesting. Tom Bevan, Real Clear Politics, thank you very much. Britt, we'll keep an eye on all the blogs, and we'll be back to you shortly.
That's cool, Martha. You got your own blogger up there with you.
Indeed, I do.
All right.
I've got two.
He's doing his work from right here.
Well,
I hope the computers don't go down. Well, we're coming up on 8:30, and let's check in with Bill Hemmers, who's at that cool map, to show us what's going on at 8:30.
Hey, Britt, thanks. 3 minutes away, we're getting another poll closing. Back on the map here, we'll just show you what we're looking at. At stake in the next 3 minutes. At 8:30 on the East Coast, the state of Arkansas is going to light up for us. Republicans have 31 delegates at stake, Britt. The Democrats, same in Arkansas, 35. That's the only new poll closing we'll have here coming up in just about 2.5 minutes. In the state of Arkansas, there's one thing we're kind of curious about, Britt. Little Rock's right about here. Hempstead County is right down here to the southwest. In Hempstead County, there is a town called Hope. Bill Clinton was born there. So is Mike Huckabee. We'll see where the town of Hope, Arkansas goes tonight. So we'll watch that just about 2 minutes and 20 seconds away. Then coming up at 9 o'clock, we're going to stretch the map even more. At 9 o'clock for the Republicans, 4 different states closing, 235 delegates at stake, including in the Southwest Arizona and the Northeast New York, 2 big states on the Republican side, winner take all in both cases. For the Democrats, 7 different states, again stretching the American Southwest, New Mexico and Arizona, up into Minnesota and back into the state of New York again. At 9 o'clock for the Democrats, 486 at stake. 1 minute, 48 seconds go to Arkansas, Britt. Back to you.
You know, I was intrigued to see you point to the town of Hope. And of course, Bill Clinton had as part of his one of his campaign slogans was, you know, that he never lost faith in a place called Hope. And actually, of course, he spent a lot of his time growing up in Hot Springs. But I guess, you know, the slogan just didn't work as well. You know, you never lost faith in a place called
Better
Hot
book
Springs.
title.
Now, I've actually been to Hot Springs. It's a nice place, and they have hot springs there, and they're very good. So,
Duly
no
noted.
disparagement of Hot Springs. It just doesn't fit so well in the campaign slogan. Excuse me. We're just seconds away from the moment at 8:30 when the polls will all be closed, and you're probably not going to be surprised to learn that we expect to be able to call the states. And the reason is, of course, that we have in the person of Hillary Clinton on the Democratic side and Mike Huckabee on the Republican side a couple of politicians who spent much of their lives in that state, although Hillary Clinton wasn't born there and she doesn't represent the state anymore. She, of course, was there all through her most of her adult life with her husband, who was then the governor of that state, as Mike Huckabee was after Bill Clinton. So as soon as we get the word that 8:30 has in fact arrived, and I'm not in a position where I can see my watch, we will be able to tell you what we think has happened in that state, based largely really on the exit poll numbers, which apparently are pretty overwhelming. So while we wait for that, let me get a quick thought here from Juan Williams about what we've seen so far. I guess we got to we'll probably have to write Arkansas off as a place which was a slam dunk for somebody and doesn't really tell us much unless we had some big surprise.
No, but the South is an interesting region tonight, Britt, and I'm particularly taken by, for example, a place like Tennessee. Clinton has been doing very well in Tennessee, and there's a substantial number of black voters there, but not enough in that you would see the kind of trend that we've seen in Georgia and Alabama for Obama. So Hillary Clinton able to hold on to those white votes.
Great, thanks, Juan. It is 8:30, and we do project it in the state of Arkansas that, well, let's do first the Democrats, Hillary Clinton the winner, no surprise, of course, and on the Republican side, we project Mike Huckabee the winner there as well. So no surprise in either of those races, but and of course, for Mike Huckabee, it's another win on a night when, I mean, he might have been expected to get it, but he's having himself a pretty good night, wouldn't you say, Bill?
No, he sure is. I mean, I just was trying to do some back-of-the-envelope math. Huckabee will have a not trivial number of delegates out of tonight. It's not. I mean, it depends on if Missouri is very, very important. I think for Romney to win that will make him.
If he does.
If he does, a winner-take-all state. I think Romney could, if he won, looking at the numbers, it seems to me for the Republicans looking forward, Romney, Missouri, and California are terribly important. Right. If he could win Missouri, winner take all, it sort of evens up a little bit McCain's advantage in the northeastern winner take all states.
Right, he kind of ran the table up there.
Right, and then if you could have the moral victory of a popular vote victory in California, I think it's very plausible for Romney to stay in.
But doesn't the Huckabee strength probably bode not so well for Romney in Missouri? I mean, the states are contiguous there. They're very close. I guess there's a significant population of evangelical Christians there, enough to make a difference on Huckabee's behalf. If he does well there, isn't it more likely to take votes from Romney than from McCain, in your judgment?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, people have been saying that Huckabee's taking votes from McCain, and indeed the Romney robocalls seem to be telling voters that. The truth is, in Florida, when Huckabee voters were asked who their second choice was, more of them preferred McCain to Romney. So I'm a little less confident than some other people that Huckabee's necessarily hurting Romney. Still, McCain is going to be able to be at the end of tonight the undoubted front runner in the race with maybe 45 or 50% of the delegates. Right. It's a big advantage. If you have 50% of the delegates in a three-way race is awfully good. 50% of the delegates in a two-way race, of course, is just even, and that's why McCain will be the front runner.
And it's interesting, the sort of the intrigue behind all of this too is that the sort of unofficial Huckabee-McCain alliance on the campaign trail. Huckabee cannot stand Romney and vice versa. It it comes out. Romney's tried to get Huckabee to drop out. The words have flown. Huckabee shoots back that he's an arrogant, rich guy. It's been really ugly. It's been much warmer relations between Huckabee and McCain, and we saw that today actually in the West Virginia convention where the call came. Romney thought they were going to win those delegates.
He won the first ballot. I mean, he had a plurality, but not a majority on the first ballot.
They were going to take that state, but the call came from McCain that the Huckabee delegates, were free. Excuse me, that the McCain delegates are free to vote for Huckabee. So
I wonder if it were free to or ought to.
Ought to, exactly.
Right.
It's a great campaign for the vice presidency. I think probably going on there, presidential nomination.
Hold on a second, Fred. I just want to bring up, just take a look at a couple of states that where things are tight. First, Georgia Republican. We think that race is too close to call, and as you can see, Huckabee is ahead at the moment. There's some thousands of votes in, 18% of precincts reporting. That's going to be an interesting race. That's not a winner-take-all state. Now, Missouri primary, this is a winner-take-all state, and you can see that's close there. McCain at 35 with a distinct plurality, only 1% of the precincts in, so the shape of it is a little unclear. We think it's too close to call. Also, Missouri Democrats, we think is too close to call. Hillary Clinton with a lead, but less than 1% of the vote in there as well. So, Fred, your thoughts?
Huckabee could win 5 states. Amazingly, 5 states.
He's got West Virginia.
Alabama, West Virginia, and Arkansas. Then you have Oklahoma and Georgia that he could win. 5 states after coming in a pretty weak 4th in Florida a week ago. Now has really had a remarkable comeback. I just say one other thing. We're talking about the nastiness of the Republican race, and there was that particularly sharp response of McCain. Remember when Romney criticized Bob Dole for sending the letter to Rush Limbaugh saying lay off McCain? And McCain came back and said and chewed out Romney for criticizing Dole, a war hero. How could he do that? Well, Romney hadn't exactly done that, but the Republican race has turned out to be the angry, nasty, mean one. And the Democratic race a couple weeks ago was when, after the Clintons injected the race issue, looked like it was going to be the one, and it hasn't. Remember the love fest?
Well, it hasn't for a while.
Well, look at the love fest that Obama and Hillary Clinton had at that last Democratic debate where they actually hugged at the end. I don't think you're going to see Romney and McCain hug, or Romney and Huckabee.
Well, not tonight. They're in separate cities. But
yeah, that's really a good point, though. I mean, a lot of Republicans I've talked to, conservatives I've talked to, are basically depressed about the race now. Even if they're for Romney or for McCain, they're not extremely proud of how their candidate's behaving. McCain grandstanding by going to Massachusetts and trying to show up Romney, and foolishly, as Karl Rove pointed out, perhaps giving away a bunch of delegates he could have used, perhaps giving away a whole state if Missouri ends up, for example, being too close. And a lot of the Romney people, I think, aren't very happy with the constant negative attacks. Democrats are more upbeat than Republicans.
We can add a call here to the list from the 8 o'clock poll closing states, and this is Delaware, where we project John McCain the winner. This is a state I think McCain had widely been expected to win. Not a great surprise, but a welcome news for the McCain camp. Let's get some further reflections from Karl Rove, who is with Chris Wallace. Chris?
Well, Karl, I want to talk to you about the Huckabee factor, because Romney was making a big deal in these last days, saying a vote for Huckabee was really a vote for McCain. It seems tonight like a vote for Huckabee was a vote for Huckabee.
Right.
What do you
the case.
What do you make of his surprising strength tonight? How do you explain it?
First of all, tonight helps him, advantages him, because you have a lot of southern Sun Belt, Bible Belt states, and you have some states, border states like Missouri, where evangelicals play a very important role. I mean, southern Missouri is more like, northern Arkansas than northern Missouri. So yeah, it's he's going to. I think Fred is right. He could win not just 5. He could win 6 states tonight. Now the problem is that he's not doing well outside of that area. I mean, he didn't really show thus far in the East. And we'll see how California comes. It may be that he ends up tonight with somewhere out of the 1,000+ delegates, he ends up with several hundred. But it's hard to see unless he does exceedingly well in Missouri and carries it. It's a winner-take-all state, and whether he starts to do some breaking through in California, that he's going to get much above that.
Let's talk about Romney's overall argument. Didn't turn out to be right that a vote for Huckabee was a vote for McCain, but his real argument was if Huckabee were to drop out, all of the Huckabee votes would go to Romney. Do you believe that?
I don't. I think Crystal has a very good point. I think it would depend on where they are. If it was in Alabama, they might end up in in Romney's camp. But if it's in Missouri, they might end up being, or Georgia, they might end up being in a defense community, for example, near an Army base or near a military base. They might end up going for McCain. I think it's hard always to suggest that everybody's people are going to end up in one other person.
And how about the argument that those evangelicals may be conservative, but they might not necessarily go to a Mormon?
Well, I'm not certain I accept that, because I think that, again, it sort of with a broad brushstroke paints a whole bunch of people, and we didn't see that. We haven't seen that in some other states where evangelicals have been a part of the Romney coalition, not the dominant part, but a part of it. He tends to pull from the sort of small business, you know, socially conservative, but small business, fiscally conservative, business-oriented part of the party. But he still has he's been able to pull from the evangelical community.
Now, you heard Martha McCallum talk about one of the bloggers saying, well, this sets it up. It should be a McCain-Huckabee ticket with Huckabee as the vice president. What would you think of that, the politics of that kind of a ticket?
That's called doubling your trouble, because with people like Rush Limbaugh furious with McCain, I don't see how it improves it when you pick the person that they're also furious with, Huckabee. So, look,
raises all the questions of tax and spending and soft on immigration.
Right. And look, that's not, if McCain were to be the nominee, is his problem going to be solved by Huckabee? I don't think so. Is there going to be an advantage added to a ticket with McCain and Huckabee? Is there going to be advantage added to McCain? I don't think so.
Well, I knew we were going to get to this at some point. Let's at least begin exploring it now. What does solve his problem in the Republican Party?
I think it is somebody who is seen as a strong leader with strong conservative credentials whom people on the right can applaud. And I don't know who that is today. I mean, we've got 6 or 7 months before he needs to make the decision. And during that 6 or 7 months, if he were to be the nominee or the presumptive nominee, each one of these people would be in the same process. They would spend, if Romney were the nominee, presumptive nominee, or McCain or Huckabee, they would spend months trying to analyze what gives them the advantage of making a decision that the party leaders will say, that was a good decision, and that adds to our strength in the fall. The vice presidential decision is only important for 2 or 3 days, and it's only important if you screw it up. If you make a good decision, it very quickly blends into the background. I mean, people do not vote for president on the basis of vice president. People keep trying to make their nominee. You know, the Democrats chose Lloyd Bentsen because they were going to be able to carry Texas in 1988. Just like in 1960, the Republicans chose Henry Cabot Lodge because they could carry John Kennedy's home state of Massachusetts by doing so. It doesn't work that way. It really matters only to the extent that it is seen as the quality of a decision by the leader.
One name I'm hearing mentioned, and it's on a lot of the blogs, Sanford of South Carolina.
A possibility. Interestingly enough, sat out the primary. I mean, was a big McCain backer in 2000, but sat out the primary this time.
Well, given tonight, I don't know that Senator McCain needs to be measuring the drapes in the Oval Office or choosing a vice president.
No, nobody does on the Republican side tonight. There'll be progress for somebody, but it won't be closure.
Thanks so much. Britt, back to you.
Okay, Chris, we're going to take a brief break. As we go out, we'll show you some results that we've already called. Take a look. Well, of all the toys we have at our disposal here in this remarkable place tonight, probably the best one is the one Bill Hemmer gets to use. And let's go to Bill right now and see what we can do with it. Bill.
We're going to mess with this thing all night, Britt. Hey, good evening again. I just want to take you back into New Jersey a little bit here. We've already projected John McCain the winner in the state of New Jersey. That is a winner-take-all state with 52 delegates on the line there, and McCain gets all of them. The reason why this is important for McCain is because there was a lot of talk this week that McCain could take New Jersey, Connecticut, Delaware, New York, and the Northeast. All those states are winner-take-all. It was set up that way a push by the Rudy Giuliani people to make it winner-take-all that would favor Giuliani. He's not even in the race at this time, so at this point, 52 delegates for McCain in New Jersey. The other thing that's interesting about New Jersey right now, on the Democratic side, Britt, it's too close to call. Now, this is the neighboring state for the senator from New York, Hillary Clinton. Barack Obama made a strong push in the last 2 weeks, and there was a lot of thought given to the strong urban turnouts in the cities of New Jersey would help Barack Obama in the state of New Jersey tonight. It may do just that. That's a bit of the suspense and drama we're watching back here at the wall. 9 o'clock's coming up, Britt, in about 17 minutes or so, and a number of states on the board will close their polls then. We'll talk to you then,
we're going to come back to you then, because I want to see you hit the board and have the states jump out. That's cool.
I like that too.
Yeah, that's very cool, Bill. All right, thanks very much. Well, so as this all unfolds and we hear about Barack Obama's strength among people he hadn't been so strong with before, what are they thinking in Clinton land? Well, Major Garrett is in Clinton land at Clinton headquarters here in New York City. Let's go to Major. Hey, Maj.
Hey, Britt, you know, the Clinton campaign looks at this breakdown between the white and black vote a bit differently, and the Obama campaign doesn't view it all that differently from Clinton. I mean, let's look at the votes we've already called. In the South, where Clinton did compete, Georgia and Alabama, the white and black vote went for Barack Obama nicely. Well, where Obama didn't compete against Clinton, Tennessee and Arkansas, it went nicely for Hillary Clinton. So let's go up here to the Northeast and talk about areas where they have competed against each other. In New Jersey, it's very important for Barack Obama to win that state because that would take a chink out of Hillary Clinton's armor, an armor she herself created as part of a Northeast strategy to begin in blue states and move across the country. In New Jersey, Barack Obama is drawing support from upper-income, educated whites, so-called Bill Bradley Democrats, and also from black voters in Camden and in Newark. So Hillary Clinton is competing against Barack Obama with Latinos, with the support of Bob Menendez, freshman senator from New Jersey, who, by the way, 2 years ago, Barack Obama campaigned for very aggressively, part of the cross currents that are playing out of this race all over the country, and among union and sort of core down-income Democrats. So that all playing out in New Jersey is sort of a microcosm of these cross currents. Let's go up to Connecticut and Massachusetts. Hillary Clinton thought she'd be very strong in both those states. In Connecticut, though, Barack Obama picked up the endorsements of John Larson, vice chairman of the House Democratic Caucus, and Rosa DeLauro, a very prominent woman in the House Democratic Caucus, close ally of Nancy Pelosi. Those endorsements have pushed Connecticut closer to him, again, because of white, upper-income, upper-educated Democrats who tend to be drawn to the Obama message. In Massachusetts, it's a real dogfight, partly because of the Edward Kennedy endorsement of Obama, but also because of the intense ground operation the Clintons put in Massachusetts. It's worth noting, Britt, that one of the reasons Clinton won New Hampshire is because so many members of the congressional delegation and their staff from Massachusetts went up to New Hampshire. They want to replicate that ground game victory there.
All right, Major, thanks very much. We watched the exit polling tonight through the bright eyes of Megyn Kelly, who has more to tell us about what they're telling us.
Hi there, Brett. Yeah, here's what we're seeing. Despite this surge by Huckabee in the South, it is McCain and Romney who are battling in most states on the GOP side. McCain dominates some groups, Romney the others. For example, among those who care most about the Iraq war, that's about 19% nationally of Republicans, McCain is winning 50% of the vote, Romney with 21%, Huckabee trailing there with 16%. Romney, on the other hand, is winning among those who think illegal immigration is paramount, and that is 23% of voters nationwide. Romney getting 49% of that vote, McCain just 24%. Again, not a huge surprise there. Huckabee is third with 15%. Now, Romney is also winning among conservatives. We have seen this throughout. They make up 65% of all voters today, and Romney is dominating over McCain, 42% to 31%. Huckabee's got just 20% of that vote. Now, how about on the Democratic side? Well, over there, the liberal vote is key, and Barack Obama is winning most of that vote in most states. In Connecticut, for example, he beats Clinton with the liberals 51% to 47%. Now, Obama also continuing his winning streak with the young voters, Britt, getting 62% of their vote nationwide. Clinton's got about half that at 36%. There is some good news for Clinton with the men. She doesn't always win with the men. And in New York, for example, she is now getting 51% of the male vote, and Obama is getting 45%. Now, both Clinton and Huckabee, as you mentioned moments ago, won Arkansas, and handily. Not a huge surprise, given that she's the former First Lady there and he is the former governor. But their margins in that state not reflected in the other contests, which are generally much closer, making this a more exciting night than some anticipated, Britt.
Okay, thanks, Megan. Very interesting stuff. We're coming up on 9 o'clock. A bunch of states will have their polls closed at 9 o'clock. We're going to be able to call a couple of those, we think, and we're also going to have a couple of surprises. So stay with us. We'll be right back. We're able to make a call now in Massachusetts, a state we're going to call for Hillary Rodham Clinton. Not a great surprise, but a state she cared a lot about, and part of that New England group of states that she, obviously, as Major Garrett was reporting, hoped would give her some strength and momentum, and will do so tonight while they worry about the outcome in New Jersey. A fair amount of the suspense on the Republican side tonight has been occasioned by the fact that we're seeing Mitt Romney cutting into John McCain's strength, such as he has, among conservative voters. Republicans are mostly conservative, so the question is always raised is how can you possibly win the nomination if you can't win the majority of conservatives? John McCain has done well in that, but he has some people who are his critics, among them the host of one of the most successful radio shows in America, my friend Laura Ingraham. So, Laura, based on what you've seen so far, your reaction?
Well, so far it looks like that Mike Huckabee, I think, is actually taking a lot of votes away from John McCain. Some of these southern states where people said, well, Huckabee's the spoiler. Well, he might have been the spoiler for McCain. McCain could have won some of these southern states if it weren't for Huckabee's strength and among evangelical voters. So we'll see how it plays out.
Now, let's assume that McCain goes on to have a pretty good night tonight, and he looks like he's got a solid lead and more or less on the way to the nomination. You heard Karl Rove saying it earlier. He's going to need conservative votes. Yeah. Others have said it. What would John McCain ever be able to say to you that would get you to say, let's all swing behind him, conservatives?
Well, I'm going to support the Republican nominee. I've been very clear on that. But look, Britt, you know me. I stand for conservative ideals. And beyond the RNC, beyond what the White House thinks on any given issue, I care about conservatism and the future of conservatism. People have writing the obit for conservatism in 1976, 1992, 1996, and they'll probably write it again if Mitt Romney loses.
Well, aren't you concerned then that the criticisms you're making of John McCain will have the unintended effect, if you eventually end up supporting him, of making it sound like you couldn't really meant it all along and that he may be damaged goods?
No, remember, Ronald Reagan stood on the podium for Gerald Ford in 1976. Ronald Reagan took George H.W. Bush as his vice president. They were bitter rivals. I think in the end, if John McCain wins things fair and square, you know, he's going to be the nominee, and most Republicans will rally behind him. However, conservatives want to influence John McCain as much as possible. I'm delighted that he's finally decided to come to speak to the Conservative Political Action Committee this week. That's some progress.
All right, now, who would be on a short list of Laura Ingraham preferences for a McCain running mate if it is McCain?
Well, I think he has to. I mean, I would think that he would want to build a bridge to conservatives. However, I think you know, Britt, that John McCain is very stubborn and he has a temper. And that temperament is going to be tough, I think, itself to bridge. So I think it would be smart for him, as Karl Rove said earlier, to try to reach out to conservatives. I don't think it would be a bad idea to take someone like a Mitt Romney as a vice presidential running mate. I don't know if Romney would do it, but I think it would be smart to do that. I think taking another moderate or a moderate to liberal Republican...
Doesn't Romney have his own credibility issues with conservatives?
I don't think so. I mean, I think in general, especially if Mike Huckabee in the end ended up, you know, supporting the entire ticket, I think it once again is going to be a big tent party. I think a lot of these differences that we see now are going to fade away.
Okay, Laura, thanks for being here and all this maelstrom with us.
All right.
Let me check in with Chris Wallace. Chris?
Hey, Britt. Well, here at the interview desk, we're going to have Karl Rove help us analyze the Republican side of things. And to discuss the Democrats, we're going to have former Congressman Harold Ford, the current chairman of the Democratic Leadership Conference. Congressman Ford, welcome.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Let's talk, first of all, about our last call, Massachusetts. A few weeks ago, it might not have seemed a big surprise for Hillary Clinton, but Ted Kennedy endorsed Barack Obama. John Kerry endorsed Barack Obama. So did Deval Patrick, the governor. So in that sense, is that a surprise?
It would have to be a little bit of a blow and somewhat of a surprise to enjoy the dean and lion of the Democratic Party and Ted Kennedy. It may speak to the organization she had on the ground from the very beginning. And some have said all along, if Senator Obama had had a few more days maybe to capitalize on some of this momentum and endorsements that he's received, primarily from the Kennedy family, it might have resulted differently. But as you look at his vote, young, liberal, more progressive, in some areas highly educated, and even those above $100,000 in some of these northeastern states, and you get down south, I think Major said it best, states where each of them campaigned, or one of them campaigned, they won, and you're seeing still a good number of African-American voters. And in Georgia, as Carl said, Barack scored some 40% plus of the white vote.
Let's talk about the states at this point that are too close to call, that we have not been able to make a projection on. Connecticut, New Jersey, Missouri, Delaware. I would think that the Clinton camp would be a little worried that she hasn't wrapped up most of those states.
Probably so, but I'd have to think there's some encouragement in both camps, reason to be encouraged. One in Missouri, the fact that Massachusetts went the way that it did in light of all that's happened, you would have to think the coverage of the Kennedy endorsement was big there. Missouri and New Jersey, though, will be the big test. Obviously, California won't know for much later, but we got a long night in front of us.
Well, absolutely, and you're going to be along for the ride. Thank you so much, Congressman Ford. Back to you.
All right, Chris, thank you. We're coming up, as we've noted, on 9 o'clock, and of course that'll be another moment for Bill. Bill Hammer, who's over there with the best toy in the house. So let's go back to Bill now. Hi,
hey,
Bill.
Britt, thanks. Just about 2 minutes and 30 seconds away. Back on the map, I want to show you what is at stake this hour. Again, this is the 9 o'clock hour, and at stake on the polls that will close in various states for Republicans. 4 different states, and a variety of them with 235 delegates at stake. For the Democrats, 7 different states, stretching all the way across the country, 486 delegates at stake for the Democrats. On the map for the Republicans, couple key areas. New York State is winner take all, 101 delegates. John McCain's hoping to wrap that up to complete what would be a 4-block sweep in the Northeast. We'll see if he does that. Also in the state of Arizona, coming up momentarily, that too is a winner take all. Home state of John McCain, 53 delegates there. Watch the return from Colorado. This is a caucus state. The Romney campaign felt that they could run very well in Colorado. We'll see if that's the case coming up in a few minutes. For the Democrats, though, back to New York, the home state for Hillary Clinton. We expect her to win this. 232 delegates, but it is not winner take all in any Democratic state. Watch the difference of vote between Obama and Clinton. See if he can cut into her lead in her home state of New York. Another area here, Minnesota. This, too, is a caucus state. John Edwards had run very well here before he dropped out. Where do his supporters go? Do they go to Obama, or do they go to Clinton? Will they be split evenly, 50-50? We'll see as the results come in on Minnesota, too, just a couple seconds away. Polls closing, Britt. Back to you, almost 9 o'clock here in the
Almost 9 o'clock indeed. The states that close at 9 o'clock, Arizona, Colorado, Kansas, Minnesota, New Mexico, New York primary, North Dakota caucuses will be over at that time. We're about 30 seconds away. We're going to make a call right at the top of the hour as soon as that clock gets down to 0. We're going to make the call in the state of New York, and you're not going to fall over in a faint when you hear which one it is and who it's for. But there are a couple other states in this group, including Arizona, where I think you may be surprised at what's going on. And I will tell you in just a moment here that Hillary Clinton has won her home state, her adopted home state of New York. You know, it begins to appear that it's an advantage to live a lot of different places. You get a whole bunch of home states. Mitt Romney has 2. He's got Utah. He's got Massachusetts. Hillary Clinton has Arkansas. She has New York. You know, maybe that's the way you ought to run for president. Just move around the country a lot, do something in each. And now we're looking at Arizona. In the primary there, as you can see, we don't have much in, to say the least, and that's too close to call, which means we can't call it on the exit polling. And we can't call Arizona yet either. Obviously, one would imagine that John McCain would win that state, but apparently the problem is, the exit polling indicates this as well, is that John McCain has made some enemies on the issue of immigration, which is a very hot issue in the state of Arizona, which is, of course, a state with the border of Mexico there. And immigration is a big deal in that state. McCain's position on that is not especially popular. And we're not saying that it's going to keep him from winning the race out there, but we do think that it makes that race too close to call at this stage. Very interesting to follow that one. It's a winner-take-all state. It would be a big plus for McCain if he could win it. Now, we have a correspondent in the state who can give us more on that whole issue of immigration and how it plays. He is one of our favorites, William Lajeunesse, who is in Tempe. Hi, William, how are you?
Well, I'm doing very well, Brett. I want to tell you, of course, that immigration is critical to the nation, but it's a decisive issue among many Republicans and a defining issue for John McCain. We know that McCain reaches across the aisle on many different political issues, but conservatives feel he has literally stepped over the fence when it comes to immigration. He and his main competitor here, Mitt Romney, differ on virtually every different immigration issue. That's from in-state tuition for illegal immigrants, cutting off federal funding to sanctuary cities, and even on the question of legalization. McCain, of course, is for it. Romney is not, saying go home first. Here in Arizona, 91% of Republicans feel that immigration is a major issue. Even in California, it's 85%. Now let's compare that with Democrats. Here in Arizona, about 46% consider it important among Democrats, but Obama and Hillary Clinton are virtually identical on the question of immigration, the only difference being on the issue of driver's licenses for illegals. Obama says yes, Clinton says no. Also among Latinos, immigration, of course, is important. In a place like California, 1 in 5 primary voters in the Democratic primary are Latinos. So that's a big issue over there. And finally, Britt, I will say, even if John McCain wins in the western states, as many expect him to do, I am told that this should not be seen as a litmus test on the issue of immigration reform. Back to you.
All right, William, thanks very much. We've been reporting throughout the course of this evening that the Democrats, and in particular the Clinton camp, were concerned about the state of New Jersey, one which was thought to be a bulwark for her next to her home state of New York. We think that state is too close to call, and the votes that are in, 10%, she's got a big lead, but we can't make a projection based on that even with the exit polling. So we're hearing now, however, that the mood in the Clinton camp may have adjusted a bit on this, and let's check in with Major Garrett to hear what they're saying. Hey, Major.
Hey, Britt, you know, there are a lot of things I can recommend about presidential campaign coverage, but watching politicians dance isn't one of them. But tonight it is. Robert Menendez, the freshman senator from New Jersey, is just off to my right, and I saw him a couple of minutes ago dancing up and down. Well, not up and down, but back and forth. And I said, what's going on? He said it's looking very good in New Jersey for the first time this night. He was going through his BlackBerry, checking on various precincts and congressional districts in New Jersey. He said for the first time tonight, it feels very good. He told me that in several Latino districts and precincts in New Jersey, the vote is splitting in some cases 88-12 for Hillary Clinton, which would be far and above the traditional this traditional split we've seen throughout this campaign, which is about 2/3, 1/3 for Hillary Clinton. If that in fact holds and it's widespread, and Menendez gave me the impression he believed it was, they do believe now that New Jersey, though it's not definitive, will come across for Hillary Clinton, albeit narrowly, and they'll take any kind of victory they can get out of New Jersey, no matter how narrow. And if Bob Menendez and his dancing feet are an indication, they believe they'll get it.
Okay, Major, thanks very much. Some news of interest to you. We're now calling the state of Delaware for Barack Obama. That had been a state which, you know, that's not a state where there's a huge minority population or anything of the kind that would shape that and make that into a natural Obama state. So some strength for Barack Obama in a place he might not have been expected to win, the state of Delaware. We're also taking a close look at the state of Connecticut, where Barack Obama has been showing some perhaps unexpected strength. And for more on that, we turn to Michael Barone. Michael?
Well, Britt, Connecticut's an interesting contrast with Massachusetts, which is next door. I was looking at some of those Massachusetts figures, and Hillary Clinton was winning big margins in the historical working class towns, the blue-collar towns. That's not true in most of Connecticut. There's a few places like Beacon Falls where she's winning big. Obama's winning big in the sort of Litchfield County towns that voted for Ned Lamont over Joe Lieberman in the 06 Senate primary. It's interesting, in eastern Connecticut, in these white-bread towns, working-class towns, we're seeing those basically go 50-50. I can read some of the list: Bolton, Chaplin, Lisbon, Deep River, Eastford. You go down the list, Scotland, Voluntown. These tend to be very close. So these are areas with virtually no African Americans. They're an area where the richest minority of the Pequot Indians that own the casino in Foxwoods. But overall, those areas, Obama's competitive, and that's one of the reasons why he's leading statewide in the tabulated vote at this point.
Okay, good. Michael, interesting. Surprising, perhaps. Barack Obama with some interesting strength in Connecticut. I didn't expect that. Did you, Juan?
Well, you know, it's interesting. I think the big story is actually Massachusetts, because I think that Obama expected to win Massachusetts.
Really?
His people clearly made that point to me. By the way, Delaware has the 8th highest percentage of blacks in the population of the United States. So there is a
shows you how much I know.
Large percentage of black people in Delaware. But when you look at Massachusetts, the hope was because of the Kennedy endorsement, as Harold Ford was saying, and also because of the whole sense of young people, so many young people who were just enthused and coming out, pouring with emotion. And the idea that Hillary Clinton was able to hold there, I think, is a very important sign. On the Republican side, everybody's talking about Huckabee's success here tonight, but let me make the point that I think that the real story here then is that while Mitt Romney wanted Huckabee out of the race, Huckabee survives, and it hurts Mitt Romney. Mitt Romney is not benefiting by these events tonight. You might say, oh my gosh, you know, John McCain isn't sealing the deal. John McCain is lagging behind. But if I'm John McCain's strategist, I think I made the right decision in West Virginia to throw my votes to Mike Huckabee, because essentially it minimizes Mitt Romney's stand. The only way that Mitt Romney now can claim that he has some strength is to look forward and hope that something else comes into play. Because right now, if you look at the tally, it would indicate Mitt Romney's not the player. The player is Mike Huckabee.
I was just going to make going back on the Democrats. It's very interesting because I think out of the Clinton camp, you hear the term latte liberal. And there's this interesting socioeconomic divide between Obama supporters, more upper income, more educated, and Clinton supporters. And in Massachusetts, it's a white working class population, low African American population, of course, but the white working class versus the sort of Kennedy latte liberal world. And I think in Connecticut, you're seeing those two forces competing, and I think we'll see which one plays out.
Good point, Nina. Thank you.
Britt, I drink straight black coffee. I think
so this is between latte liberals and black coffee conservatives.
Exactly. And I think the amazing thing is, to me, the voters that Barack Obama is obviously getting. Now, he may not have gotten them in Massachusetts, but he's obviously going to come close there. And he's winning a majority, at least in the exit poll, of white, male, Democratic voters. That's a huge gain for him. Now,
see if it holds up through the rest of the night.
Yeah, and you know, we learn once again that endorsements are nice. They may give you a day or two of good publicity, but voters tend to have their own idea and don't necessarily follow endorsements.
We're about an hour and 10 minutes into what is expected to be quite a long night, and if I were any good at this, I'd be able to run off all the states we've called and tell you what they all are, but I can't remember. But Chris Wallace can. Hey, Chris.
Well, we have two jobs, the interview desk and the update desk, so let's perform that second function and update you on 3 states where we have made projections in both sides. Illinois, the Democratic race, we project Barack Obama as a big winner there. That, of course, his home state, and will some degree balance Clinton's victory in her home state of New York. On the Republican side, John McCain projected as the winner there, 57 delegates at stake. Let's move on to the state of Massachusetts. Mitt Romney, the projected winner there, 40 delegates, but not a winner-take-all. They'll be apportioned. Of course, McCain tried to achieve a knockout blow by campaigning there over Super Tuesday. Karl Rove says maybe a mistake for McCain. On the Democratic side in Massachusetts, Hillary Clinton the winner, despite the support, the endorsement by the governor and both senators of Barack Obama. Hillary Clinton wins in Massachusetts, 93 delegates there. In Arkansas, 2 home state favorites on the Democratic side. Hillary Clinton, of course, the First Lady for more than a decade in Arkansas. She wins, 35 delegates at stake there. And in Arkansas, the Republican primary, Mike Huckabee, the governor of that state for 10 years, he wins. 31 delegates will be apportioned in that state. So, 3 states, both races decided. And that's just a brief update of all the decisions that we've projected so far tonight. Britt, back to you.
Okay, we're going to make a call now. We're going to call the state of New Jersey. The people Major Garrett was talking to were right for Hillary Clinton. This, of course, is a big blow to Obama's hopes for a big dent in her armor in a part of the country where she had expected to do well. New Jersey, of course, had been considered very much a potential bulwark state for her, and it appears now as we make this call that indeed it will be. So that is a moment here tonight and perhaps a turning point. And while we digest that a little bit, let's check in with our colleague Carl Cameron, who is out at McCain headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. Carl.
Hi, Britt. Well, one of the reasons the McCain campaign got so confident and optimistic about their Super Tuesday prospects is because they looked to the Northeast with all those winner-take-all delegates, and they figured it would be a big boost. The McCain campaign tonight is continuing to say that notwithstanding Huckabee and Romney's strength in some of the southern states, notwithstanding the closeness of the race in New York and Missouri, and maybe even in Arizona, structurally they believe they're going to come out of here on top because they believe that by the end of Super Tuesday, McCain will still have about 600 or more delegates in total, which is the votes that the delegates that he won in the early states and what he anticipates winning tonight. And their argument is that with Huckabee and Romney splitting so many states, after Super Tuesday, it will be too steep a hill for either one of them to be able to catch up to John McCain, who will already have been more than halfway to the total necessary to clinch it at just over 1,190. So they are still very optimistic, very confident here and saying, don't worry. And when you get into California, even though it's going to be all based on congressional districts, the McCain campaign believes they are going to get a lot of help from Arnold Schwarzenegger. And Rudy Giuliani left the race and gave them a lot of hope, they believe.
Well, you're talking about, you're saying that they're saying that they will have 600 delegates roughly all told, right? Not a 600,
right.
not a 600 delegate lead.
States. No, 600 total. It takes about 1,200 to clinch the nomination.
1,191 to clinch it, right.
Right. So what they're saying is tonight will get them more than halfway, which is a big head start for the final half of the race after Super Tuesday, and a tough hill for Huckabee or Romney to climb.
All right, Carl, thanks very much. So we now have projected New Jersey. As you know, we're thinking about the meaning of that, and we'll tell you what we've come up with after a break. Stay tuned. Well, we're an hour and a quarter or so into this, and there's been a lot to report, a lot to think about, and a lot for the internet bloggers to talk about and write about. For that, Martha McCallum. Hey, Martha.
Hi there, Britt. Good evening. You were just mentioning that New Jersey has been called for Hillary Clinton. One of the things we've been seeing a lot of on the blogs is that the Clinton camp was not all that pleased with the support that they got in New Jersey, either from Governor John Corzine or from Senator Frank Lautenberg. As Major Garrett reported earlier, he was seeing the junior senator from New Jersey, Bob Menendez, sort of doing a victory dance there. He's really one of the only people that gave a lot of support to Hillary Clinton in those upper echelons of power in New Jersey that she was looking for. Also of note in New Jersey, Mayor Cory Booker, who's a real up-and-comer in the Democratic Party, threw a lot of support to Barack Obama, and clearly it looks like that did not pay off there for him tonight. Another story that we want to bring you some attention to is Jim Garrity over at campaignspot.com, which is a blog on the National Review. He's raising some questions about what he calls some big deviations from the exit polls to the numbers that are actually coming out, pointing out that early exit poll numbers had Romney winning in Delaware, which of course then went to John McCain. So he's raising questions about whether or not the samples in some of these states that are not used to being Super Tuesday states, in places that usually came much later, are really up to snuff. So raising some questions about that there. Also, as I've been telling you, we've got a couple of special bloggers with us here tonight. Mary Catherine Ham of townhall.com has been watching things at her blog site as well. What are you seeing out there, Mary Catherine?
Well, on the right, I'm seeing actually it's not exactly the center of McCain support, the right blogosphere, and you're seeing a little bit of an I told you so dance about the fact that he was in Massachusetts this week instead of in Georgia, where maybe he should have been, as Karl Rove mentioned. A lot of people were saying that earlier, that it may have been a personal visit as opposed to a politically strategic visit. On the left side, you're seeing a lot of talk, a lot of buzz about Obama doing very well with these upper-income, white male, educated voters. And I think the left blogosphere is actually a reflection of those voters who may have left the Edwards camp and the Chris Dodd camp and come over to Obama now.
All right. Thank you very much. Interesting. Yep. Mary Catherine Ham from townhall.com. We should also mention that our own Megyn Kelly can be seen on foxnews.com, where there's a lot of activity tonight, where we have a lot of blogging going on and a lot of viewers writing in as well. So check that out for that complete coverage as well. Britt, back to you.
Okay. Thanks, Martha. We got a call to make. New York. John McCain, a winner in New York. We'd already called the state on the Democratic side for Hillary Clinton. This is a big state, obviously, and one that will further the strength that John McCain has already shown in other parts of the Northeast and in the eastern part of the country, which is... So, how did he do that? Well, not sure, but maybe Megyn Kelly could give us a sense about that. Let's talk to Megyn. Megyn?
Hi there, Britt. Yeah, we're still getting the information in on that win, but I'll tell you what the story is, and we'll get to Clinton's wins in the Northeast in a minute. But the story of the night so far on John McCain is what's happening in Arizona. In his home state, he's getting pummeled by those who feel strongly about the illegal immigration issue. Take a look at some of the numbers. 46% of GOP voters there in Arizona think illegals ought to be deported. Of those, 49% voted for Mitt Romney. Just 31% voted for their home state Senator John McCain. Now, those who support a guest worker plan or citizenship for illegals, well, they're going for McCain. McCain also struggling tonight in his home state with Republican voters. That is 79% of the vote in Arizona. Of those, McCain is winning at 44%, but Romney very close behind at 42%, and that's what's spelling trouble for him in Arizona for McCain. Now, on the Democratic side, Clinton's win in New York, as you mentioned, no huge surprise, but some of the facts there are promising for Clinton. Let me tell you why. Among Jewish voters, who make up 16% of Democrats in New York, Clinton won 73% of that vote, 73. Obama, 27. Why is that significant? Well, this is the first state in which we have seen a significant Jewish vote, so we'll see whether that holds true in other states where there's a high population of Jewish folks. Now, Clinton also dominated there in New York with union households. That's key. Obama and Clinton fought hard for this group, which makes up 4 out of 10 voters in New York. Union folks going 61% for Clinton, 36% for Obama. That can't be good news for the Obama campaign. In Massachusetts, Clinton won big with the ladies, who were key for her. Despite the support that Obama got from both Ted Kennedy and John Kerry, the senators from that state, Clinton won 57% of the female vote. Obama, just 40% with the ladies. Now, Obama's win in Delaware, well, it can arguably be explained, Britt, by the black vote. Clinton beat him by more than 20% with white voters there, but Obama, get this, got almost 90% of the black vote. 9 out of 10 voters there in Delaware voted for Barack Obama, and black voters made up 1/3 of the voters in Delaware today. So you can see, obviously, why he won. More updates as we get them.
Hey, Megan, thank you. You know, you sense in that is a further fallout from South Carolina. I mean, obviously, if we had said that Barack Obama won the black vote anywhere very decidedly, you wouldn't be surprised. But it does seem that the South Carolina conduct by the Clintons, both the senator and her husband, has added to all of that. So that's something we need to bear in mind now. Let me go back to my colleague Chris Wallace. Chris?
Brett, we're here with Harold Ford, former congressman, head of the Democratic Leadership Conference, and we want to discuss, try to make some sense of the Democratic race. And Congressman, very quietly as this evening has gone on, Hillary Clinton building up, winning 6 states, New York, New Jersey, Massachusetts, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Arkansas. What do you make of that?
As you look at the numbers, a couple of things stand out. One, she's putting together a cross-section, a cross-country of key states, Tennessee, Arkansas in the south, Oklahoma, Midwest, and seems to be doing very well in the Northeast. The question then becomes California and Missouri. I hear a lot of talk about race and the way Barack is winning black voters. Remember, he won Iowa, where you had a minuscule African-American population. I think as you look at these states, you have to look to the on-the-ground campaigns that each camps had, respectively. And 2, whether or not some of the differentiation on the issues, health care, national security, economic policy, where you have large foreclosure numbers in these states, what impact have they had on voters' psyche and, for that matter, voters' final decisions here in these states? But I think you'd have to say right now, looking at it in the first quarter here, beginning of the second quarter, she's having a good night.
Now, conversely, Barack Obama at this point can only point to Delaware, Georgia, and his home state of Illinois. I would think there'd be a little bit of concern on his part.
Probably. He has to now, Arizona, as we look for those numbers coming in shortly, but California is the big prize. Whichever one of them wins California will be able to lay claim to a pretty big night. So we've got a long way to go, and I know that the Barack Obama campaign would certainly have won a few of these, but they can certainly be excited about and hold some hope for California.
Well, let's talk, though. You know, there was all this discussion in the last couple of days about late momentum for Barack Obama. In fact, somebody said, you know, they wish it were not Super Tuesday, but Super Friday, because with a few more days, he could have pulled it out. According to our exit poll, people who have made up their minds in the last 24, 48 hours actually went for Clinton, not Obama. Has there been something that stopped the Obama momentum in the final day?
You know, I don't know, but I have to think, put the race issue aside for one moment, because there were Iowa whites voted for him. It has to be something happening with issues and maybe some differentiation in terms of how they're campaigning. I'm sure there'll be an inventory of this right after as the night goes on. But I got to think this health care argument and the economic policy argument probably played a big role. I'd say to my friend Britt Hume, as we joked, Mitt Romney actually has 3 states tonight, Utah, Michigan, and Massachusetts he can lay home to. It looks like Barack may have another home state here in this early going here.
Harold Ford, thanks so much. Britt, back to you.
Okay. We've been following this race in Alabama. We called it for Mike Huckabee early on the Republican side. We have not yet made a call on the Democratic side. There have been indications that Barack Obama had shown real strength in that state. So for some thoughts on why we can't call that race yet, let's check in with Michael Barone. Michael?
Well, Britt, our people at the decision desk have been taking a close look at those election returns. One of the things they've seen in the exit poll is a discrepancy between the exit poll results as they were tabulated from the secret ballots of the exit pollers and the results from those actual precincts where the exit polls were taken. Those were resulting in the exit poll seeming to overstate the support for Barack Obama in some parts of the state. And there's some further substantiation about that when you look at some of the county returns that are in so far. In North Alabama, a region that on the exit poll was showing something like 26% support for Barack Obama. That's a region with relatively few African Americans outside of Jefferson County, which is Birmingham, and is not included in the region in the exit poll. I looked at the returns in Blount County. He was getting 18% of the vote. Cherokee County, 14%. Clay County, 12%. Marion County, 15%. Those are well under 26% and suggest a degree of caution. We want to be 99.65% sure that we're correct about these calls. And when there's some of these discrepancies still out, we're unwilling to put our decision desk people are unwilling to put their reputations, and Fox News is out on that limb when there's some reason for uncertainty. We'll wait for some more tabulated vote to see where that Alabama Democratic race stands.
Okay. Michael, very good. Thank you very much. We're going to take a brief break right now, but back with more in a moment. Well, just a few minutes ago, we told you we were not yet 99.65% sure of Barack Obama had won Alabama. Well, apparently we were 99.64. Now we're 99.65% sure Barack Obama has indeed won Alabama, and we will get with Michael Barone in just a few minutes to find out what little data ingredient it was that made the difference. In the meantime, let's check in at Obama headquarters out in Illinois out in Chicago with Steve Brown. Steve?
Hey, Brett, certainly the Alabama projection is going to be good news for the Obama campaign. But to be honest with you, based on email traffic I had with folks within the Obama campaign, who were really enjoying the drama, the added, perhaps surprise drama, coming up in Massachusetts and New Jersey. Both of those states, according to Real Clear Politics averages, had 10+ percentage point margins in favor of Hillary Clinton. And the fact that networks like ours couldn't call the race for quite a bit of time until after the polls closed suggested to them that perhaps, things might be going their way tonight. They see this as a gap-closing kind of final week coming into this Super Tuesday. David Plouffe spoke about how there were a number of states that they were looking at, and they were very encouraged that the gaps were starting to come down in terms of what the polling was. So they didn't say that they thought they were going to win those races, but they were talking about that in part of the entire picture here coming up for tonight, in that if they were to finish a close second place in terms of delegate count, then they would consider that a terrific night going forward. I got to tell you that this crowd is not deterred by the number of states that Hillary Clinton has won. They're playing that video, the Yes We Can video, which has over 2.5 million hits on YouTube here, and the entire place is singing along with it. So the mood is very good here so far tonight, Britt.
Okay, Steve, thanks. As we noted, Michael, you were just describing quite ably, I thought, a few minutes ago, the reasons why we had to be cautious about a call we made only minutes later. What happened?
What happened is that in those machines back there, we were getting our people on the decision desk were getting tabulated vote coming in that was tending to confirm that Obama's lead over Clinton was big enough to hold up in the state. It wasn't in Alabama, as in Georgia and New Jersey. The initial tranche of exit polls during the day that our people in quarantine saw before 5 o'clock were showing Obama considerably farther ahead than he became later in the day. And his lead in the exit polls and then in the tabulated vote in New Jersey disappeared, as you noted, right, calling the state for Hillary Clinton. His lead diminished in the exit poll in Alabama, but as the tabulated vote came in, it became clear to our people that enough of his lead was going to remain that they could be certain that he was going to carry Alabama.
Now, I suppose what you're always looking for is when you're looking at a candidate with a lead and you're considering whether to call the race, is whether when you look around the places where you really don't have all the vote in yet, whether there's the possibility that the other candidate might have sufficient strength in those areas to catch up and pass the one that's looking like a winner. That's what happened here, right?
That's one of the things you look for, and you look for whether or not the exit poll information is being, for a particular area or a demographic, is being confirmed by the tabulated vote you're coming in, or is it being undercut or refuted by the tabulated vote, or to what extent it is being changed by the tabulated vote.
So what finally happened here is you got enough tabulated vote that comported with the exit polling information you had to make you sure you could make a call.
Yeah, it was close enough to the exit poll information that we were confident that Obama was not going to fall below the level of the Clinton vote.
Okay, very good, Michael. Thank you very much. Let's check in with Chris Wallace with some word on some Republican races we have found too close to call.
Yeah, Brett, we've got 3 interesting races, all of which are too close to call, and let's put the boards up, and I'll tell you about them. Missouri, the show-me state, as you can see there, awfully close still. We're going to be talking with Karl Rove about that state in just a moment. Let's take a look at Tennessee, another state, and you can see just how closely divided. I mean, these aren't 2-man races. They're 3-man races in most of these states. And finally, let's look at Oklahoma. And again, you see John McCain with a lead, but certainly far from a conclusive one. Let's bring in Karl Rove, and let's talk about those states. Let's talk particularly about Missouri, which is an awfully important state, and I know it's one you've been focusing on all night.
Yeah. The Secretary of State has a wonderful website up with the results by county interactive map, and I've been looking at it over the night. McCain is doing well in some of the suburban counties in St. Louis and Kansas City. Romney is carrying one of the suburban counties in St. Louis. But the small rural parts of the state, particularly in the Southwest, are going for Huckabee. The problem is he's not breaking through in the cities and the suburbs, and there's a lot of votes in those areas.
So if at this point you were in one of these campaigns, who do you think's looking the best for Missouri at this moment?
I'd say McCain if it holds up in the suburbs, if these margins that he's got, the numbers he's got in these suburbs and in the towns like Columbia, Cape Girardeau and elsewhere, I think McCain might do well there.
Let's talk about McCain, because as I tally up the night, he's won New York, New Jersey, Illinois, Delaware, Connecticut. He's won 5 states more than anybody else. He's won the big states. It seems like he's having a pretty good night.
Well, he is. The winner-take-all states. So 4 of those states that you mentioned give him 198 delegates. The winner-take-all states in the Northeast. He's taking probably the lion's share in Illinois, which is 57. So he's somewhere approaching 240, 250 delegates.
And that's even before we get all of these states that are too close to call, or California, or Arizona.
Right. Well, Arizona and Missouri are 2 big states that are winner-take-all, that are important for him. There are 108 delegates there. It also doesn't take into account states that he has already come in second. For example, Alabama, which was won by Huckabee. There are 45 delegates in that state. My back-of-the-envelope scratching leads me to believe that that state may split by a margin of 18 for McCain to 27 for Huckabee. So even in a state that he loses, he gets a chunk of votes. Massachusetts, another state, Romney's home state. Romney is likely to take the lion's share there, but 12 or 13 out of the 40 delegates could end up in the hands of McCain.
Now, at this point, Huckabee has 3 states, Alabama, Arkansas, and earlier today, the caucuses in West Virginia. Would they take much solace in that at this point?
Well, they should. I mean, they get 18 votes out of West Virginia. It's a winner-take-all convention, and he takes, I suspect, even though it's winner-take-all by congressional district, I suspect that he takes all 31 in Arkansas, so that gives him 49. But again, he takes Alabama, and Alabama, because of the way the rules are set up, splits its vote more proportional than these other states, and as a result, he's likely to come out of there basically up 27-18 or up 28-17, something like that.
And finally, we've got Mitt Romney, who at this moment has only won his home state of Massachusetts. Now, he's close in some of these others, but I can't figure they're very happy with that.
Well, to be fair to them, their strategy involved a lot of states that have yet to start to report, particularly the caucus states and California, which is where they placed a very big bet. Romney put a very large amount of money into Los Angeles TV because in California you get 3 delegates per congressional district, and he bought Los Angeles TV to affect a lot of congressional districts whose member of Congress is a Democrat, but there are Republicans in those districts who get to send 3 delegates to the National Convention.
What you're saying is we could be here a long time tonight.
We're going to be here a long time. We're going to be here a long time. I mean, this really boils down to, sure, the percentage of the vote that people get matters. Who wins the contest matter. But it also matters most of all who gets what delegates. And that's going to be very late in the evening.
Carl, thanks again. Brett, back to you.
Thanks, Chris. Well, as we've noted, John McCain, we can't say that he's won his home state of Arizona, but he's done pretty well, pretty far from home, as we've been talking about. He's had a great night in the Northeast, and who better to show us how that looks than Bill Hemmer with the cool map. All right, Bill, what do you got there?
Way over here, Britt. Boy, he ran the table in the Northeast. Now, when he showed you in the map here for what for John McCain's been able to do so far. There were 4 states that a lot of people thought had lined up perfectly for Rudy Giuliani. Well, when Giuliani dropped out a week ago after the vote in Florida, he threw his weight behind John McCain. Look what McCain's done here now, Britt. In the Northeast, New York, New Jersey, Delaware, and Connecticut. These are 4 different states, all winner take all. Delaware, New Jersey, Connecticut, New York. Now that we're able to call the state of New York, just look at what he's been able to run up here when it comes to delegates. Now, remember, throughout the night, it's not so much about the vote, especially on the Republican side. It's about the delegates you get in these winner-take-all states. These are significant. 198 now for John McCain among those 4 states in that Northeast block. Now, overall on the Republican side, you need 1,191 delegates to wrap up the nomination. We don't think anyone's going to get there close tonight. But this 198 for McCain is a really good sign for the way he was able to, as I stated, run the table here in the Northeast. We're waiting on Arizona. We thought maybe this would be a slam dunk for the senator from the state of Arizona. That, too, is winner-take-all. The polling results, the exit polling, and the number of results we've gotten so far from Arizona, too close to call for McCain. Watch Romney now in some of the exit polling about the immigration issue. They seem to be breaking toward Romney at the moment, but we'll see how that goes throughout the night. We're about 22 minutes away, Britt, from the state of Utah. We kind of think we have a pretty good idea about how that's going to break. So that's coming up at the top of the hour. We'll see you again.
Yeah, and the reason we think that, of course, is Utah is the Mormon capital of the United States, and Mitt Romney is, of course, a Mormon. And we got another call here this is a caucus state, Kansas, and we're estimating tonight that Barack Obama has won the Democratic caucuses in Kansas. I'm just looking at that state. There are 32 delegates at stake, but that is as you know, proportional representation, so it will all depend on by what margin he wins out there, and as to how many delegates he gets. As I say, 32, not a huge rasher of delegates available there. We're going to take a break. Stay with us. Be right back. Got a long way to go tonight and many other states to call, but we've called quite a few, and the race is beginning now, I think, in both parties to have some shape. First, Fred, your thoughts about the Republican race, what this portends, first of all, really for Mitt Romney.
Look, Mitt Romney, I've thought all along, needs to win one big state. Winning Massachusetts, that's his home state. That doesn't help much. Winning Utah, as you pointed out, the big Mormon state, where he went to college at Brigham Young University, that doesn't really tell you anything. So there are 3 other states that I think that are important. There's New Jersey, which is the big suburban state. This is a suburban country. He didn't win there. You have Missouri, which is a microcosm of the country with cities, suburbs, and a rural area. He's in the running there, but he may not win. And then there's California, which is important because it's so big and has so many delegates. He's got to win now either Missouri or California to have a rationale to continue his campaign. He has to have a reason. He can't say, well, I won Massachusetts and Utah, therefore I have a chance at the nomination. I'm still a player here. He's got to get beyond that, and I think it has to be either Missouri or California.
If the rationale was to force Huckabee out, to make it a 2-man race, it just didn't work. And that's why I keep coming back to the idea that whoever was running McCain's campaign strategy-wise early on in the day when they made that call in West Virginia made the right call. It seems to me that the key on the Democratic side...
Well, it wouldn't have added that much to Romney to say, well, he won the West Virginia convention. I mean, wouldn't you say he had Big Mo out of that, would you?
No, but you know what? He would be adding it up. He'd won Michigan, Nevada, Wyoming. He got Maine over the weekend, if you'll recall. And this was early in the day when it could have influenced other votes.
Right, and it's also a state where he didn't have any particular special standing, as was the case in both Massachusetts and Utah.
No. And just quickly to go to the Democratic side, I think if you looked at the dynamic there, Hillary Clinton went into the day hoping that she would win California, New York, New Jersey, Arkansas, Tennessee. California, of course, is still out. But she has won now New York, New Jersey, Arkansas, Tennessee. And the states where Obama was competitive, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Arizona, Missouri, some of those are still out, but the only one that he's claimed so far is Connecticut. He's done well in states you expect him to do well in Illinois, Georgia, Alabama, and some of the caucus states that we were just talking about. But right now, you'd have to say, given the delegate count is going to come late, the perception is, even as we're chatting here on the panel, is that Hillary Clinton is the winner tonight.
Yeah, this is the thing you and I were arguing about on Fox News Sunday. I'm beginning to think you were right and I was wrong. Bill.
I'm stunned and baffled by that statement. How could that be? You wrong, Britt? Couldn't be.
That's the way I feel.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure you do, right? I think the big story, it's a funny paradox on the Republican side. I would say McCain, for front runner, has not had a spectacular night. He's not getting 50% of the vote in a lot of places. Huckabee's beating him in some southern states. He's winning by leading by relatively narrow margins in states like Arizona, which is his home state. I think he may pull that one out, but it's closer than he would have liked. Having said that, he's winning where he had to win. Huckabee's taking those southern states. Romney has not yet won where he has to win. So I think structurally, strategically, this may be a decisive night for McCain, even though in some absolute numbers, when you compare it with Bush as a front runner 4 years ago or 8 years ago or other front runners, he still has some weaknesses. But I think Romney just needs to win. I think he needs to both win Missouri, which is winner take all, and win the popular vote in California to really be a credible challenger to McCain going forward.
Now, if he doesn't win, doesn't do that, then do we then have a two-man race, or is it just over? I mean, do we now say that Mike Huckabee has emerged tonight as somebody who could seriously challenge for the nomination based on what we've seen so far?
No, but there's no rationale for Huckabee to leave the race, and he'll go to Virginia and Maryland.
But would it be a serious...
No, I think we'll go to Virginia and Maryland next week, and they'll probably replicate these results with McCain sort of getting more. Neither of those is winner take all, so McCain will probably get more delegates than either Huckabee or Romney, who will each pick up some. I think we might be at a tipping point, though, in the Republican race.
You know, you sound like you need a hug. You sound really sad about this.
No,
I just think if you talk about energy on the Republican side, you know.
I'm not sad. I'm just,
And the fascinating, can I get a word in? Thank
Please.
you. The fascinating underlying story in all of this is coming out in Arizona, and that's illegal immigration. The issue, in addition to this, McCain's support for the surge in Iraq, but really the central issue for the Republican Party that helped tank John McCain's campaign last summer. This was the issue that topped voter concerns among Republicans. It was energizing and creating a lot of anger towards John McCain, and he couldn't get past that. Has the Republican Party shifted on that? And I was trying to find some polls today to tell us that. Well, there really hasn't been a lot of polling done on that issue, but we do know from exit polls and from the primary calendar what happened is these early voting states, it didn't matter. New Hampshire, of course, it mattered less, and John McCain had staked his candidacy there, and he had a long linkage there. Right. But Michigan was concerned about the economy. And in Florida, it actually helped John McCain because you looked at the Cuban vote, which is something like 7 or 8% of the vote, and they tended to be more, pro immigration and didn't like. Mitt Romney did not do well at all with the Cuban vote. Right. So I think what's going to be interesting to watch tonight is how this plays out in the West and in Arizona, but also in California and Colorado.
Well, let's go out to the West and to Carl Cameron, who is at McCain headquarters in Phoenix, for some thoughts on this. Carl?
Hi, Brett. Well, there's no doubt that the illegal immigration debate in Arizona is playing big, and it's likely to have a big effect in California, too. But what the McCain campaign is essentially arguing is that for the next couple of days after what they expect to be a Super Tuesday win, and for the last several, they've been very cautiously, very cordially reaching out to conservatives and using people like Ted Olson, the former Solicitor General, highly respected in judicially conservative type issues and circles, to reach out to conservatives and try to persuade them that McCain is reliable and not look like they're gloating with tonight. What they are not, they're showing no compunction tonight about, Britt, is going after Romney. The McCain folks suggest that Huckabee looks like he's having a good night and should be congratulated for that. And they say that so far Mitt Romney looks like he's not having a very good night, and they almost seem to be enjoying themselves disproportionately about Mitt Romney not coming up with big wins tonight. This recognition of the personal animosity that McCain and Romney have developed over the course of the campaign, firing barbs now for the better part of a year. And so McCain tonight making it clear he does understand that conservatives in the Republican Party are skeptical and have doubts about him, and some have said they can't possibly support him, but he's going to continue to try to conduct that outreach, but not where Mitt Romney's concerned. He just simply doesn't countenance the idea that Mitt Romney's going to be the conservative standard bearer to wage that criticism. As the McCain folks point out, just a few years ago, Romney, on a lot of social issues, was not a conservative and supported things like abortion rights, at least in public policy.
All right, Carl, thanks very much. So what about conservatives and Mitt Romney? Well, who better to ask than our own Sean Hannity? I talked to Laura Ingraham, like you, a radio talk show host and a successful one, earlier, and she said, well, when the time comes, she would rally to John McCain if he were the nominee. You, like others, had turned toward Mitt Romney.
Yes, I
Your
did.
thoughts on how he did tonight and where you go from here?
So I agree with what both Fred and Bill were saying earlier. I think it's still a little too early. Carl was saying the same thing for him. Let's see how he does in Missouri. California, he put a lot of time, energy, effort, resources in there. But what I've also been saying, too, is John McCain sort of has an open path as the liberal moderate in the Republican Party, while Mike Huckabee and Mitt Romney have been sort of battling for those conservatives. And if we were tonight, if we were to say that Mitt Romney or Mike Huckabee were winning the states they were winning, standing there alone as the conservative side of the party, I think it'd be a different story tonight, and it wouldn't be as favorable for Senator McCain.
So you think that most Huckabee voters would, absent him, be Romney voters?
I think they would be. Not all of them, but certainly some of them. And if that were the case, and I think you can argue, in other words, that we split the conservative vote tonight. If you add the states that Huckabee got, you add the states that Romney got, and you got a competitive race.
Would you agree that conservative activists like yourself, who have a role to play in all of this, in the Republican Party in particular, were late to come, and perhaps too late to come to Mitt Romney?
It might be that, or it might be that there wasn't one conservative that sort of just took everybody by storm. And I think it took a lot of people a lot of time. People wanted to see how Fred Thompson was going to do. People still, even though Rudy Giuliani had a liberal record on gay rights, gun rights, and abortion, they still liked his conservative record in the state of New York. So I think there was a mix, and I think there was no general consensus that emerged among conservatives. But at the end of the night, I mean, we'll see what the total is in terms of the Huckabee states, the Romney states versus the McCain states.
Understanding you haven't given up on Romney's possibilities,
Well,
let's assume for the sake of discussion that McCain is on the march here and he becomes the evident nominee and fairly soon. What does he have to do to get people like you to say, John McCain is my man?
I think the first thing conservatives will look for, who's his vice presidential candidate going to be? Secondly, he's going to speak before CPAC coming up in a week. We're going to find out, does he really mean that he will extend the Bush tax cuts he didn't support? Will he change his mind on Gitmo? Will he change his mind on interrogations? Will he change his mind on immigration? If there was one defining issue in my mind, Britt, that really angered conservatives.
He's now saying, as you know, Sean, that he doesn't believe you can do immigration reform the way he wanted to do it, that you have to close the borders and take care of the enforcement first. Is that not enough?
2 interviews. One was with me and one was with Tim Russert 2 weeks ago. He said to Tim Russert he would sign McCain Kennedy still. And when I asked him, I said, did you change your position now to control the borders first? He said, I haven't changed my position. So I think that question needs to be answered. If there was one defining issue for conservatives, immigration's probably it. And maybe we're seeing that in his own home state tonight of Arizona, as we've been pointing out here, that it's pretty close in Arizona.
Don't you kind of bet he wins it?
I bet he wins it, but not by the margin I bet he wants.
Sean, great to see you.
Thanks, Brett. Thanks very much. Thank you.
We've got to go to a break here. Be right back. So, for more on the sort of the shape of this Republican race, which is beginning to clarify for us, let's turn to Chris Wallace with Karl Rove. Chris?
Thank you, Brett. Before we turn to the Republicans, and we're going to talk mostly Republicans with Karl, you couldn't let the evening pass. You noted with some amusement the fact that Hillary Clinton won in Massachusetts, despite the fact that her opponent was endorsed by the senior senator of Massachusetts, Ted Kennedy, the junior senator of Massachusetts, John Kerry, as well as the governor of Massachusetts, Deval Patrick. Your thoughts, sir?
Pretty astonishing. I mean, they talk about power. You know, power is in the state, and they weren't able to prevail against her. It says it was a strong victory for her in the face of that, particularly Ted Kennedy's endorsement. I mean, the man is a living legend. I mean, you know, he's been there longer than most people have been alive in Massachusetts, and for him to endorse as powerfully as he did Obama and not to be able to deliver his home state says something.
What does it say?
Well, it says that endorsements may not matter as much as they used to, and that, frankly, she had strength in the state that was able to withstand Kerry, Patrick, and Kennedy, all being in opposition to her.
Let me ask you about that, because politicians pay a lot of attention to endorsements. The media pays a lot of attention to endorsements. Are they overrated in a practical sense?
I think they are, but I do think governors have a great deal to do with carrying their states. I mean, governors tend to have political machines, if there are political machines left in America. So the endorsement of a governor, I think, does help you. But a United States senator, I guess you get all their...
Let me just interrupt for just a moment, if I may, because I'm told that we can now declare the state of Oklahoma for John McCain. John McCain wins in Oklahoma, the primary there, and that is another victory for him. That is a winner-take-all by a congressional district. So that doesn't mean he'll get all the delegates, but he'll probably get the preponderance of the delegates. But just continue on your thought about these endorsements.
Yeah, governors make a difference. Senators probably don't. I mean, governors tend to be around. They tend to be in the state. They tend to have people who work for them that people want to have a good relationship with, and senators tend to be somebody distant and aloof.
Now, you wanted to make a point on the Republican race, getting back to Britt, about the fact that we may be missing one way in which this evening could turn out to be better for Romney than we're reporting.
We ought to keep, this is about getting delegates, and there is a big pot of delegates at the end of the evening in California where Romney played. So the question is, at the end of the evening, who's on first, who's on second, and who's on third when it comes to the number of delegates? And granted, McCain's gotten a good bump here at the beginning of the evening with these winner-take-all states. But let's see how Romney performs in the caucus states and in this big proportional state, winner-take-all by congressional district at the end of California. I would suspect that there's a pretty good chance he would end up in second place.
And does that give him a rationale to continue then?
Sure it does, and then particularly if nobody gets an overwhelming majority of the 1,020 delegates that are up tonight.
Karl, thanks. More later. Brett?
Let me just take a follow on that. It's, what is it, 170 Republican delegates out of California?
Right.
But if it's winner-take-all by CD, by congressional district, it would mean that in a close race, you'd probably have a relatively equal apportionment of those, wouldn't you?
Right, 2 to 1, basically.
2 to 1 would be, right. So that would mean, you know...
Oh, I'm sorry. No.
Winner-take-all by CD?
Winner-take-all by CD, you get 3 per congressional district. So, but there are 53 districts, and so whoever wins a majority of the congressional districts will get that number of seats times 3 delegates.
I got you. Okay. So it could be, I mean, it could be a really big win, but it could be not so big.
Sure. If let's say if one candidate won 30 districts and one won 23, then the first candidate would get 90 delegates and the second candidate would get 60 some odd delegates, 70 some odd delegates.
So it could be kind of a not a wash, but not, you know.
And this is one to watch because Romney did something very smart there. He took a lot of money out of his own pocket and put it up on Los Angeles TV. And I know the McCain people are nervous about it. There are robo-phone calls from Governor Pete Wilson on the immigration question being made to voters in the Los Angeles basin. And the reason is because the McCain people are concerned that Romney's ad about immigration hurts them out there.
Okay, good, Karl. Thanks very much. Let's go to Bill Hemmer with a roundup of the states that we're going to be seeing the polls close in just a couple minutes. Bill?
Hey, Britt, thank you. Quickly on the map, 27 seconds and counting now. Here is what's at stake at 10 o'clock in the east for the Republicans in the American West, Utah and North Dakota. 59 delegates at stake for the Republicans. For the Democrats, Utah again and Idaho on the line now. 40 last week was huge. And now we're hearing in Minnesota the turnout in that caucus there set an all-time record. by 2, Britt. Back to you.
As you can see, Bill, we are calling the Utah primary. This is really no surprise for Mitt Romney, which, of course, this is a state where he went to college and the headquarters state of the Mormon faith in America. So no big surprise there. And we also can call the state, however, for Barack Obama. Now, let's look at some races that we think are too close to call. Let's run through them if we can. The Georgia primary, still too close to call. And we see Mike Huckabee a little bit ahead there still. Tennessee, similar situation there. On the Republican side, we've called it for Hillary Clinton. On the Democratic side, Mike Huckabee having a heck of a night there, making it too close to call. Same with Missouri, which is probably the linchpin state now. And Mike Huckabee's leading. Mitt Romney's trailing in 3rd place. That's a state Mitt Romney really needs at this stage of the night. 33, only a third of the precincts in, but that's shaping up as good. Could Mike Huckabee win that? We also do think as well that despite that lopsided count so far with a third of the precincts in, that that race between Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama in Missouri is also too close to call. So, Bill.
I mean, the South is the base of the modern Republican Party, and Mitt Romney is running 3rd in almost every southern state. I think it's very hard to see a path to the nomination if those numbers we've just seen in the states we haven't called yet, Georgia, Tennessee, and Missouri, hold up. Huckabee would do better. McCain would be weak for a front runner to be losing so many states. But since Huckabee very, very, very likely is not going to be the nominee, I think Romney's likely third place finish in all these southern states, many of which are proportional representation, which means he'll get very few votes. You know, McCain will get, Huckabee will get 2, and McCain, 2 out of 3, and McCain will get 1 out of 3, something like that. It's bad news for Romney. I think that the failure to penetrate the South could end up being just devastating for Romney.
And it supports the proposition that Sean Hannity was advancing, that at the end of the day, the person that Mike Huckabee really did the most damage to is Mitt Romney. Wouldn't you not agree?
Well, unless they weren't going to be for Romney anyway, and those Huckabee voters might. I would say for Romney wanted to be the conservative alternative to McCain. You can't be a conservative alternative and lose and run 3rd in southern states, in the more conservative states, because McCain won the more moderate northeastern states.
Yeah, and I think the thing is that it's an argument here about the Republican Party. Early in the night, someone said, well, the Republican Party is mostly a conservative party.
Let me interrupt you, Juan, just for a second, because we can make a call in a caucus state. This is North Dakota, a Democratic side. We project that for Barack Obama, adding another win to his column tonight. Not very many delegates at stake, but nonetheless a meaningful win for him. There's something like, 13 delegates at stake in these caucuses tonight. So we'll see. Go ahead. I interrupted you.
No, I was going to say that when you look at what's going on here, it seems to me that there are lots of people who would what you might call moderate to independent-minded Republicans at this juncture, that there are no big ideas out there like tax cuts to reinvent the Republican Party. People like tax cuts. Immigration, I think, has played both ways. You know, Nina was making this point earlier. I think that if you look even at a place like Iowa, I think Huckabee is pretty moderate on immigration. It's a big issue in Iowa, but he did pretty well. I just don't think it has turned out to be the wedge issue for Republicans that we thought it was coming into this contest.
Yeah, Huckabee actually seemed to be a moderate on immigration. Then he was endorsed by the Minutemen, and then he adopted a program that says, I want to expel from the United States in 120 days all the people who are here illegally. Well, there are about 12 million of them. It would be quite an operation. It would certainly dwarf D-Day, but he turned out not to be. He turned out to be very take not the same position. He took a very tough position on immigration. But I agree with Nina. I don't, or with you, Juan. I don't think it has been much of a factor, and it can be. Here's the thing about McCain. It can be a positive factor for a Republican presidential candidate. Look what President Bush did in getting the Hispanic vote up in the 40s, 42, 44%, higher than anybody than even Ronald Reagan had gotten. It's a growing electorate, the Hispanic electorate, and Mitt Romney's not going to hold it. Mike Huckabee's not going to hold it. John McCain is the one Republican candidate who has a chance of doing reasonably well among Hispanic voters in a general election.
One footnote, I just really emphasize what Juan said. I mean, Sean Hannity said a moment ago, and he has his finger on the conservative pulse, at least the conservative talk radio and sort of activist pulse. Immigration is the top issue for conservatives, for conservative Republicans. I just think there's no evidence that that's the case for most voters in most of the country. It is powerful in Arizona. It's probably holding McCain's margin down there quite a lot. It's powerful, as Karl Rove was saying, in Southern California. Romney went up with an immigration ad. He may take a lot of CDs in the Los Angeles and San Diego areas, but Huckabee has been a moderate on immigration. McCain has been the most visible, not orthodox conservative on immigration. And Huckabee and McCain are getting an awful lot of votes all over the country.
Noting when you talk about CDs, you're talking about congressional districts. You're not talking about anybody making off with a bunch of somebody's compact discs. Let's check in with Michael Barone for some thoughts about who's got strength or not so much strength and where. Michael?
Well, Missouri, Missouri is one of the big states for Republicans tonight because it's a winner-take-all state with 58 delegates, and I think it's the only winner-take-all state that has not been called already for John McCain. And it's a three-way race there. The tabulated vote right now has Mike Huckabee ahead with 37% to 31% for McCain, 25% for Romney. One reason is Greene County. That's in southwestern Missouri, Springfield, Missouri, as they call it there. It's the headquarters of the Seventh Day of the Assembly, excuse me, the Assemblies of God Church. It's the base of former Attorney General, Senator, and Governor John Ashcroft. Mike Huckabee's got a big lead there with 3/4 of the votes in, 43% of the votes over 27 of McCain, 24 for Mitt Romney, who's running third. He's going to have margins like that throughout southwest Missouri, I think, in places like Newton and Jasper counties and so forth. That's enabling him to go ahead, but we haven't had the returns yet in Missouri from in any significant amount from St. Louis County. Only 3% of the returns in St. Louis County is suburban. St. Louis City is separate. It's about 15% of the popular vote in Republican primaries in the state of Missouri. And in the returns that are in so far, John McCain is leading with 40% to only 16% for Huckabee, 28% for Mitt Romney. Now, we don't know if the whole county is going to go like that. The big Republican area increasingly there is that big western growth area in Chesterfield. McCain campaigned there. Can he win it enough to reverse the margin that Huckabee's right now got?
Thanks, Michael. As you can see over Michael's shoulder there, all that commotion, that is Mike Huckabee coming out to greet supporters in his one-time home state. I guess it's still his it's still his home state, his hometown, where he served as governor of Little Rock, Arkansas. Let's see what the Huck, who's had a pretty good night, as we've been noting, will have to say tonight. Now we now have the dance with the signs, where the supporters always think it's a good idea to hold up signs in front of the cameras while their candidate's trying to speak. It's been one of the phenomenons of politics I've never understood.
Well, thank you. You know, over the past few days, a lot of people have been trying to say that this is a two-man race. Well, you know what? It is, and we're in it. Tonight we are making sure America understands that sometimes one small, smooth stone is even more effective than a whole lot of armor. And we've also seen that the widow's mite has more effectiveness than all the gold in the world. Janet and I and our family and team want to begin by saying thanks, first of all, to the wonderful people of Arkansas, where it all started and where tonight we have a wonderful, wonderful victory here at home. We love this state, always have and always will. And tonight we're reminded again why. Because of the incredible people who believed in us early and stayed with us through all of the times when so many people said, you can't get there. And tonight we're proving that we're still on our feet, and much to the amazement of many, we're getting there, folks. We're getting there. We have been standing for small business owners who know that government has for way too long had its foot on their neck with taxes that were too high, regulations that were too onerous. Threat of litigation made it impossible for many small business owners to survive. And our party once stood to make sure that we helped clear the way so that the free market system really worked And we're going to do it again, because one of these days when I get to be president, and it won't be very long, about a year from now, I really do look forward to nailing the going out of business sign on the front door of the IRS. And when we have the fair tax, a lot of small business owners and individuals will finally have a fair shot at getting a part of the American dream. We're here tonight and winning states across the South because we've stood for the idea that mothers and fathers raise better kids than governments do, and government ought to undergird a family, not undermine a basic family's rights to raise their own kids. And that's one of the reasons we're here tonight. We're here tonight because people want to know that the president is going to secure our borders and make it so it's not more difficult to get on an airplane in your hometown than it is to cross the international border, and that we're going to fix an issue that the federal government is allowed to go unchallenged for a long, long time. We're here tonight because a lot of people in the South and across America know that the Second Amendment is to be respected as much as the First Amendment, and they know that there's only one candidate who has a consistent record of making sure we do that. And one of the reasons that we're here tonight is because there's no candidate who has been more consistent and clear about the fact that we should honor the words of our forefathers who said all of us are created equal. And that means that every single person has intrinsic worth and value. And we should uphold the sanctity of human life because it is a cornerstone of our culture of life. And ladies and gentlemen, tonight, I believe that one of the things you're seeing across this nation is that people are saying the conservatives do have a choice because the conservatives have a voice. And tonight, they're getting a chance to express that, and from here, they'll get to continue expressing that choice and that voice. Now, it's tough for this old Razorback to say things like, roll, tide, roll, but I'm doing it tonight. And it's tough for this old Razorback to look over there to the state just to the east of us and anticipate being able to say that we're two volunteers. I think before the night is over, I'll even be singing Rocky Top. This old Razorback may even catch some bulldog fever before the night is over. And we're going to forget all about the Cotton Bowl and even be grateful for our friends to the north before tonight is over. I'm fully believing. But tonight is far more important than contests between the rivalry of some of our states in athletics. Starting today with the wonderful people of West Virginia who gave us a surprising, stunning, and wonderful victory. Today has been a day when the people have spoken. And today, people across this country are saying that, yes, we heard what the pundits said, but this is our vote, not theirs. This is our election, not theirs. This is our presidency, not theirs. And for all those people who have made sacrifices to help us be here, I want to say thank you. And I also want you to know that as long as there's still votes and delegates to be won until that magic number of 1,191, there's going to be one guy answering the bell every time there's a new round. Sometimes elections have a way of tearing us apart, even within our own party. But the ultimate purpose that we're all in this is not to see our party divided, and it most certainly is not to see our country divided. We got in this because we wanted to see our party pull together again. But even more than our party, as important as it is, it's far more important that we bring this nation back together, where we once again realize that our greatest strength is not in the government we elect, but it's in the ordinary people who do the choosing. It still is a land of the people, and we're going to continue to prove that even with limited resources but lots of heart, the presidency can belong to the people of this country. When I started out as a little kid, believe me, I never thought I'd even see a president within eyesight of me physically. And I've often told the story of 8 years old when my dad said, "Son, I'm going to take you down to hear a speech by the governor. He's coming down to our part of the state." And governors don't get down here very often. And boy, they didn't. And he said, "I want you to go down and hear the speech because he's dedicating a lake, and you need to hear that because, son, you may live your whole life and you may never actually get to see a governor in person." Little did he know that boy would become the 44th governor of the state of Arkansas and serve this wonderful state for 10.5 years. And I'm pretty sure that he could have never, ever even dreamed that one day I'd be standing here tonight and I'd be saying, "Folks, in a few more months, you'll help me become the 44th President of the United States of America." Thank you. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, on the strength of victories in 3 states, West Virginia, where McCain threw his support behind him, in Alabama and his home state of Arkansas, with strong showings, stronger than expected showings, and potential victories, I guess, in a couple of other states, including Missouri, as you heard him mention. Mike Huckabee says he is now the alternative to John McCain. And you might have noticed while we were listening to Mike Huckabee that we were able to make a call, and that is the state of Connecticut for Barack Obama, a further sign of strength for him in a part of the country that Hillary Clinton could certainly have wished and hoped that would be hers. So we're an interesting call there. Now, so what happens after tonight? John McCain is having a good night. Mitt Romney so far, not such a good night. Mike Huckabee, a surprising night. So what about Republicans around the country? What should they do now? Well, a man has some thoughts on that. He's a former chairman of the party. He is the current governor of the state of Mississippi. He is well known to all who follow Republican politics and politics in general. He is, of course, Haley Barbour. Good evening, Governor.
Hey, Brett. Good evening.
What are your thoughts tonight?
You know, as you look at the night, it's been a really impressive night. McCain's had a very good night. Mike Huckabee, who we just heard, has had a very good night. I mean, all the way from Oklahoma, Missouri, Tennessee to Georgia, he's done very well. He's going to win several of those states. Governor Romney so far hadn't had a very good night. You know, we party chairs, as I was for 4 years, you want these things to be over as soon as they're over. As soon as somebody's won the nomination, you want everybody to get together and start uniting for November. McCain's had a good night, but unless he has a big victory in California and some more like that, I'm not sure we're there. My friend Mike Huckabee, I enjoyed him, and he is a great friend of mine. We served as governors together 3 years, and I was chairman when he got elected, both lieutenant governor and governor of Arkansas. The idea, though, that we're going to continue until the very last primary, that's really not useful. Once somebody's won it, and I don't think that's the case right now, but once somebody has clearly won a nomination, the right thing to do if you want to win in November is for everybody to start getting together.
Well, are you calling for that tonight? I mean, you say that's the right thing to do. You say we're not there yet. You still
don't think we're...
Do you think it's a two-person race, as Mike Huckabee says, or who's in it?
I'm not sure that's fair to Romney. He may win California. But if McCain wins California, and he's won a lot of places, both in the Northeast and the Midwest with Illinois, we'll see how many of these states in the South he wins versus Huckabee. And Huckabee's shown great strength, I think. But I'm not saying tonight, and I don't think anybody would say tonight that it's over. But it is very important that once somebody has got the nomination won, that it doesn't just continue, because all that is negative. It becomes more shrill. It becomes more divisive. You know, John McCain's not as conservative as I am. I'm not sure any of these three guys are as conservative as I am. But I can tell you, any of the three I can enthusiastically support against the competition in November. And that's what this is going to be about. So tonight's been a great night for Mike Huckabee, great night for John McCain, who's probably going to win more delegates than anybody else. For our party, this may go on for a little while, but it doesn't need to go on forever.
All right. Governor Barbour, thank you very much for joining us. Great to have you.
Thank you, Britt.
All right. We've got to take a brief break here. Be right back.
Our special Super Tuesday coverage continues, tallying the vote, breaking it down, and where the race heads from here. You decide 2008, your choice, your channel.
So one wonders how the Romney camp is perceiving tonight. We can look at a couple of states that he's won. He won his home state of Massachusetts, as we noted earlier in the night. No surprise there at all. Everyone expected that. And he also has won in Utah, another state where he was a slam dunk favorite to win. So how does all this look on a night when Mike Huckabee surprised everybody and John McCain has shown real strength in a whole bunch of places? Well, let's check in at Romney headquarters in Boston with Wendell Goler. Hi, Wendell.
Hi, Britt. Mitt Romney's about to address his supporters about 5 minutes from now. It's been a tough night for them. They say they still have hopes for the western states, Colorado, Montana, Alaska, and especially California, but they have not achieved their two main objectives on this Tsunami Tuesday. The first was to cast doubt on what they called the inevitability factor, that John McCain will win the Republican nomination. The second is that Mike Huckabee would perform poorly enough to drop out of the race. They had hoped tonight it would crystallize into a two-man race, as they put it, and they were really stung when Mike Huckabee said just a moment ago it is a two-man race, him and John McCain. Romney's camp says that Huckabee is still unelectable, and most voters believe that. But Huckabee's projected win in California and Romney's third-place performance right now in Missouri and in Georgia were just body blows. There's no other way to call them that. The only two big cheers tonight came when Romney was projected the winner of Massachusetts and Utah. Still, officials say that Romney will not give up the race tomorrow. Come what may, they say. He will address the Conservative Political Action Committee in Washington on Thursday. He will make the case that John McCain is not conservative enough, and he, Mitt Romney, is, but he will not be speaking from the position of strength unless he sweeps those western states and sweeps California, which is not a winner-take-all state. He will not be speaking from the position of strength that he'd hoped. Britt?
And Huckabee projected win in California. I assume you meant Alabama, right?
Yes, I did. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, look, that's what happens. Live television being what it is. I make such mistakes. Well, it'll be interesting to hear what he has to say tonight. I mean, I can't imagine, Wendell, that he's going to come down there and his supporters will cheer because that's what supporters do. But I wonder what his message will be. I mean, they're telling you tonight that they're going to be planning, right? Well, what?
Well, there will be no concession speech. We know that. And, you know, he will make his case before the Conservative Political Action Committee. Maybe one last case, Britt, that he's their guy and they need to get behind him.
Okay, good, Wendell. Thanks very much. We're going to make a call now in the Democratic caucuses in Minnesota. Again, Barack Obama. Minnesota, a liberal state, particularly among the in the Democratic Party, one where the anti-war sentiment is very strong, and one presumes that that was a help to Barack Obama tonight. In the meantime, while we await the arrival on the stage of Mitt Romney, let's check in to see what is emerging from the blogosphere tonight. Up on her high position, Martha McCallum. Hey, Martha.
Hi there, Britt. Right now we're taking a look at Palestra.com, which is a network of on-campus reporters that goes out and tries to get the pulse of what's going on with the youth vote across America. So here's their On the Inside report from Northwestern University. Take a look.
I like Ron Paul.
Yeah, I voted for Clinton.
Definitely Obama.
I think Obama will take Illinois, probably.
fairly easily. But in terms of the whole thing, I think it's pretty up in the air.
I still want a charismatic leader, so and I don't want an overly conservative leader either, so a nice middle ground would be best.
It was hard for me to decide, especially because, but I think I voted for Clinton in the end because I feel like she does have a little bit more experience. Her record in New York, I liked a lot.
From talking with my friends and from watching the debates on TV and that sort of thing, he's the candidate that I've liked the most, and in terms of his views and just also in terms of the way I feel. You know, there's a gut reaction that goes along with it.
To be honest, if either wins, I'll be happy if either of them wins the primary.
All right, and also remember that we are doing tonight on air, of course, and online as well. Go to foxnews.com/comments, and you can send your comments to me, and we'll continue to keep you updated on everything that's going on the internet and the blog tonight, Brett. Back to you.
If you get comments in there just ripping us to shreds, what are you going to do? You going to tell us about them, or are you going to
I'm going to come on up here, and I'm going to tell you what they're saying, Brett.
Oh, I don't know if we're going to come back to you anymore, Martha. I'm afraid of that. I'm a little afraid of those comments. All right, Martha, thanks a lot. We're waiting, of course, for Mitt Romney to come out and say whatever he's going to say on a night which, now, as we've noted, has obviously been a disappointment to him. But, you know, if you're a Romney tonight, what are you thinking? I mean, to keep going on this is going to cost you a bundle.
Well,
and there's a good business, tough, smart businessmen, and Mitt Romney is certainly that, don't like to throw good money after bad. There's got to come a point here where it has to begin to look like that to him. Wouldn't you think, Nina?
I don't think that there's, first of all, when you say a bad night, I don't think except for West Virginia, a lot of this is expected, and we haven't gone west. And with California and all of these western caucuses, and Missouri's still out there. So I think, you know, I don't think they would view yet that they've had a bad night. I think the reason to play in Super Tuesday and to spend money there, and you know, after losing in Florida, which they were really hopeful about winning, is as a time buyer. You buy time. As we've talked about a lot, the conservative movement was kind of late in rallying around him. You know, things happen. Something could break that hurts John McCain. We've seen that. You know, we've seen the ups and downs of this campaign. And you know, it's a Hail Mary, but it's not I don't think it's an unreasonable one given the speed of events.
It is kind of an axiom of politics that the only reason candidates ever get out of races is that they run out of money, or they're about to. Well, that ain't going to happen to Mitt Romney. On the other hand, he has said, and famously, that his wife Ann has he hasn't put a limit on what he'll spend, but she has. And one sense is that means, you know, I'm sure he's kidding about that, but one sense is he, you know, this is another reason why they dropped out. Go ahead, Bill.
I think there were 15 primaries tonight on Super Tuesday. 16. 16 primaries. It looks like Romney he'll win some caucuses, probably maybe out west in smaller states, maybe Colorado. He may win a plurality in California, but basically he's won 2 out of.
Well, speaking of which,
2 or 3 of 16 primaries.
We got a call to make. North Dakota, not the biggest state in terms of population, but nice place. Its Republican caucuses have gone for Mitt Romney, so that adds something to his column. That wasn't in a state where, you know, it was, which was that big a deal, but not one that was a slam dunk for him. So that's something.
No, look, he's getting delegates out of these caucuses, and they're legitimate. They're, you know, just as legitimate.
They'll be there too.
On the other hand, you can't win, I don't think, 3 out of 16 primaries and be the Republican nominee. I mean, it's just not really credible. I mean, you know, the Republican Party is not going to nominate someone who, on the biggest day of the year, won 3 of 16. And I think Romney's
he could win a couple more.
He could win a couple more, let's see. But if it stays where it is now, if you look at the vote distribution, and I think he's going to have to think seriously about where to go.
He's on the stage. We'll keep an eye on it on one side of the screen and keep talking here until he starts talking there. Fred?
Well, another reason you drop out is because there's no credible path that you have toward winning the nomination. You have to be able to tell voters, look, if I do this, this, and this, I'll win the nomination. I think he's running out of places he can point to where he can win. And say I can get the nomination. I don't think the North Dakota caucuses that actually add much to his case. And in the primaries, he's won 2 out of 16. You know, he could say I won 2 gold medals, but you know, a lot more silver and bronze medals aren't going to help him.
But the question is, if he says I'm the real conservative, and
that doesn't help if he's not winning.
But he keeps delivering that message. Yeah. And the question is, at what point does it pay off, or does it ever?
Well,
pay
it hasn't yet.
Let's listen.
What an honor to have our friends here tonight. This touches our heart. It's so extraordinarily powerful to come here and see so many friends, and to see me behind here, almost the entire Massachusetts Republican state legislature. to have Governor Weld here and Kerry Healy, my lieutenant governor, and so many friends. You know, Ann, of course, and my family, my sons and daughters here, daughters-in-law, but also at the far end is my brother. And don't ask me if he's younger than me. He's older than me. My brother Scott, he's been campaigning all over the country for me, and I appreciate your being here tonight on a very special night. You know, Ann came to me and she said, you know, the one thing that's clear tonight is that nothing's clear. But I think she's wrong. One thing that's clear is this campaign's going on. I think there's some people who thought it was all going to be done tonight, but it's not all done tonight. We're going to keep on battling. We're going to go all the way to the convention. We're going to win this thing, and we're going to get into the White House. Now, I don't know. At this stage, it's really hard to tell how many delegates we're going to get because a lot of states, of course, we haven't even heard from, the western states. We know that it's going to be close and interesting in states like Colorado and Montana and California and all over the West. And so we're going to see what kind of numbers come in. We'll add those numbers up and bright and early in the morning. My guess is at our home we'll be staying up a little bit later than most of you will. We'll be looking at those numbers. But I have to tell you, there was a special feeling in my heart when I realized that the three places Ann and I have lived have all voted for us: Michigan, Massachusetts, and Utah. And we expect a lot more delegates come from a lot of other states as well. But you know, this is fun and exciting to be part of an election scene like this, to have all of you here cheering us on. It's just remarkable to know how much work you've done, how much money you've raised, how many doors you knocked out, how many calls you've made. But you know why we're doing it? We're all doing it for the same reason. That is, we care very deeply about, well, in my case, these folks up here, and in your case, the folks at your home, your kids. For me, I'm very concerned about the kind of America they're going to inherit. I want to make sure that the kind of prosperity we've known, the peace that we've always experienced, the safety that we've always felt, that is part of my kids' life and their kids' life and theirs indeed as well. And I recognize that that doesn't just happen. You see, those that brought this to us paid a very heavy price to buy our peace. They built a strong military that was without question the most capable in the world. They built a strong economy that surpassed anybody's in the world. And they also gave to us values that are enduring, like believing in hard work and education and willingness to sacrifice for the future, and love of our families and love of our faith and love of our country. And because of these great values and this great economy and our great military, we've emerged as the greatest nation on earth. And now it's our turn to decide what we're going to give to our kids and to their kids. We face extraordinary challenges. I'm convinced, and I mean this very sincerely, I'm convinced that if Washington continues on its same course, America will emerge not as the great nation of the 21st century by the end, but as a second-tier power. It'll be passed by someone else. I can't tell you who it'll be, but it will be passed by someone else. That will not happen. We'll keep America strong because we'll hold on to the values that have always made us successful. Values that Ronald Reagan and George Herbert Walker Bush and Teddy Roosevelt and other great presidents spoke about. They strengthened our military with more troops to make sure that we can protect ourselves. They strengthened our families with good health care and good schools and values that are enduring. And they strengthened our economy. At the base of our ability to lead the world is a robust and powerful economy. Right now, things are a little shaky. You hear people say, well, we're hitting a rough spot. It's more than that. It's more than just a rough spot. There's a long-term slide that we've seen as we're competing with people around the world, Asia in particular, and as our pocketbooks are being emptied by the oil-producing states, taking more and more money every single day from us. We can't allow our economy to continue to be weakened by these other competitors. It's time for us to lift America, to strengthen our economy. We're going to do that by keeping our taxes down, by getting regulation down, by having immigration work for us. That means stopping illegal immigration, protecting legal immigration. to trade with other nations around the world, of course, but we're going to do so on a level playing field. We're going to invest in technology and innovation and be the best and the brightest with new products and new designs and make sure that we always lead the world. This is the future of this great country. Now, I know that there's some who think that can all be done from Washington. But when it comes time to thinking about how we're going to guide our economy, I think it's more important to know how America works than to know how Washington works. And I think it's helpful to have... And when it comes time to think about how our economy is going to build great jobs for our kids and their kids and maintain the great military we have through our economic strength, I think it's important to have a president who's actually had a job in the private sector. You see, at a time like this, we recognize just how broken Washington is. We've looked to them to solve our problems, and they haven't. We asked them to solve Social Security. They haven't done that. We asked them to balance the budget. They haven't. We asked them as well to rein in excessive pork barrel spending. They haven't. We asked them to get health care that was affordable and portable for all of us, and they haven't. We asked them to get education that's the best in the world. They haven't. We asked them to live by high ethical standards, and they haven't. We asked them to end illegal immigration, and they haven't. We asked them to get us off of foreign oil and let us be able to be energy independent, and they haven't. It's time for the politicians to leave Washington and for we the people to take over. This isn't just about the heart and soul of our party. It isn't just about which party's going to win in November. This is about the future course of our country. This is about whether or not Washington will finally deal with the challenges we face, whether Washington is up to the task of helping solve these problems, taking advantage of opportunities, making sure that our kids and their kids live in an America that's the greatest nation on earth. It must be. It has always been. The world depends upon our sacrifice, our commitment, and dedication to peace and prosperity and to liberty. This is the greatest nation in the history of the earth. We will keep it, the hope of the earth. With your help, we'll do it together. Thank you so much.
Well, Mitt Romney, as he was speaking there, and he made a pretty peppy speech for a guy who has had relatively a tough night. And while he was speaking, as you probably noticed on your screen, we made a couple of projections. Neither of them good news for him. First, Tennessee, we project for Mike Huckabee. And at the same time, Arizona, we project let's wait and see. Arizona, we project for John McCain, which proved to be more difficult than one would have imagined. Obviously, the immigration issue playing strongly there. In addition to that, the Associated Press is calling the state of Georgia for Mike Huckabee, and we are now as well. So that extends the Huckabee number of wins up to 5, and makes this night all the more impressive for him and all the more disappointing, I think it's fair to say, for Mitt Romney. John McCain, meanwhile, cruising along, as we mentioned, in Arizona. That's a winner-take-all state with some 50-some delegates. So we got a lot to reflect on now. We're going to take a break. More on the other side. Stay tuned. Okay, as we move forward here, that is the stage at the Hillary Clinton event here in New York City. She's not out there yet. We're watching for that moment to come, and when it does, we'll bring it to you. In the meantime, an issue has arisen concerning the absentee balloting in California. And here to explain it to us is our very own Greta Van Susteren. Hi, Gretz.
Good evening, Britt. And look, it's pretty much good news that I get to report tonight. It's all quiet on the Western Front as it involves legal suits. But unfortunately, election legal challenges are a little bit like tornadoes that hit at midnight. You don't know the damage until the sun rises next day. And right now, this is what we know. There's an organization called Courage Campaign that apparently is a little bit distressed tonight because they claim that there are a number of people who are that wanted to vote that are what are called declined to state party affiliation voters, essentially independents. And what they claim happened is that they have been denied the right to vote because of a problem or confusion over the ballot. Those people who consider themselves as independents, for lack of a better description, in California, must request a Democratic ballot to vote in the primary. Plus, they must fill out a particular bubble on the ballot. If they don't do that, their ballot will be refused. It won't be counted. So what's happened is apparently there are a number of people who have claimed confusion in the state of California. And this group, Courage Campaign, has had a conference call with the Obama campaign, and they are trying to assess the damage. So that's where you sort of have to wait until daylight tomorrow morning to find out if indeed there's going to be a legal challenge. But they really have to assess the numbers. They have to see the return. Stakes are high in California, but they don't know yet whether it makes any bit of difference. So that's important. There's a little snafu in New Jersey today. Governor Corzine went to vote. He didn't get to vote on time as he expected, but that's no big deal. A little problem with the machines. Now, keep your eye on Florida and Michigan. Remember, they have not yet, they were denied their delegates. The DNC said their Democratic delegates will not be seated at the convention. But these are giant numbers down in Florida and in Michigan, almost 3 times or 4 times Iowa and New Hampshire. And those 2 states, those Democrats, they're a little bit upset, saying in essence that they're being big-footed by 2 little states by the DNC. So there may be a challenge. There's already been one challenge by Senator Nelson and by Representative Elsie Hastings down there, which was thrown out. But that was not a challenge brought by citizens. So that may be on the horizon, but that could come later. And of course, we don't know what's going to happen there. Finally, one little factoid that I just love, a little bit of a non sequitur, but I must bring it up, and that's this. The LA County Jail is just like the rest of California, seen a great interest in voting this time. 917 have registered to vote while in jail, and 881 people in the Los Angeles jail filed for applications for absentee ballots. So, Britt, just as much enthusiasm this year in the LA County Jail. Back to you.
Okay, I'm glad to know those people on the inside are interested in what's going on the outside.
Absolutely.
Okay, Greta, thanks a million. Mike Huckabee's agreed to talk to us, and Chris Wallace is going to do it. Chris?
Thanks, Brett. Let's bring in perhaps the comeback kid tonight, Mike Huckabee, former governor of Arkansas. And, Governor, congratulations. At this point, Fox has projected you as the winner in 5 states, Alabama, Arkansas, Georgia, Tennessee, and West Virginia. You said earlier, and we carried your speech, that this is now a 2-man race. Are you suggesting that Mitt Romney is no longer a serious contender for the Republican nomination?
Well, I'm going to let you and the Romney campaign make that decision, but I don't think I'm going to be forced off to the side of the stage over the next few weeks. I think people now realize that there's strong support out there for me because there are people who believe in what I've been talking about. And it's not because we had the same kind of money some of these guys had. We're the green campaign. We're the ones getting more miles per gallon than anybody, but it's connecting with real people, folks that matter and people that vote and work hard. I can't tell you how thrilled I am, and not just for me. Chris, I'm thrilled for those people that have made incredible sacrifices. And there are folks, if you go to our website, you hit MikeHuckabee.com and read what people are saying and why they're giving. They're not given $2,000. Sometimes they're given $20. But it's what they've got. And that's what has made our campaign so very effective.
Governor, if it is, as you say, a 2-man race between you and John McCain, what do you think the choice is for voters between you and the senator?
I'd like to say it's between 2 good, decent Americans who both love their country and who have great respect for each other. And it will give the voters a choice between Republicans that may have some differences on some issues, but still can approach those differences with a sense of honor and the kind of gentlemanly political campaigning that we may not have seen in a long time.
But I understand that, but it is a choice, and I know you've been very complimentary about Senator McCain throughout. Voters have to make a choice. Why you over Senator McCain? What's the choice?
Well, I think the executive experience that I have, that's an important factor in a president, having actually run a government longer than anyone running for president. We differ on immigration. We differ on stem cell research on humans. We differ on the Human Life Amendment. We differed on the Bush tax cuts, but there are many issues about which we agree. And even the ones where we disagree, we're not angry about it, and we don't poke each other in the eye over it. And he'll make a case for his candidacy, I'll make a case for mine. What you won't see, I really believe, is either of us going out there trying to disable the other campaign.
Governor Huckabee, again, thanks so much for talking with us. Congratulations. As we say, so far tonight, you've already won 5 states, according to Fox projections. And we'll see you clearly down the road. Thanks so much for talking to us, sir.
Thank you, Chris.
Britt, back to you.
Well, I'm thinking, Chris, as he's saying that we're now going to have this peaceable campaign between him and John McCain if it works out according to his scenario.
We can't allow that to happen.
Well, I'm just saying, what the guy's basically telling us is he's not going to make any news.
Well, as I say, we cannot allow that to happen. We're going to have to get it down and dirty.
Whatever happened to American politics? If these candidates got up and presented a positive case for themselves and never said much of anything negative about their opponents.
This will not stand.
Well, there's a reason why you get negative. Well, there you got the whole Clinton family there up on stage, and a very happy Hillary tonight. Let's hear what she has to tell us.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You know, thank you. You know, tonight, okay, thank you. Thank you very much. You know, tonight we are hearing the voices of people across America. People of all ages, of all colors, all faiths, and all walks of life. People on the day shift, the night shift, the late shift with the crying baby. Moms and dads who want a better world for our children. Young people who deserve a world of opportunity. All those who aren't in the headlines but have always written America's story. After 7 years of a president who listens only to the special interests, you're ready for a president who brings your voice, your values, and your dreams to your White House. And tonight, in record numbers, you voted not just to make history, but to remake America. People in America, Samoa, Arkansas, Massachusetts, New Jersey, Oklahoma, Tennessee, and the great state of New York. And, you know, on just one really serious note, we want to keep the people of Arkansas and Tennessee in our prayers. They suffered horrible tornadoes tonight. We just talked to some of our folks there, and people have died in both states, and our thoughts and prayers go out to them in this moment of their need. You know, tonight, though, is your night. Tonight is America's night. And it's not over yet, because the polls are still open in California for a few more minutes. I hope that all of you will join our campaign at www.hillaryclinton.com, because you know that politics isn't a game. It's not about who's up or who's down. It's about your lives, your families, your futures. It's about the people who have shared their problems with me, looking for solutions. The mother whose insurance company won't pay for her child's treatment. The couple so determined to send their daughter to college, they're willing to mortgage their home with a subprime second mortgage. The man who asked me what he was supposed to do after training the person who will take his job in another country. the veterans who've come home only to find they don't have the health care, the compensation, and the services they need. It's also about the people who want to seize America's opportunities. It's about the unions and businesses who are training people for green-collar jobs. It's about the auto companies and the auto workers who want higher gas mileage cars so we can compete with the rest of the world. It's about our scientists and researchers who want to be able to do stem cell research right here in the United States of America. It's about our contractors and our construction workers who want to get to work to rebuild America, from the bridges in Minnesota to the levees in New Orleans. Now, for 7 years, we have seen President Bush's answer. They don't know what's at stake in this election, but we do. We know what we need is someone ready on day one to solve our problems and seize those opportunities. Because when the bright lights are off and the cameras are gone, who can you count on to listen to you, to stand up for you, to deliver solutions for you? Well, the Republicans want 8 more years of the same. They see tax cuts for the wealthy and they say, why not more? They see $9 trillion in debt, say, why not trillions more? They see 5 years in Iraq and say, why not 100 more? Well, they've got until January 20th, 2009, and not 1 day more. Now, we know the Republicans won't give up the White House without a fight. Well, let me be clear. I won't let anyone swift boat this country's future. Together, we're going to take back America, because I see an America where our economy works for everyone, not just those at the top, where prosperity is shared and we create good jobs that stay right here in America. I see an America where we stand up to the oil companies and the oil-producing countries, where we launch a clean energy revolution and finally confront the climate crisis. I see an America where we don't just provide health care for some people or most people, but for every single man, woman, and child, with no one left I see an America where when a young man or woman signs up to serve our country, we sign up to serve them too. An America with a 21st century GI Bill of Rights to help veterans go to college, buy a home, or start their own businesses. I see an America respected around the world again, that reaches out to our allies and confronts our shared challenges, from global terrorism to global warming to global epidemics. That's the America I see, and that's the America we will build together. I am so lucky to have the most extraordinary staff, volunteers, and supporters across the country. And I am so grateful for all those long hours and late nights that you've been putting in. And I want to thank the most important people in my life. First, Bill and Chelsea, for their incredible love and support. They have done so much day in and day out. And I want to thank all my friends and family, particularly my mother, who was born before women could vote and is watching her daughter on this stage tonight. Senator Obama for his victories tonight, and I look forward to continuing our campaign and our debates about how to leave this country better off for the next generation, because that is the work of my life. That is why I started my career fighting for abused and neglected children, children who had drawn the short straw in life, because this nation gave me every opportunity, and we can do the same for every child. We must continue to be a nation that strives always to give each of our children a better future. A nation of optimists who believe our best days are yet to come. A nation of idealists holding fast to our deepest values, that we are all created equal, that we all deserve to fulfill our God-given potential, that we are destined for progress together. It's the ideal inscribed on the base of the Statue of Liberty in this great city that has overlooked our harbor through wars and depression and the dark days of September 11th. The words we all know that give voice to America's embrace. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. A constant reminder that here in America, we face our challenges and we embrace all of our people. So today we say with one voice, give us the child who wants to learn, give us the people in need of work, give us the veterans who need our care. We say, give us this economy to rebuild and this war to end. Give us this nation to heal, this world to lead, this moment to seize. I know we're ready. Thank you all, and God bless you.
Seen there at that hotel here in New York for Hillary Clinton with this panoply of Hillary cards and banners supporting her as she talks about a night when she's done well, but her opponent, Barack Obama, has done well also. And in fact, he's won 9 races. We project that she's won, what, 6 now. So there's one state, though, that we keep waiting to hear the outcome from in both parties, and that is the bellwether state of Missouri. And look at that. That's the Republican side. Mike Huckabee still leading, 78% of the precincts in. But as you can see, that race is very close. Now John McCain has edged into a lead by about, what, 1,000 votes or something like that. Mitt Romney well back, or not well, but not so far back that if they got a big surge for him somewhere, he might not pull even. So you can see why that race is too close to call. And you can probably see from this as well, Hillary Clinton is ahead. We still think that race is too close to call, and we'll get into a discussion later with Michael Barone about why, with Hillary leading by 40,000 votes with 75% of the precincts. Of course, 75% of the precincts might be all small precincts, with big ones still to come. So it doesn't tell you, doesn't mean 75% of the vote, which is what I'm in my fumbling way here trying to say. So some thoughts here.
And in Missouri, St. Louis is a notoriously late reporter, and presumably St. Louis, the city of St. Louis, would be strong for Obama, which I suspect is why we're not willing to call the race there. I'm told that St. Louis County, which I think includes the suburbs, has been strong for McCain so far, and that people are, we're not going to officially call this, but I think people think that McCain is more likely than not to win Missouri over Huckabee.
Well, he had certainly, Huckabee had been leading.
Right, and McCain seems
is
to
now
be now
pulled into
picking up
a tie and is a little ahead, 1,000 votes or so.
Right, and if McCain wins Missouri, that is a very big victory for him.
That's huge, isn't it?
It is big, because then it's not just that Huckabee is denying Romney victories. McCain himself is now beating Romney in the one winner-take-all state that looked where the one most contested winner-take-all state, Missouri. If McCain can pull that off, I think he's in very good shape.
And also a state where it's well to show strength for the general election, because if you can win Missouri, and he had some resistance there. I mean, it's not as if the other two candidates have some real strength there. So.
Just on the Democratic side, I think it's important to note that this moment, this evening, is not unlike New Hampshire, where they're going in. There was a lot of sense that Barack Obama was riding a surge, that he was challenging Hillary Clinton in places that we didn't expect, like New Jersey, like Massachusetts, where he had gotten the endorsements of both senators, John Kerry and Ted Kennedy, as well as the endorsement of the governor. And there was a lot of thinking going in that it was going to be a bad night for her, and it turned out not not to be. And you know, it's something.
Yeah, I talked to Hillary people who said they were really worried that this was going to be a very bad night for them. Well, you know, I mean, Barack Obama's done well. He's won 9 contests.
Yeah, he's done well, but it hasn't been that sort of, you know, that sort of blowout, not blowout, but that sort of surge.
Well, I mean, you know, he challenged
and
her in the home area in New York and around, but she won New York, she won New Jersey. He got Connecticut, which is of the 3 prizes, that's the smaller one. He won Delaware, which is a contiguous state there, but so she got the 2 big ones, he got the 2 smaller ones. That's sort of the story of the night a little bit, isn't it?
But if you stop and think about it, the idea that she's won Tennessee, New Jersey, and Massachusetts, those are just huge prizes. Obviously, California is outstanding. We'll see what comes there. But where Obama did well was in the state with the 3rd largest number of delegates at stake today, which was Illinois, his home state. Kansas, which might as well be his home state. He had that wonderful sort of reunion thing there with relatives and all. And then it goes to a bunch of small states: North Dakota, Utah, Kansas, Delaware, as you were saying. Georgia's also a good one. But it's the size and power of the states that Hillary Clinton has been able to win tonight that seemed at this moment, as we're speaking here, you know, around 11 o'clock Eastern, to say that this has been her night.
Now let's be conscious, folks, if you will, of the bottom of your screen where you're able to see this rolling tally of delegates. You can see she's ahead of him. Now that thing lags well behind the states we've called, and because calculating the delegates can be complicated, especially in the Democratic Party. But as you can see there, she has a real serious lead, some 80 delegates, but he's got enough, more than enough, to give him reason to carry on. Fred?
You know, I think this looks like it's going to be a twofer for John McCain. He's among the Republicans. He's going to win the most primaries. He's going to win the most delegates. That's one side. And secondly, his chief opponent, Mitt Romney, has been really neutralized, really harmed, and will come out of Super Tuesday as a much weaker opponent than he was going into it. If Mike Huckabee is McCain's chief opponent, that means that it's going to be a pretty easy path for McCain getting to the nomination, because Huckabee is both a regional and he appeals to a very narrow sliver of the Republican electorate, whereas McCain appeals to a much larger one. So for McCain, it looked like in the beginning of the evening that he wasn't going to do that well. It's turned out to be very good for him.
So, Fred, you think that basically Mike Huckabee is an agent for John McCain?
No, I'm not saying that, although certainly the Romney campaign thinks so. But no, I think Mike Huckabee, while he's had a very good evening, cannot win the Republican presidential nomination.
That's what I thought you were saying.
I think Romney had a bigger upside and had a chance of winning that nomination. But after tonight, I think his chances are slim to none and closer to none.
Okay, Fred, thank you. We're pleased to be joined, as we have been through the evening, by the former congressman and the chairman of the Democratic Leadership Council. That's Harold Ford. He's with Chris Wallace. Chris?
Brett, thanks so much. We've been poring over these numbers, as well as you guys have over on the panel there. Harold, I want to point out the fact that Obama has won in states, Georgia, Utah, North Dakota, Alabama, Kansas, red states. And I was talking about this with Karl Rove earlier, and he was suggesting that, you know, that's nice that he wins in those states, and those are delegates that count. But it doesn't say much about his electability, because generally speaking, Democrats don't win in those states in the general election.
Well, I think he'd make the case one of the reasons that he should be the nominee is that he can compete in those states. One thing is clear now, a couple of things. One, nothing has really been settled. Although it looks as if you look at the big states, Mrs. Clinton will walk away probably with a larger share of delegates once they get through this very complicated computation. Barack Obama still has the money to carry on. The remainder of the night, though, remains key. California and Missouri and how those states come in. It looks as if Hillary enjoys small leads there. It's too early to call either of those states. But it will be interesting to see how they shake out. So the second thing I'd make is that the ground campaigns and ground games in all of these states, it appears that Mrs. Clinton enjoyed greater success, particularly in the primary states.
Let me just interrupt for 1 second to say Fox News is projecting now that Mitt Romney wins in the state of Montana. That is a caucus in Montana. Romney had emphasized with a strong ground organization caucuses, and he's picking up some of those tonight. Montana, another one in the Romney column. Go ahead, Congressman.
No, I just think the ground campaign is critical. I would just one point on this on the Republican side. I think it's hard to say that this has been a tough night for Mike Huckabee. He's demonstrated he's the Southeastern Conference candidate. We call it the SEC down where I'm from. He's proven that he might be the Big 12 champion candidate in Missouri, a runner-up candidate in Missouri. You never know. And I'm not sure it's as an easy path on the Republican side as some may think. We've still got a long game tonight to play, but I got to think that if you're Mike Huckabee and you're John McCain, if you're Mike Huckabee, you're feeling pretty good about yourself. And if you're John McCain, you got to be worried that you only won your home state by a couple of votes.
Let's go back to the Democratic side. Clinton wins in New York, New Jersey, and of course New Jersey is a state where Obama made a big push at the end and I think thought he might win. Massachusetts. Do you think maybe some disappointment on the part of the Obama campaign that the momentum didn't quite sweep over?
Well, I think that's why many of them were saying in his campaign that a few more days might have yielded more votes. But these dates are set, and you got to play by these rules. Senator Clinton has to be pleased with tonight's run. I mean, Massachusetts, New York, New Jersey was a clean run for her, and to win in 3 red states, Tennessee, Arkansas, and Oklahoma. Not a bad night for her so far, but again, nothing has truly been settled. We'll wait for California, Missouri, and Arizona, and if she enjoys success there, tell you it could be a different kind of night.
Let me ask you about the Clinton campaign. I know you talk to these, not only insiders in the campaigns, I know you talk to the candidates themselves, I know you talk to the former president. Senator Clinton did something interesting today, is that she accepted a number of debates, that she wants to debate Barack Obama one-on-one, including a debate on Fox. And you know, it seemed to us as outsiders that her urgency in having these debates seemed to be the desperation of somebody who didn't think they were going to do well tonight. Was there some worry going into tonight?
I don't think there's any doubt there was concern on that campaign's part. But tonight's results have sort of more than
why? What were they?
Well, I mean, the momentum. Barack Obama clearly had the momentum in the last 96 hours. And there was a strong belief with the enormous and popular endorsements from the Kennedy family, from Mrs. Shriver, from the First Lady of California, again from Oprah Winfrey. There had to be concern, legitimate concern on the part of the campaign. I look forward to the debates, though. I think the Democrats...
I was going to say, do you think she's going to get up tomorrow and say, you know what, forget that offers about all those debates?
If she does, I think that Democrats will call her on that. I think that she will go through with it. She's never ducked a debate, so I can't imagine she would not want to do it for that reason. And I happen to think that the third issue here is the questions on differences between the candidates' major policy, or should I say the major policy differences between the candidates on health care and so forth. When I say major...
I was going to say, are you saying major?
Some sunlight.
Because I was going to say, I know, but a lot of people, I watched the debate last week. I mean, you got to be a policy wonk to understand the differences between these two, don't you?
Well, thank you for calling me a nerd on national TV.
Well, okay.
I appreciate it. No, but I think some of the policy differences, and major maybe too, but the number of policy differences may begin to sort of illuminate or reveal themselves in greater number now. One thing is clear. It won't take much for these two candidates to come together once a nominee is chosen. When you consider the other side, I think there's some real blood on the ground there between Mitt Romney and John McCain. It might even be a little growing now between John McCain and Mike Huckabee, if many believe that Huckabee won't have as clean a shot to winning some of these upcoming Republican primaries and caucuses. So I hope she accepts the debates, and I think Democrats in the country will be rewarded with them.
Congressman Ford, we got to leave it there, and I understand Britt Hume has a call.
I do,
Britt?
Chris. Thanks very much. I'm standing over here by this fancy screen here. We're going to call Colorado. That's a caucus state for Barack Obama. Once again, showing that he has some strength in places outside of the country where he had, you know, we'd seen him in the South do very well in some of those states, but you know, he's done well in states in the Midwest and the northern Midwest, and now in the Rocky Mountain states as well. An issue that we all talked about, perhaps eclipsing the war, eclipsing immigration, eclipsing nearly everything else for a time, was the economy. And it has obviously been a big issue tonight, as indeed we can tell that from the way they're acting in Washington about it. But how is it played tonight? Well, who better to answer that question than one of the leading lights of the new Fox Business Network, Alexis Glick. Hello, Alexis.
Hello
What
there.
are we seeing the economy doing tonight, or what are people doing with it?
Well, you know, listen, I think that one of the most fascinating things that we're seeing tonight, particularly in the Clinton campaign right now, is the women vote. Now, why is this important? Because let's not forget that a large percentage of discretionary spending in the household is determined by the women. The other factor you have to consider here is that most of these homes are right now dual income household earners right now. Most of them between $50,000 and $60,000 in terms of earnings. What she is doing in terms of her economic plan on the ground, talking about about freezing rates for 5 years, 90-day moratorium on subprime. Those are big deals, particularly in the state of California right now, which has the largest foreclosure rate in the country. So she's hitting on the key targets there as it relates to the economy. She probably has one of the most fleshed out plans. How she pays for it, that's a whole other issue. On the McCain camp, let's not forget, Steve Forbes came out and endorsed him. That's a big deal because the big issue for McCain has been no real sound economic plan, flip-flopping on the taxes. So there's been this perception that he didn't have a strategic plan. Forbes comes out, Giuliani comes out. That gives him a little bit of the boost on the economy that he probably needs.
And of course Jack Kemp as well, who was the father of the supply-side tax cuts that marked the Reagan years. One would imagine that would present some real credibility for him, at least with some Republicans.
Absolutely. And, you know, listen, one of the things, you and I just talked briefly about this. You look at a lot of the economic statistics right now. You look at the jobs numbers that we just saw on Friday, right? We're having the slowest or the weakest job growth that we've seen in 4 or 5 years. If you look at GDP growth, what the economy is doing, business services this morning, they're all very weak. But let's not forget, the story here about the economy is small businesses. So when McCain talks about cutting the corporate tax rate, when he talks about giving some stimulus to small businesses, that resonates. Now, the thing I can't understand in the Romney camp, and I'm no political advisor, is that here's the guy who's got the private sector down, right? This is the guy who's well known in the private sector.
He talks about it all the time.
But somehow in the grassroots, it's not resonating as much as you think it would, and yet he's the one who probably has the most experience with the economy. So I guess the question is, coming after today,
what's he going to do about that? Yeah, good point. Alexis, great to have you. Thanks very much.
It was great being here.
We're going to be able to make another call. This again in the Mountain West, and again, as you see there, Idaho caucuses, Barack Obama. So Barack Obama showing some strength in the Mountain West. We're going to take a break. Be right back. Stay with us. Barack Obama has won, I guess 11 races now, some of them caucuses in caucus contests in smaller states, but nonetheless, for all of the excitement that Hillary Clinton generated and has generated with her wins tonight, Barack Obama's had a pretty good night himself, and it will be reflected in the delegate count. So we're going to check in just a moment here with my colleague Steve Brown, who is out at Obama headquarters. There he is. Hey, cool. Let me look. Hey, Steve, I can see you. You're big as life. Come in and tell us what you're hearing out there.
I think I'll do just that. Thank you, Brett. The story coming into tonight was about expectations from the Obama campaign, and the candidate on down through the campaign had done a great deal of work trying to tamp down expectations coming in tonight. First, David Plouffe, national campaign manager, said that, well, if we're close tonight in terms of delegates, that would be a terrific night. Then about an hour and a half ago, Bill Burton, who's the national campaign spokesman, said that if we're within 100 delegates tonight, then that would be good. If we kept it out of triple digits in gap for the night, that would be good for us. We'd be very happy with that. Then a conference call kind of hastily put together while the results are coming in. Again, it's David Plouffe, the campaign manager, who talks now about the possibility that Barack Obama could actually pick off a delegate win overall tonight, basically by doing the math that you had just described. He picks off a majority in 11 different states thus far, according to our calculations. Hillary Clinton 6. He's counting on a big margin in Colorado. He's counting on things staying pretty close in Arizona and California. And by the way that they're doing their math, and don't exactly hold me to how precisely they're doing their math, but the way they're doing their math, they see the possibility of a tie or even a delegate win on this night. That's the latest on their ever-moving expectations here in Chicago.
Very interesting, Steve. Thanks very much. You probably are wondering, if you've been following the evening when it's past 11 o'clock, why we haven't said anything about the great state of California. Well, the answer is that, well, the polls closed while Hillary Clinton was speaking, and the results out there, we're just beginning to get raw vote in. We have exit polling information. John McCain has a big lead in the raw vote that's come in. The thing is way too close to call out there, and the similar situation prevails as well on the Democratic side, as you can see there. We're getting just a handful of precincts and 2%. Hillary Clinton enjoying the lead out there. And it is an interesting question, as raised by Steve Brown, as to whether by the time this night is over, it's possible at least that Barack Obama might enjoy a delegate lead. Now, it might not show on our tallies at the bottom of the screen for a couple of reasons. One is that they include some of the earlier states, and Senator Clinton did have a lead from them that would carry over into tonight's numbers. But it certainly is an interesting possibility that Barack Obama could come out of here in such good shape that he might even have a lead on tonight's delegates.
And you know, Britt, one of the things that the Obama campaign has been taking a lot of pride in is organizing these caucus states. And what we're seeing come in, Idaho, Kansas, Colorado, Minnesota, all caucus states. These are states that take months to organize. You need you need to get in there and really work it. And they were telling the media weeks ago that they were really confident about those caucus states, and I think that's really the backbone of his delegates here.
Yeah, and you know, if you think about a state like Minnesota, you got to remember that was John Edwards' territory. Edwards was very strong there, and the idea that he's come on and claimed those votes, again, is good news for Barack Obama. And again, we come back to the idea that there's conservative states where even among the Democrats there's an antipathy towards Hillary Clinton. Obama's people were playing to that sentiment. That's why he shows up in Idaho. That's why he shows up in South Dakota. Well, tonight, if you look at the results, places like Idaho, North Dakota, Utah, Colorado, those places are now in his column. So it turns out to have been a successful strategy to that extent. Obviously, he really wishes that he had done well in places like Connecticut and New Jersey. That would have, that would have pushed it over the top, but he didn't get it.
Who, Obama?
He won Connecticut.
He won Connecticut.
I mean, you know,
New Jersey, and Massachusetts.
Right. Good point. Now let's find out. We've heard the Obama camp's take, perhaps some wishful thinking on the delegate situation. Let's check in with the Clinton camp and Major Garrett at that headquarters where we just heard that speech. Major.
Well, Britt, I just talked for a second time in the last hour with Terry McAuliffe, the general chairman of Hillary Clinton's campaign, and he said, look, we've gone through a near-death experience tonight. He said he was up in the suite with Hillary Clinton, former President Bill Clinton, looking at the early exit polls, and they thought they were going to be in for a very, very long night. They understand that Barack Obama has done well in certain key sectors of the country, but they also believe they've won the most important races on their map. New Jersey, Massachusetts. They believe they're going to prevail in Arizona. They believe they're going to prevail in Missouri, and they believe they're going to prevail in California. Those were all the states that they were most interested in winning tonight. And the narrative for the Clinton campaign is essentially this. Whatever the delegate total after the end of the night, Hillary Clinton took on the Barack Obama charge, saw that surge coming, and on a ground game, tactically prevailed in the places she needed to prevail. Why does this matter so much from the Clinton point of view? Two reasons. They believe though the delegate count could be pretty even at the end of the night, they will be able to tell you two things after tonight that they couldn't say before tonight. One, to superdelegates, we're still the national front runner. Get on the Hillary Clinton bandwagon. Second, they can find new donors. They can find new people to raise money from to support Hillary Clinton's campaign. Terry McAuliffe told me that after tonight, he will be able to go back and find new donors and go to those who have already donated and get more money because Hillary Clinton withstood the Obama charge on Super Tuesday, the closest thing to a national primary the country has ever seen, the Democrats have ever seen, and they survived. So yes, they had a good night. It could have been much worse. The goodness of this night is basically framed by how bad they thought it might be just 3 or 4 hours ago.
It's amazing what expectations can do in politics, isn't it, Major? I mean, what turns out that you might have a great night, but it wasn't what you expected, so it ends up looking like a bad night, and the other way around, as we see here. Major, thanks very much. We're awaiting the last candidate to speak tonight, we haven't heard from, who is John McCain. There you see the scene, and of course we also have to hear from Barack Obama as well. McCain on the Republicans, Barack Obama on the Democratic side, still to be heard from as we continue to follow the California situation, where we're just beginning to get some indications of how it might go. So while we await those two gentlemen and more information, take a break. Stay with us. Well, one imagines that the feeling at McCain headquarters tonight out in Arizona has got to be kind of, happy days are here again. But to find out what it exactly is, let's check in with Carl Cameron, our chief political correspondent, who, with a smile on his face as always, is out there. Hey, Carl.
They are way too suspicious in McCain world to start whistling happy days are here again, Brett. John McCain has his lucky penny. Mark McKinnon, the strategist and ad man, has his lucky hat. they're not singing anything yet, although John McCain's coming down here and is expected in a matter of moments to give what will amount to a victory speech tonight, walking out with the most delegates on Super Tuesday, even though his top strategists and advisors acknowledge that in California it's still a very competitive race. But they argue that based upon McCain's strategy of winning the larger number of the big winner-take-all states across the country tonight, they will have racked up big delegate wins, and when California is counted, even if Mitt Romney does have a particularly good night, John McCain walks out with the majority of the delegates, and they have begun to suggest in the McCain camp that a big night for McCain in California would be catastrophic for Romney. That's the McCain campaign's word, catastrophic. And they began joking at just about the time Mike Huckabee was making his remarks about all of his Southern victories, that perhaps it should be Mike Huckabee suggesting that Mitt Romney should get out of the race and that Mitt Romney's the spoiler for Mike Huckabee's candidacy. They're feeling pretty good, but they're not quite whistling yet, Brett.
Well, I know, but Carl, this is interesting about McCain and Romney and Huckabee, because Huckabee had a pretty good night. He won a bunch of states that we didn't really think he was going to do that well after the dismal showing in Florida. And McCain is now, Huckabee's now saying he's the alternative to John McCain. Does the McCain camp think that Huckabee is such minor competition that their eye is still fixed on beating Mitt Romney, and even though and that Mike Huckabee can have a great night, but they're not worried about him? Is that the attitude?
It would be very hard for them to deny that that was the way they were feeling earlier today when McCain campaign actually urged McCain supporters in West Virginia to vote for Huckabee in their statewide convention in order to deny Mitt Romney the victory there. They do look at it that way, and the McCain campaign, frankly, welcomes the idea of two more Republicans in the race, because as we saw today in a number of places, it would appear as if Romney and Huckabee are splitting the conservative vote, and McCain's able to get a good portion of the conservative vote, but then win with more moderate Republicans across the country. So look for Senator McCain in his remarks in just a couple of minutes, Britt, to really try to reach out to conservatives. Expect there to be some rhetoric about his commitment to appoint strict constructionist judges to the U.S. Supreme Court. Look for him to talk about the culture of life and his lifelong record of being pro-life, the types of things that strong conservatives in the Republican Party have been complaining about and eyeing Romney and Huckabee for, and an attempt to sort of mend this rift. There have been a whole series of conservative critics coming out against McCain in the last few days. He'll try to, again, lay out an olive branch and say, look, I'm going to unite this party. I'm going to be your nominee. Come to me now.
All right, Carl, interesting stuff. We'll look forward to hearing that. And while we wait, we haven't seen Bill Hemmer with that cool map for a while. If I wasn't sitting here, that's what I want to be doing. I can see him back there. Bill, what do you got, buddy?
I got plenty of room.
Well,
our set's huge.
I'll come back, but I'm afraid I'll touch the wrong place on the screen.
Hey, listen, there is one heck of a race going on in Missouri. At the start of the night, Britt, we talked about a three-way race in Missouri. It's that, and it's even closer, too. Let's go to the map right now. We'll show you what we are seeing now in the state of Missouri, right there in the middle of the country now. On the Republican side, look how this thing is shaping up. Okay, this is 88% of the precincts now reported. Look at the difference in the vote between Mike Huckabee and John McCain. Now, quick math tells me that that difference is about 400 votes. There are 400 votes separating Huckabee and McCain, with only 12% of the votes still outstanding in Missouri. Okay, now I want to look at the Democrats here in a moment. Let me punch that off. I'll bring up the Democrats for you for Clinton and Obama. Now, this is 88% of the precincts reporting. And here you have Hillary Clinton, 343,000 votes, Barack Obama, 324,000 votes, roughly 21,000 votes separating the two of them. And again, we have 12% still outstanding in the state of Missouri. They don't call it the Show Me State for nothing, because tonight we are waiting on them to show us who ultimately is going to win from each party. We should also point out Mitt Romney, trailing but only slightly behind McCain and Mike Huckabee in the state of Missouri, but that thing is just downright close. In a moment, I'll take you back to Colorado, too, because we're watching a very close race out there, too, on the caucus front. Still waiting on a number of precincts coming in, but Romney felt good about his chances out in Colorado. You mentioned California. Big, big state out there. While we have the time here, Britt, I'll just tell you what's on the line. This is not winner take all. But for the Republicans, it's 170 delegates out there in that state. For the Democrats, 370. And again, not winner take all. but a pot of gold in California is sitting for both candidates. Obama's thought to do well around Oakland, San Francisco. Hillary Clinton thought to do well around Los Angeles. We'll see based on returns if that holds up tonight, Britt. Back to you now across the room. Plenty of room, Britt.
You know, you write with one finger better than I can write with a pen. Did you have to undergo special training to learn how to do that? That's very neat.
This is entirely too complicated for me to explain at the moment. I just hope the stuff works.
It works like crazy.
So far it has.
It's the best thing we've got.
We're getting lucky.
We ought to stay on you all night.
Come back anytime. We got plenty to talk about. Sure.
So, what's going on? What's going on in California? Well, let's check in with Michael Barone. He'll know. He always does. Michael?
Well, what's going on in California, Britt? What's going on there right now is that there seems to be a conflict between the people who voted early and absentee and the people who voted today. Our exit poll, people also took a telephone poll of people who had cast early ballots, had done absentee voting, and what they found there was a significant edge for John McCain in the Republican primary. They found a significant edge for Hillary Clinton in the Democratic primary. Then they took the exit poll today of people that actually showed up at the polls, probably about 60% estimated people vote at the polls, 40% absentee. What they found there was a significant edge for Mitt Romney in the Republican primary, a much smaller Hillary Clinton lead, or a small even vote for her and Barack Obama approximately on the Democratic side. So that leaves both races close, and the Republican race especially close. The results that they come out of the exit poll machines depend upon their estimates of how many people actually, what percentage of the people actually voted absentee or early. That's something we won't know with certainty until the votes are counted. In the case of California, that's going to take several days. So we are looking at races that are too close to call in California. On the Democratic, on the Republican side, the biggest vote total we have is from Santa Clara County, the home of much of the Silicon Valley firms. They're showing supposedly 289 out of 929, I think it is, precincts. I think that's mostly absentee vote. Shows John McCain leading Mitt Romney 51 to 21%. And I think we've got much more to wait to find out about California.
Michael, thank you very much. Can you imagine knowing that there were 289 out of 929 precincts in Santa Clara, California, whatever he just said? That's amazing.
Maybe he's making it up.
Well, I mean,
how do we know?
Well, who would know? I know. Well, listen, there has been raised, and it was we had a report on this from Anita Vogel on Special Report Tonight, the prospect that we won't know what happened in California until sometime tomorrow and maybe later. Well, who better to raise that with than Anita herself? Anita, what are you seeing out there?
Well, hi, Britt, and that's right. We might not know about the final election result until late into the night, but possibly tomorrow morning or even tomorrow afternoon. And that's because of these purple envelopes, the absentee ballots. About 2 million people actually waited until today to drop these ballots off at polling precincts around the state. And the problem is that these are going to take a long time to count. They will be the last ballots to be counted. It's tedious because they have to check a signature right here with a signature that's already on file. This is all done by hand. It's going to take a long time, and that's why election officials here say, you know, we may not know tonight. We may have to be patient and find out tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon. Britt, let me also tell you about another interesting story that's been developing here. It started developing before the precincts closed, and that is about the independent and declined state voters. That's about a 20% voting bloc here in California. The Democratic Party had opened up its primary to those voters so they could vote for a Democratic candidate. Well, apparently, a lot of people just didn't know about it. They didn't realize they could vote in the Democratic primary. So when they showed up at the polls today, nobody told them. The poll workers didn't tell them. And, Britt, we're going to toss it back now. I think we're going to hear from John McCain.
That's interesting information, and we do see John McCain coming out on the stage. He has the largest group of fellow potentates with him of any candidate I've seen in a long time. You see Joe Lieberman there. You see Charlie Crist, the governor of Florida. You usually can see Lindsey Graham, although I can't pick him out. He's almost always there. And probably most charming of all is his mother to his left.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Tonight, my friends, we've won a number of important victories in the closest thing we've ever had to a national primary. We've won some of the biggest states in the country. We've won primaries in the West, the South, the Midwest, and the Northeast. And although I've never minded the role of the underdog and have relished as much as anyone come from behind wins, tonight I think we must get used to the idea that we are the Republican Party frontrunner for the nomination of President of the United States. And I don't really mind it one bit. I'm so grateful to so many people for what we accomplished tonight, all the staff, supporters, and volunteers who stuck with us through thick and thin, and it was thick and thin, and worked so hard on my behalf. I owe you all a debt I can never fully repay, but I promise I'll never forget it, and I'll work every day of my life to prove myself worthy of your faith in me. I want to especially thank those of you who have recently joined our campaign and were so indispensable to our success tonight. Thank you, of course, to my family, my wife Cindy, my children Megan, Bridget, Doug, and Andy, and my children who could not be here, and my wonderful, wonderful mother, Roberta McCain. Who in 2 days will be 96 years old. We're taking her everywhere. It's obvious to me, as it is to everyone, that I couldn't have done this without you. And finally, thank you, Arizona. It's wonderful to be home tonight among so many of our friends to celebrate this night. You know, I was over 40 years old before I could claim a hometown. And I can't express how fortunate I feel to have found a home in this beautiful state that has come to mean so much to me. You know, I am, as is often reported, a little superstitious. So I don't want to make any exaggerated predictions, and there's still a long road ahead. However, I think it's fair to say that we might have come a little bit closer to today, to the day when mothers in Arizona might be able to tell their children that someday they could grow up to be President of the United States. I want to congratulate Governor Huckabee and his supporters for their success today and tonight. Not for the first time, he surprised the rest of us and proved again his exceptional skills as a campaigner and the extraordinary commitment and determination of the people who believe so passionately in him. I salute you. I salute Governor Huckabee. And I want to congratulate Governor Romney as well on his wins today. You know, he and I have been going at it pretty hard over the last few weeks, and he's a tough competitor. The closeness of the contest in California is testament to that, and to the dedication of his supporters, and I salute them too. This election, like any election, is a rough and tumble business. We all want to win, and we fight as hard as we can to do it. But I have respect for people who are willing to accept the extraordinary demands, all the ups and downs of such a tough and long contest, and Governor Romney has mine. We still have a ways to go, but we're much closer to the victory we've worked so hard to achieve. I am confident we will get there. And I am mindful that I'm not only running for the highest office in the greatest country on earth, but that I'm also running for the great privilege of leading the party that has been my political home for a quarter century. I'm grateful for and humbled by the prospect. And I promise you, if I am so fortunate to win your nomination, I will work hard to ensure that the conservative philosophy and principles of our great party, principles that have done so well by the country we love, will again win the votes of a majority of the American people and defeat any candidate our friends on the other side nominate. I am as confident tonight as I have ever been that we can succeed in November by uniting our party in our determination to keep our country safe, proud, prosperous, and free, and by again making a persuasive case to independents and those enlightened members of the other party that the great Ronald Reagan claimed for our party. My friends, we will do it by standing up forcefully for those principles that have made our party and our country so successful, and by rejecting appeals for retreat and timidity in the face of the challenges of our time.
Okay, Senator McCain, as he finishes, we should join Barack Obama, who has been talking for a while at his celebration in Chicago.
The storms that hit Tennessee and Arkansas today, they are in our thoughts and in our prayers, and we hope that our federal government will respond quickly and rapidly to make sure that they get all the help that they need. The polls are just closing in California, and the votes are still being counted in cities and towns across America. But there is one thing, you know I love you back. But there is one thing on this February night that we do not need the final results to know. Our time has come. Our time has come. Our movement is real, and change is coming to America. Only a few hundred miles from here, almost 1 year ago to the day, as Dick said, we stood on the steps of the old state capitol to reaffirm a truth that was spoken there so many generations ago, that a house divided cannot stand, that we are more than a collection of red states and blue states. We are and always will be the United States of America. What began as a whisper in Springfield soon carried across the cornfields of Iowa, where farmers and factory workers, students and seniors stood up in numbers we have never seen before. They stood up to say that maybe this year we don't have to settle for a politics where scoring points is more important than solving problems. Maybe this year we can finally start doing something about health care we can't afford. Maybe this year we can start doing something about mortgages we can't pay. Maybe this year this time can be different. Their voices echoed from the hills of New Hampshire to the deserts of Nevada, where teachers and cooks and kitchen workers stood up to say that maybe Washington doesn't have to be run by lobbyists anymore. Maybe the voices of the American people can finally be heard again. They reached the coast of South Carolina when people said that maybe we don't have to be divided by race and region and gender. That crumbling schools are stealing the future of black children and white children. That we can come together and build an America that gives every child, everywhere, the opportunity to live out their dreams. This time can be different. And today, on this Tuesday in February, in states north and south, east and west, what began as a whisper in Springfield has swelled to a chorus of millions calling for change. It's a chorus that cannot be ignored, a chorus that cannot be deterred. This time can be different because this campaign for the presidency of the United States of America is different. It's different not because of me. It's different because of you. Because you are tired of being disappointed. And you're tired of being let down. You're tired of hearing promises made and plans proposed in the heat of a campaign only to have nothing change when everyone goes back to Washington. Nothing changes because lobbyists just write another check. Or politicians start worrying about how they'll win the next election instead of why they should. Or because they focus on who's up and who's down instead of who matters. And while Washington is consumed with the same drama and divisions and distractions, another family puts up a for sale sign in their front yard. Another factory shuts its doors. Another soldier waves goodbye as he leaves on another tour of duty in a war that should have never been authorized and should have never been waged. It goes on and on and on. But in this election, at this moment, you are standing up all across this country to say, not this time. Not this year. The stakes are too high and the challenge is too great to play the same Washington game with the same Washington players and somehow expect a different result. This time must be different. This time we have to turn the page. This time we have to write a new chapter in American history. This time we have to seize the moment. Now, this isn't about me, and it's not about Senator Clinton. As I've said before, she was a friend before this campaign. She'll be a friend after it's over. I respect her. I respect her as a colleague. I congratulate her on her victories tonight. She's been running an outstanding race. But this fall, we owe the American people a real choice. We have to choose between change and more of the same. We have to choose between looking backwards and looking forwards. We have to choose between our future and our past. It's a choice between going into this election with Republicans and independents already united against us, or going against their nominee with a campaign that has united Americans of all parties, from all backgrounds, from all races, from all religions, around a common purpose. It's a choice between having a debate with the other party about who has the most experience in Washington, or having one about who's most likely to change Washington, because that's a debate that we can win. It's a choice between a candidate who's taken more money from Washington lobbyists than either Republican in this race, and a campaign that has not taken a dime of their money because we have been funded by you. You have funded this campaign. And if I'm your nominee, my opponent will not be able to say that I voted for the war in Iraq, because I didn't. Or that I gave George Bush the benefit of the doubt on Iran, because I haven't. Or that I support the Bush-Cheney doctrine of not talking to leaders we don't like, because I profoundly disagree with that approach. And he will not be able to say that I wavered on something as fundamental as whether or not it's okay for America to use torture, because it's never okay. That is the choice in this election. The Republicans running for president have already tied themselves to the past. They speak of a 100-year war in Iraq. They talk about billions more in tax breaks for the wealthiest few who don't need them and didn't even ask for them. Tax breaks that mortgage our children's future on a mountain of debt at a time when there are families who can't pay their medical bills and students who can't pay their tuition. Those Republicans are running on the politics of yesterday. And that is why our party must be the party of tomorrow. And that is the party that I intend to lead as President of the United States of America. I'll be the president who ends the tax breaks to companies that ship our jobs overseas and start putting them in the pockets of hard-working Americans who deserve them, and struggling homeowners who deserve them, and seniors who should retire with dignity and respect and deserve them. I'll be the president who finally brings Democrats and Republicans together to make health care affordable and available for every single American. We will put a college education within the reach of anyone who wants to go. And instead of just talking about how great our teachers are, we will reward them for their greatness with more pay and better support. And we will harness the ingenuity of farmers and scientists and entrepreneurs to free this nation from the tyranny of oil once and for all, and we will invest in solar and wind and biodiesel, clean energy, green energy that can fuel economic development for generations to come. That's what we're going to do when I'm President of the United States. When I'm president, we will put an end to the politics of fear. A politics that uses 9/11 as a way to scare up votes. We're going to start seeing 9/11 as a challenge that should unite America. and the world against the common threats of the 21st century: terrorism and nuclear weapons, climate change and poverty, genocide and disease. We can do this. We can do this. But it will not be easy. It will require struggle, and it will require sacrifice. There will be setbacks, and we will make mistakes. And that is why we need all the help we can get. So tonight, I want to speak directly to all those Americans who have yet to join this movement, but still hunger for change. They know it in their gut. They know we can do better than we're doing. They know that we can take our politics to a higher level. But they're afraid. They've been taught to be cynical. They're doubtful that it can be done. But I'm here to say tonight to all of you who still harbor those doubts, we need you. We need you to stand with us. We need you to work with us. We need you to help us prove that together, ordinary people can still do ordinary, extraordinary things in the United States of America. I am blessed to be standing in the city where my own extraordinary journey of service began. You know, just a few miles from here, down in the South Side, in the shadow of a shuttered steel plant, it was there that I learned what it takes to make change happen. A young organizer intent on fighting joblessness and poverty on the South Side. And I still remember one of the very first meetings I put together. We had worked on it for days. We had made phone calls, we had knocked on doors, we had put out flyers. But on that night, nobody showed up. Our volunteers who had worked so hard felt so defeated they wanted to quit. And to be honest, so did I. But at that moment, I happened to look outside, and I saw some young boys tossing stones at a boarded-up apartment building across the street. They were like the boys in so many cities across the country. Little boys, but without prospects, without guidance, without hope for the future. And I turned to the volunteers and I asked them, before you quit, before you give up, I want you to answer one question. What will happen to those boys if we don't stand up for them? And those volunteers, they looked out that window and they saw those boys. And they decided that night to keep going, to keep organizing, keep fighting for better schools, fighting for better jobs, fighting for better health care. And I did too. And slowly but surely, in the weeks and months to come, the community began to change. You see, the challenges we face will not be solved with one meeting in one night. It will not be resolved on even a super-duper Tuesday. Change will not come if we wait for some other person or if we wait for some other time. We are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the change that we seek. We are the hope of those boys who have so little, who've been told that they cannot have what they dream, that they cannot be what they imagine. Yes, they can. We are the hope of the father who goes to work before dawn and lies awake with doubt that tells him he cannot give his children the same opportunities that someone gave him? Yes, he can. We are the hope of the woman who hears that her city will not be rebuilt, that she cannot somehow claim the life that was swept away in a terrible storm. Yes, she can. We are the hope of the future. The answer to the cynics who tell us our house must stand divided, that we cannot come together, that we cannot remake this world as it should be. We know that we have seen something happen over the last several weeks, over the past several months. We know that what began as a whisper has now swelled to a chorus that cannot be ignored, that will not be deterred, that will ring out across this land as a hymn that will heal this nation, repair this world, make this time different than all the rest. Yes, we can. Let's go work. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Thank you, Chicago. Let's go get to work. I love you.
So Barack Obama, on a night when Hillary Clinton may have won most of the big prizes, has nonetheless won 11 states to Hillary Clinton's 7 so far. Not a bad night at all. And while we were listening to the senator with his characteristic eloquence, we were able to make a few calls. You may have seen them on the screen, but we project John McCain, the winner in the very important, almost linchpin state of Missouri. It was a long time before this came about because Mike Huckabee was ahead. We project the Minnesota caucuses will go to Mitt Romney, another consolation prize for him, perhaps. And we project that Hillary Clinton, the winner of the Arizona primary, a state we had already called on the Republican side for John McCain, who appears now to be winning that state with about 58% of the vote in quite handily. Before we move on to other things, I want to reflect a little bit on the Obama speech, and I particularly want to comment on a woman who was, many of you may have noticed, there she is, on his left, camera right. People like this, American politics needs people like this. She's not just for Obama. She's enchanted with Obama. She hangs on his every word. She is emotionally committed to Obama. Later on, before the speech was over, she was in tears. She was being comforted by people around her. Look at her. She's hanging on his every word. She's shaking her head when he wants it. She never stops applauding. You know, people say American politics, the mother's milk is money, but emotion is a critical factor, too, and there you saw a perfect display of it. Somebody who thought enough of Barack Obama to be absolutely rhapsodic about him. Wonderful stuff. Well, what do we see here? We've been listening to Barack Obama. Statistics have been accumulating. Thoughts have been forming in the minds of our panelists here. Let's hear some of them.
Well, in California, we now have some exit polls, and I think they're just fascinating because they reflect the patterns we've been seeing in previous races here. Hillary Clinton has a slight lead. Obviously, we can't call it yet, or we would have. But what you see among, and this comes from an 11 o'clock exit poll, it shows that Hillary Clinton has a plus 18 edge among women. Barack Obama, though, is winning among men. And when you come to white men, it's a plus 27 for Obama, which is really evidence that tonight he's done very well among white voters. In some of the southern states, we noted this, but in California here, it's plus 27. Among white women, it's plus 13 for Hillary Clinton. But of course, white women, such a huge percentage of the vote, 28% of the vote. Among African Americans, huge edge for Barack Obama, 82% of the vote. And among Latinos, then Hillary Clinton comes in with 62%. Latino men, 62% for Clinton. Latino women, 69% for Clinton. Other races, Bill Kristol and I are talking about Asians, Pacific Islanders, people like that. You know, California's such a mix. 64 to 31, all for Clinton.
And you see now that in the raw vote, about 14% of the precincts in, she's got a big lead. Of course, California is a big place, so a long way to go out there, Bill.
I mean, just thinking, it's been such a roller coaster, such an interesting election. But, you know, a year ago, the front runners for the nomination were John McCain and Hillary Clinton. And now, a year later, after everything, John McCain looks like an almost prohibitive favorite now to win the Republican nomination. And I think after tonight, we don't know, obviously, the final vote in California and some of the other states, I think Hillary Clinton has got to be rated the favorite, not a prohibitive favorite, but I think with an edge now, a pretty clear edge over Barack Obama.
She had a good night. I mean, you know, I think one of the reasons behind that incredibly emotional pitch, which a lot of us have heard at his rallies, Barack Obama, he needed to kind of gin up his supporters and get everybody back on the page, because there were no upsets. There's no big upsets tonight. We're looking for an upset in New Jersey. We're looking for an upset in some of these other big states.
Well, I suppose you could argue that a couple of them, you know, what, Connecticut and maybe Delaware, but they're small potatoes compared to the big ones.
And so I don't think and she you know, staved him off among Latino voters, as Juan pointed out, and she's holding on to those women voters. And you know, there wasn't anything that seems like it's really going to change the pattern of support that she's getting. Sure. That said, the next her camp believes that the next round of primaries is actually good for Obama. The sort of Washington, D.C., Maryland, Virginia, that's good Obama territory. She comes back strong in early March.
Britt, you know that woman that caught your attention there who was so enraptured with Barack Obama? Right. There's something very telling about that. One,
so too. You
don't see many women like that at Republican victory rallies, that's for sure. Now notice at the bottom of the screen where on the left side you have the Democratic vote and the right side the Republican vote in the same state. Look how much larger, even in red states, how much larger the Democratic vote is, by a huge margin, which reflects the kind of enthusiasm that Democrats have, at least now, for their candidates, and the relative lack of enthusiasm on the part of Republicans.
I think if you're trying to calculate at this stage, you know, all the reasons why this looks like it's going to be a Democratic year to so many people, you can talk about all kinds of calculus that say, well, John McCain in polls looks like he could beat Hillary Clinton and so forth, and Hillary Clinton has all kinds of, you know, failings as a candidate perhaps and weaknesses perhaps, but the enthusiasm gap is real, and we have seen it throughout this primary season. Much bigger turnouts on the Democratic side than on the Republican side. No evident enthusiasm. And you know, when you hear people like Sean Hannity and Laura Ingraham talking about coming around to supporting Barack Obama and saying that in the end they'd be able to come around to, I mean, John McCain. They came around to support Mitt Romney, and now they're going to come around in the end to support John McCain. That's, you know, that's not the stuff of enthusiasm and huge turnouts and so on. So,
you know, I think McCain could be formidable, but just to put an exclamation point on the point Fred just made, I think after tonight it will be the case that Hillary Clinton probably will have gotten the most votes total in both parties so far in this primary season, and Barack Obama will have gotten the second most votes.
There you go. Right.
Each of them individually will have more votes.
And that tells the story, doesn't it? Well, and there is also a story, of course, to be told in the exit polling as we're getting it in. And for further analysis of the California exit polls, let's turn to someone we haven't heard from in too long, Megyn Kelly.
Hi there, Brett. Yeah, both parties are battling in California, in part given the ideological split among the voters in that state. Let's start with the Republicans. Conservatives make up 62% of the GOP voters in California. They are siding with Mitt Romney, 46% to McCain's 30%. But McCain, on the other hand, is leading with the moderates and with the liberals, who make up 39% of the vote out there. McCain getting 49% of that vote, Romney getting 23%. Now, on the issues, California voters are also split. Most say the economy is their top issue, but illegal immigration is a very close second. Among economy voters, McCain is winning 46% to Romney's 33%, but among immigration voters, Romney is dominating, getting 53% of that vote compared with McCain's 23%. Now, similar story on the Democratic side. Obama is winning among black and, critically, among the white voters out there, Britt, but Clinton is getting the Asian and the Hispanic vote. Take a look. Obama getting 80% of the black vote, and Obama also winning with white voters, 49% to Clinton's 43%. Here's what's key. Watch this. Clinton, however, is winning 7 out of 10 Asians in California. And Britt, she is winning big with Hispanics tonight. That's critical in California. That's almost 30% of the Democratic voters in California. She is winning 66% to Obama's 33%. Watch that number. As for the self-described liberals in California, where they are splitting right down the middle, Obama 48%, Clinton 48%. Clinton and Obama also splitting among the young and the old, as we've seen in other races. Obama winning with the young folks, Clinton winning with the seniors. And as for the under 30 voters in California, did they rush to the polls, as some predicted, inspired by one candidate or the other? No. They made up about 16% of the vote in California, and Britt, that's about average.
I like the way you said that. No. No.
Not motivated.
I like that.
Again.
No. Well, we have a result to predict here. This is not a biggie, but this is will give Mitt Romney something to think about. Colorado caucuses, Mitt Romney a winner. Not the biggest state, but some strength in the Mountain West, where Romney has shown also some strength as well. And California, Fox News projects Hillary Clinton the winner in California. And one more to go here. Now you see, well, that's the same primary. That's California. We did that. We did it again. John McCain, we now project the winner of California, which means that there isn't a lot left for us to say here. We've covered about nearly every race. There may be a few out there that are still too close to full, I guess. Close to call. No, I don't think we are. I think we're about done. Oh, we got Alaska to worry about, and there may be something out in American Samoa we haven't added up yet. But we're going to take a break here and come back and figure out what news we have left to report. And if there's no news, we'll find plenty to say about what we've already reported. Stay tuned. Well, there you see it. That's the last big prize, and the biggest of all, California. We will not know for a long time how that will translate in terms of delegates, even in the Republican Party, because while it's what they call winner-take-all by congressional district, so you have to tote up the totals in every single of the 50-some congressional districts in California, and then apportion the delegate count accordingly. So it's likely that Mitt Romney and Mike Huckabee will get some delegates out of California, but the big news will be tomorrow. John McCain won really all the big prizes on the Republican side. Hillary Clinton won nearly all the big prizes on the Democratic side. Mike Huckabee had, well, a better than expected night, a good night, big night for John McCain, and what has to be a disappointing night for Mitt Romney. Barack Obama has plenty of reason to go on the Democratic side, but this has to be a night where Hillary Clinton clearly advanced. Now, for some further thoughts on all of this and what it means, let me turn to my colleague Chris Wallace with Karl Rove. Chris?
Britt, thanks so much. I got to tell you, sitting with Karl Rove tonight has worn me out because he has been crunching numbers. I don't know if you can get this, but I'm going to take a piece of paper. See if you can come in close, because these are the kinds of scratches that Karl Rove has been doing. Can you see it? All night. Now, that means absolutely nothing to me, but it means a lot to the architect, as President Bush called him. What are you saying? Let's talk about first the Republican race, because I know we don't know the delegates, but you have a kind of back-of-the-envelope estimate.
Yeah, well, this is back of the envelope. My sense is that McCain is going to come out tonight with between maybe as many as 520 to 550 delegates out of the just over.
This is about 1,000 that are eligible.
Just over 1,020, roughly. Huckabee looks like he's going to come out with about 200 delegates. Romney, at this point, before California, has about 170, and I think at the end of the night could be somewhere between 220 and 250. So it could be, we've got a battle for second place in terms of the number of delegates. Huckabee has one more well, I haven't even added those up. With all these caucuses coming in, Romney may have now eclipsed him in the number of victories. But it's a battle for who's got the second largest number of delegates.
So how dominant is McCain's victory tonight if he's got well over 50% of the delegates?
He's won over half the delegates up for grabs today, and he's won the big contests, and he's shown some geographical diversity. He's won delegates all across the country in big globs. I mean, he comes in second in Alabama and takes over a third of the delegates.
New York, New Jersey, Illinois, Missouri, California.
Every winner-take-all state. Missouri, big, important battle for him in the Midwest. I mean, took every winner-take-all state tonight.
All right. If you're his advisor, and obviously what he's got to do is convince the doubters, what does he need to do to say to the conservatives, to the Sean Hannitys, to a lot of people, to the CPAC convention this week, I'm safe, come on board?
Share his views, share his values, be clear about it, and be clear about his convictions, and don't presume that the race is over. The worst thing that he could do is to go out tonight and add, like he did in the last several weeks, sort of the sense of inevitability. He should not build on the sense of inevitability. He had a great night, but he did the right thing tonight by welcoming the contest to continue and by congratulating both Governor Huckabee and Governor Romney on their victories today.
And what about those people who, whether it's immigration or campaign finance reform or voting against the Bush tax cuts, have a lot, and in some cases very long grievances against John McCain? Is there anything he can do to satisfy them?
Well, sure. One, he can keep winning. And second of all, he can keep talking the way that he has at times over the last several weeks by saying the #1 issue facing America is the global war on terror. And on that issue, he unites those people. He can be talking about judges and voting for Alito and Roberts. He can be talking about making the tax cuts permanent, which says, in essence, I made a mistake by voting against him, and now that we got him, we better make him permanent. He can be talking about spending. He has enormous credibility and evident passion when he talks about earmarks and the necessity of restraining spending, and he's very good at that.
All right, let's go to the Democratic side and your back-of-the-envelope projection.
Well, Obama won 11 contests tonight, and Clinton won 7. But the delegates, and they split the vote proportionally in every one of these states. But the 7 states that she carried were the larger states. They represent 629 electoral votes. In the 11 that he's won, this is without California. I haven't added California into here. I mean, that's even more. You may have the total there, but before California, the 6 contests before California were 629 to 568. You add the several hundred in California and assume that they get split proportionally, and she has won in the bigger states with a bigger share of the delegates.
So a pretty convincing victory for her.
Very convincing. And what was also interesting to me was Obama did particularly well in red states where the Democratic Party has no chance at all of being competitive in the general election. For example, Alabama, Georgia, Idaho, Kansas, North Dakota, and Utah.
You had some astonishing statistics, like they'd won one of those states.
Well, when they came in and they won Colorado, in the last 7 presidential elections, the Democrats have carried those 8 states. They've carried 2 of them one time each.
So does that discredit his victories in those states in terms of Democrats looking at who can actually win our states?
Well, I think in those states, the Democrats don't have any real hope that they can win those states, so they're looking at who is the person who speaks to our aspirations as Democrats, and by and large, very liberal Democrats, and he spoke to
But what you're saying is it's a free vote. It doesn't speak to electability.
That's correct.
Okay. The other thing that Fred Barnes mentioned was the difference in turnout, and you did some fascinating estimate of that as to what the difference is in terms of the turnout for the Democratic races versus the Republican.
Yeah, I actually got this from a friend of mine who sent it in to me, and this was as of about 10:15, and the numbers continued to go in the same direction. As of 10:15, the votes that have been cast at that point, 64% of them were Democrats, 36 Republicans. That is to say, roughly 2-to-1 Democrat turnout tonight. Now, that'll change when we get California in, but it is going to be a lopsided turnout in favor of the Democrats. Now,
and we've seen that throughout the primary season.
Yeah, and look, part of it is expenditure of money. If you spend more money on television ads and get out the vote and campaign activity, which the Democrats have done, you'll get more of your voters out. But I do think it speaks to some degree. I'm not certain it is a lack of enthusiasm that people have, but it's just they don't feel as energized and as committed to their individual candidates. Now, having said that, there's a lot of time between now and the election, and between now and the general election, but it is something that the Republican candidate has to worry about. Tonight, I only see 2 states where the Republican turnout was bigger than the Democratic turnout, Utah and Georgia.
Wow. That is astonishing,
That's
isn't
remarkable. So if you're John McCain and you're now looking increasingly like the presumptive nominee, what kind of a vice presidential selection? I mean, it seems to me that's a big moment. You know, I know you don't think it lasts very long, but it's still a big moment. I mean, could he reach out, as Fred Barnes suggested earlier, to someone like Jeb Bush?
Well, I think you would face a real problem with Columba Bush if he were to reach out. He'd have to get by her first. But look,
she being
Vice
Mrs.
President
Jeb Bush.
Right, exactly. Vice presidents will not solve, a vice presidential candidate will not solve a problem of enthusiasm for the Republican ticket. That has to be solved.
It can help with unity, can it?
It can help with unity, but again, the unity issue and the enthusiasm issue both have to be addressed by whoever the nominee becomes in the coming months. And I don't mean in August, September, and October. I mean in March, April, and May.
It has been the conventional wisdom among Republicans, or a lot of people, myself included, that the single most unifying force you could possibly have for Republicans would be the nomination of Hillary Clinton. We look like we're another step in that direction now. Do you buy that?
I buy that it's important, that's an important component of it. Alexis de Tocqueville said, shared hatred is the beginning of a great friendship.
Well, now you understand television, Carl.
Exactly. There we go.
Right.
But no, I think that does matter, but it's not enough. It won't be enough. It'll have to. There has to be a positive as well as the fear of a Senator Clinton. There has to be an enthusiasm for the message and the persona of the nominee. Now, I'm personally of the belief that that is going to happen. I think we saw some of these same conversations among Democrats in 2004. Their candidate was out of money. People weren't enthusiastic about him. He got the nomination, and people consolidated behind John Kerry.
And they ended up with one of the most remarkable turnout operations they've ever had, exceeded only by one that you engineered.
Well, they made a bad mistake.
Well, what about that? That's a rather intriguing question, though. You know, you were able to turn out voters, you and your organization were able to turn out voters that the Democrats didn't even know were there to be turned out in places like Ohio and in other states. But what about those people? What kind of people are they, and what kind of position is, say, John McCain in to get those same voters? I mean, they were volunteers. They weren't paid. They did it out of believing in the candidate.
Yeah.
Are they available?
Well, each candidate has to find and create their own pool of those kind of volunteers. Now, look, John McCain can. People who've served in the military, veterans in particular, have combat veterans in particular, have a great deal of affinity for John McCain. So there are people that McCain can energize. And look, there's the grassroots of the Republican Party that was involved in the 04, the 02, the 06, and the 00 elections. They're still waiting to be tapped and drawn into the fray, and they're willing to be. But that will depend on the conduct of our candidate once he becomes
Carl,
a presumptive
what about the
nominee.
argument? You've got an unpopular war. You've got an economy that is not as robust as it was a year ago, let alone 4 years ago. Aren't those awfully heavy burdens for any Republican candidate?
Well, look, the war is a unifying factor for the Republicans. I mean, I would remind you, the most ardent defender of the war...
No, but I'm talking about for the general election.
Well, and look, even in a general election, American people don't like to lose wars. And if the issue comes down to somebody who says, I want to fight, stay, fight, and win, versus somebody who says, I want to withdraw us and get us the heck out of there quickly, I think we could see the results that we saw in Connecticut, where a Democrat lost his party's nomination and ran as an independent in the general election for the United States Senate in a very blue state, saying, I believe ardently in fighting, staying, and winning, and he won more votes than the Democratic and Republican candidates.
And what about
for
the
Senate.
economy?
The economy, look, we are 9 months before the election. Let's see if the prognostications of a lot in the media about the economy come to pass, or whether we have a slowdown, but then the economy picks back up.
All right. Chris, Carl, thanks very much. We have, as we've told you throughout the evening, been keeping an eye on what the bloggers are saying, and we're going to get a further look at that now from Martha McCallum. Martha?
All right, Britt, thank you very much. A lot on the blogs as we watch some of these speeches tonight. Barack Obama's speech, he clearly was reaching out in a gracious way to Hillary Clinton. We saw the same thing from John McCain, with really the kindest words that we've seen on the campaign trail from him in quite a while about Mitt Romney. So that raises a lot of questions about who he might pick as a running mate, which you all were just touching on moments ago. Matt Lewis at townhall.com basically comes out tonight and says that John McCain needs to do the equivalent of Mitt Romney's Mormon speech, that he needs to give a conservative speech that packs the kind of punch that starts to generate the kind of enthusiasm that you all are discussing right now. He says that could happen on Thursday at the CPAC meeting, where he's finally agreed, as Laura Ingraham said earlier, to speak, the Conservative Political Action Committee. So that could be a big moment for him in terms of turning and inspiring some of his conservative base. Matt Lewis at Town Hall goes on to say that some conservatives feel like he doesn't care enough about us to even pretend to be one of us, and that maybe there's a bit of ingratiating that might go towards that direction. Another note from Politico.com tonight saying that Hillary Clinton really changed her tune, changed her rhetoric in her speech tonight, and started to sound a little bit Obama-esque, that maybe she's picking up some of his more flowery, poetic verses. She said tonight, "Give us this nation to heal, this world to lead, this moment to seize," she said. "I know we are ready," and that harkens back to a similar promise that Barack Obama has given, a nation healed, he said, a world repaired, an America that believes again. So she may be borrowing a little bit of his, taking a little poetic license from Barack Obama tonight. Let me bring in a couple of our bloggers who are here tonight. Tom Bevan at Real Clear Politics has been watching this whole evening unfold with us, as has Mary Catherine Ham. Tom, your thoughts on the delegate situation that we're watching for the Democrats tonight?
Yeah, the votes haven't even been tallied yet, and already we're focused on the delegates and their spinning going on. The Obama campaign held a conference call, released a number showing they have a 72 delegate lead based on tonight. Some other numbers are coming out that are showing the lead a little bit less than that. And of course, the Clinton campaign will respond that if you add to the tally that they've already got, including the super delegates, that they're going to be the delegate leaders as we wake up tomorrow morning. So a lot of spinning going on, and everybody looking ahead. Already past Super Tuesday.
Indeed, and all the way to March 4th in some cases as well. We've seen Mary Catherine, you're looking at the kind of thing that I was just discussing, which is the conservative response to John McCain's front-runner status as he declared it tonight himself.
Right. There's definitely some looking ahead going on there, too. I think there's some cranky people on both sides of the blogospheres, and it's not just because it's late. McCain and Hillary are not the favorites on either side of the blogosphere. And on the right side, you're seeing some resignation about McCain, understanding this is a big night for him, and a lot of conversation about how he can reach out, especially at CPAC, and whether he's going to do that in the correct way to energize folks. On the left, you're not seeing a lot of resignation about Hillary because it's much closer over there, I think, and they're not interested in conceding anything to her at this point. So.
All right. So usually we report on what these folks are saying. Tonight we have them here in the flesh saying it themselves. So we've had an interesting night so far on the blogs and watching the internet. Britt, and I will send it back to you.
Okay, thanks very much, Martha, up there. And from Martha's fire escape down to the map room, and the guy who had the best toy of anybody tonight, Bill Hemmer.
Hey, Britt, I know you've been waiting on this, and good evening again. Straight to the map now. We'll show you what's at stake. It was midnight here on the East Coast 30 minutes ago, and for the Republicans, that's when the state of Montana closed. 25 delegates, and that's already been called. Bring that full screen here. And for the Republicans, Mitt Romney has already won that. Now, also on that map now, when we look at what's at stake, at midnight 30 minutes ago for the Dems, Alaska. We will not forget about Alaska. 13 delegates there. Now, at this hour, closing as we speak, 12:30 here on the East Coast for the Republicans. Alaska will close for them with 26 delegates at stake out there. Now, let's come on out of this thing here. Just want to show you this, Britt, here in the state of Missouri, okay? I want to show it to you on the Democratic side. Okay, now, this is indicating that Barack Obama has won that state over Hillary Clinton. And that was called moments ago here. Britt, you know, you were talking about turnout a short time ago. Look at the turnout and the number of votes here for Obama and Clinton, almost 400,000 for each of them. Well, why is that significant? Look at the Republican turnout here. And it's decidedly lower, which goes to the point that Karl Rove and you and Chris Wallace were just making about Democratic turnout tonight being in some cases, in a lot of cases, 2-to-1. You're going to hear a lot of stories tomorrow about what happened in Minnesota. They're saying that caucus tonight for the Democrats turned out 150,000 people, Britt. The last record they had was back during the Vietnam War of 75,000 turnout. They went 2 times that amount tonight in Minnesota. State of Georgia, huge turnout there as well. They think they eclipsed the road record of set back 20 years ago in 1988. Voter turnout for the Democrats still favoring them, and we have seen that throughout the board here tonight, Britt. Back to you.
Listen, buddy, you know, it's one thing for you to have that great map and be able to do all that stuff. It's another thing that you're young and then you get to make the great call on Missouri. Well, let's find out what that call, what the ingredients were.
You called me buddy, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Yeah, all right, you got that.
I'll take that from
all right,
you.
here's Michael. Michael, what do you think? How did we make the call in Missouri? Still looks very close.
You're talking about that Missouri Democratic call, Brett. Well, basically, the tabulated vote was in showing Hillary Clinton with a small lead, about 4,000 votes over Barack Obama. You know, the exit poll was pointing in the other direction, but not with any margin of certainty to enable us to call a race on that basis. We looked at where the places were that hadn't reported their votes yet, and basically we found that there were 17 precincts in Jackson County. That's Kansas City, the main body of it. That had been going for Obama. There were 17 precincts, I believe, in St. Louis City. Those were heavily going for Obama. About half the voters are there, half the residents there are black. And in St. Louis County, the precincts kept coming in, and those were going over 60% for Obama. That's a suburban county. About 20% of its population is black, a larger percentage of Democratic primary voters. Plus, Obama was clearly getting a vote of a lot of the whites there. The last remaining precincts were coming from Boone County in the center of the state, named after Daniel Boone. That's the home of the county seat is Columbia, the home of the University of Missouri. That was a 61% Obama county, and the numbers kept, that percentage was maintained as the additional precincts reported. So basically, each precinct that was coming in was reducing Hillary Clinton's margin in the state until it went down below zero, and Obama posted a margin of several thousand. But we'll all be doing some more arithmetic when we figure out exactly how many delegates this kind of victory brings.
Well, Michael, it would seem, though, important, though, wouldn't it, to Obama, who had won a bunch of littler places tonight, with the exception of Illinois, his home state. This is a big one, and of course it is a bellwether state.
It's a bellwether state, Britt, and I would say Georgia is also a big one. Georgia is now one of our 10 largest states in population, so he did win two pretty big states with big metro areas, Atlanta and St. Louis, and that Missouri was very contested in both parties, and you had those narrow victories by Obama and on the Republican side by John McCain, which I think is even more important for getting the nomination in his case, because those 58 votes are winner take all, and that was a big haul that one of his rivals would have loved to have denied him.
All right, Michael, thanks very much. We're going to take a break now. Further analysis when we come back. Stay tuned. So what's the word from three of the camps here about where the candidates are going to go? Well, let's check in with our correspondents. We have, well, there you see Wendell Golder, who is at Romney headquarters, Carl Cameron, McCain headquarters, and none other than Major Garrett at Barack Obama headquarters. Let's go first to Wendell Golder first. I'm sorry, Wendell, stumbling around here late at night. What are the Romney people saying now about, you know, their prospects for going on? And of course, you heard him say it in the speech, but how realistic?
Well, he said, Mitt Romney, that the only thing clear about tonight is that his campaign will go on. But he said that before John McCain was projected to be the winner of California. In fact, aside from his favorite son wins in Utah and Massachusetts, the only thing that his supporters had something to cheer about is wins in North Dakota and Montana and Minnesota. That came, those all came after his supporters had gone home. Now, his campaign staff will take a look at how many delegates he wins in California tomorrow. Remember that is not a winner-take-all state. He will be looking to come close to John McCain's number of delegates. In the meantime, they say, Romney still plans to address the Conservative Political Action Committee in Washington on Thursday. As a candidate for the Republican nomination, he will remind that group that he won its straw poll a year ago, and he will take another opportunity to insist that John McCain is not conservative enough to satisfy them. Romney had hoped two things would happen tonight that did not. One, he wanted the air of inevitability about John McCain winning the Republican nomination to be dispelled. That did not happen. He also wanted Mike Huckabee to do poorly enough to drop out of the race, and that certainly didn't happen either. His aides say that the public still sees Huckabee as unelectable and that McCain didn't wrap it up tonight. And so Romney says he will continue on until the Republican convention, but his aides will take a hard look at the number of delegates he has tomorrow with the knowledge that they can't continue to split the Republican base with Mike Huckabee and hope to catch up with John McCain. Britt?
Wendell, very interesting. Thank you. Let's check in at McCain headquarters with our chief political correspondent, campaign Carl Cameron, still smiling as always. Hey, Carl.
Hi, Brett. Well, the McCain campaign says take a look at what everything looked like immediately after the Florida primary, when the polls suggested that what happened tonight might. Huckabee would be strong in the South, but with Rudy Giuliani out of the race, McCain would win big in the North with all those winner-take-all states and then move across into the Rocky West, pick up Arizona, and then do well in California. They also note that in some of those states that Huckabee won, Tennessee and Georgia, McCain picked up delegates, as he did in Massachusetts against Romney. So they're looking for the delegate count to be pretty high in the McCain camp. And you just heard Wendell talk about the Conservative Political Action Conference that's going to take place in Washington this week. The McCain campaign is looking at that very seriously. McCain is actually going to attend, and that's not something that he has always done in the past. A place where there's been a certain amount of hostility towards Senator McCain, and this they view as his opportunity to give the conservative speech. Look for him, as he did tonight in his remarks, to make a whole series of overtures to conservatives on the culture of life, on conservative judges, on tax cuts and spending, the types of things that he knows he has to reassure conservative skeptics in the Republican Party who've been so critical in recent weeks that he can be trusted as the commander-in-chief, as the Republican nominee, to uphold the Reagan coalition. That's what McCain's looking for, the CPAC conference on Thursday, and then Kansas on Saturday, Virginia, and off he goes. He thinks that now the momentum is really a snowball rolling down a hill, and he'll just keep winning.
All right, Carl, interesting stuff. I said earlier that that Major Garrett was at Obama headquarters. He's not, of course. He's been at that hotel here in New York all evening long. Pardon me, Major. What are you hearing? What are you hearing out of the Clinton camp late tonight?
Well, the most important thing, Britt, is that they're suddenly depressed about what just happened in Missouri. They thought they had won Missouri. They thought they had it in the bag. About an hour ago, Terry McAuliffe, the general campaign chairman, came to the podium that is now being broken down behind me and announced to what remained of a jubilant crowd that Clinton had won Missouri, and the crowd was very happy. Now, reversal takes a bit of their Midwestern narrative away from the Clinton campaign. What they wanted to argue and thought they were going to be capable of arguing is they won New Jersey, they won Massachusetts, carried the home state of New York, won several states in the Middle West, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Arkansas. They also wanted to claim Missouri, a bellwether state, and then finish it out with Arizona and California. We have to subtract Missouri from that narrative and give that to Obama. The reality for the Clinton campaign is this. Let's remember, when this evening began, the word from the senior Clinton strategist was this night would be inconclusive. Now they're saying it was very conclusive and very pro-Clinton. Well, let's step back a second. On delegates, it will be inconclusively, nearly a tie. On the popular vote, it will probably be inconclusive, nearly a tie. Why then does the Clinton campaign argue it was a better night for them than it was for Obama? Because the Clinton campaign targeted states that matter most to Democrats. As Karl Rove was talking about, the states, generally speaking, that Barack Obama won were those red states that Democrats are not going to target in the general election. What did Hillary Clinton win tonight? States that Democrats intend to win and compete in aggressively in a general election. Most importantly, tactically, there's a couple of things Clinton strategists tell me is important about what Hillary Clinton decided to do. There was a question about late last week, why was she devoting so much time to California, maybe an inordinate amount of time? Well, the reason was she was seeing something in the polling data that showed troubling signs, and Hillary Clinton decided to spend a tremendous amount of time there, more than some outsiders thought was necessary, to make sure she won that state. And in fact, she did. The Clinton campaign understood a loss in California would be very injurious because California, more than any other Super Tuesday state, would be regarded as a bellwether, not only among Democratic fundraisers, but among superdelegates. Hillary Clinton made a tactical choice to spend more time in there. That paid off. Those kind of things the Clinton campaign looks back fondly on tonight, even though, as I said, they started the night thinking it would be inconclusive, and we're right about that, too.
Very interesting, Major. Thanks very much. So what were the ingredients of the outcome in California? Well, the exit polls continue to tell us things. And we're going to turn now to Megyn Kelly up on the fire escape out there to give us a further idea of what they're telling us about California. Hi, Megyn.
I know Hemmer's got all the bells and whistles, but I have some pretty cool things around me, too. Let's get right to that. Martha McCallum's up on the top catwalk. I'm a little jealous of that, but this is pretty decent. Okay, back to California. It was extremely tight, but Clinton pulls off a W there, thanks in part, well, mostly, to women, seniors, and Hispanics. Now, Clinton continues her winning streak with the ladies winning 57% to Obama's 39%. She also continues her success with seniors, getting 50% to Obama's 38%. Obama won with blacks and with whites, just barely with the whites, but Clinton won big with the Asians, and boy, did she win huge with Hispanics. This was critical. They made up almost 30% of the Democrats voting in California today, and she won 66% of that vote to Obama's 33. Now, on the GOP side, McCain won with the late deciders. 27% of those who made up their minds in just the last 3 days voted for McCain, 40% to Romney's 36. McCain also won with the moderates and the liberals in California, and there are plenty of them. They make up 39% of the voters out there, and almost half of them went for McCain, Romney getting about 23% of that vote. So what about the issues? Well, the economy was the top issue for California Republicans, the economy. And those folks voted for John McCain, 46% to Romney's 33. That is a tough loss for Romney, who has tried with only limited success to make the economy his issue. Didn't really work for him in California. McCain also won handily among those looking for the best commander-in-chief, getting 46% of that vote compared to Romney's 30. Now, Britt, Rudy Giuliani's endorsement of McCain also played a big role tonight. 21% said that was very important to them, and they went 64% for John McCain. At the end of the day, Britt, Clinton did well with the groups that she has been doing with, nationally I'm talking now, seniors, women, and Hispanics. Obama made some inroads with women and with whites, which was big for him tonight, but it just wasn't enough to change his fate in certain states, including California. Britt?
Great stuff, Megan. Thank you. We're going to take a break. Be right back. Stay tuned. So we're just looking at the numbers here, the final tally on the Democratic side. Barack Obama winning 13 races, and we were saying earlier in the evening they were all little places. Well, they really weren't all little places. As Michael Barone just pointed out, Georgia's in that column. That's a big place now, very big place. And so, of course, is Missouri. The other big place that he won, of course, is Illinois. That's his home state. Hillary Clinton won 8. She did have some big prizes. California and New York, the most conspicuous examples. Over on the Republican side, a big night for John McCain with 9 wins, but Mitt Romney came in with 6, mostly smaller states. Mike Huckabee with a fewer number, I guess 4 now by our count. So, you're Mitt Romney. What do you do now?
I think you pull out.
Really?
I think Mitt Romney will pull out, perhaps in his speech at CPAC Thursday. It would be a gracious way to go before the conservative audience, reiterate his attempt to carry the conservative banner, and then I suppose either graciously endorse John McCain or simply leave it to the voters to choose between McCain and Huckabee.
Well, there were people who thought he was going to pull out after New Hampshire, really, weren't there?
There were. I just think the Missouri and then the California defeat is just devastating to Mitt Romney, and I don't think he has a plausible path really to the nomination now. And I think he has a future. He's won a fair amount of loyalty from a lot of people in this campaign, and I think he will go out graciously on Thursday.
California was a big defeat for him. There's no doubt about it. And it's interesting, like stepping back in history, how this whole race has come full circle. Let's just go back to January 3rd, much bigger pool of candidates. We had Fred Thompson in there, Rudy Giuliani, and Huckabee came virtually out of nowhere to knock Mitt Romney off his game. He thought he was going to win Iowa, win New Hampshire, and by that way introduce himself to the voters nationally. I mean, McCain has broad name recognition. Romney went in without that kind of name recognition. He needed those wins, and he got knocked off first by Huckabee, then by McCain, and full circle tonight. He's been knocked off again by Romney and by McCain and Huckabee. It's knocked him off his game.
I don't know whether Romney's going to drop out or not, but he emerges from Super Tuesday relatively weaker than he was when he went in. John McCain emerges considerably stronger than he was before Super Tuesday. Mike Huckabee's out there. He's stronger, too, but I don't think any of us can see a path to the nomination for Mike Huckabee. So with Romney weaker and Huckabee out there, it's hard to see how John McCain can not get the nomination.
All right. Now, Hillary Clinton came through and had a pretty big night.
Indeed.
Can she be stopped?
Of course she can be stopped. I mean, it's still, I mean, Obama won Georgia, won Missouri. That helped a lot.
Missouri's big, yeah.
I mean, I think that took some of the edge off how well Hillary Clinton did, but sure, she can be stopped. That's still a very close race.
Yeah, and you got to look at what comes next. Because what's up next is, for example, February 9th is Louisiana for the Democrats, and then Nebraska. I think large black population in Louisiana. Barack Obama will do well. February 12th, District of Columbia, Virginia, Maryland, the so-called Chesapeake Potomac primary. And then you get into these places, Texas and Ohio coming in March, again, where I think there's going to be some enthusiasm for Barack Obama. So I do think that he has some potential there. The thing that strikes me about it on the Republican side, though, is I think that you say that Mitt Romney might drop out, but I think Mitt Romney can continue to make the case that McCain is not a conservative, and I think there's going to be a lot of sour grapes.
I think Mitt Romney will drop out.
Well, I think there's going to be, he can try to think forward in terms of there's going to have to be somebody who carries the conservative flag going forward, and I think he's going to be it. One last thought, which is the polls were really wrong. The polls were really wrong on California in again, a dramatic way, and you got to look at those late deciders who absolutely went towards Hillary Clinton.
All right. Thanks, Juan. We're going to take a brief break here. We'll be back with some final thoughts on the other side of that. Stay tuned. So at the end of a long night, Chris, when we had said all along going into this that this was going to be a big deal, well, this was a big deal.
I was going to say it's a very big deal, particularly on the Republican side. And we thought with the winner-take-all rules that it would be that way. John McCain, as the panel indicated, pretty hard to write a scenario, a credible scenario, where he doesn't go on to win the nomination. On the Democratic side, I think Hillary Clinton solidifies her position as the front-runner, but it isn't over yet on the Democratic side. It's going to stay a competitive race for a while.
Well, here we were sitting over here just a little while ago thinking, you know, we were talking about the states that Hillary Clinton had won as opposed to the states that Barack Obama had won. Yes, he had won Georgia, and, well, he'd won his home state, Illinois. It was expected both big prizes, of course, but she had New York, she had California. She had an array of places in between, showing strength really in a lot of different regions. And then came Missouri. You know, a bellwether state, a big state, a state with every kind of thing you could have in it. That's huge for Obama. I mean, if I'm Barack Obama's team looking at this tomorrow, I think we got to go on.
Well, absolutely go on, but I will say, and I'm a lot smarter than I was at the beginning of the evening because I sat next to Karl Rove, the states where she won 1,000 delegates, the states where he won about 650, he thinks, and therefore I think, that she will come out of this with a substantial, more than 100 delegates, more than Obama.
Yeah, it does look as if he will have the possibility that he could overtake her, but a very tall order indeed. All right, well, Chris, thanks to you for your contributions tonight. Thanks, of course, to all our panelists, to our correspondents, and to everyone who made this. Broadcasters in the business, if not the best, is coming up next. Shepard Smith with his team to continue our coverage. Please, folks, stay with us.
It's 10 p.m. on the West Coast, 1 a.m. on the East Coast, and this is You Decide continuing coverage of the race for the White House. And what a night it's been, and we are just getting started. Over the next hour, the goal is to put it all into context, explain what it all means, and how we'll get to a nominee on the Republican and the Democratic side. Nearly half the country has just decided who should win the party nominations. Let's take a look at the results of some of the races where most of the delegates were at stake on this night. In California, Fox News projects Senator Hillary Clinton and Senator John McCain win. The delegates for the Democrats, 441, and for the Republicans, 173. Now to the state of New York, and the projection came early. Senator Clinton wins for the Democrats. Senator John McCain wins for the Republicans. Those are Fox News projections, and a lot of delegates at stake in the state of New York. Now to New Jersey. Senator Clinton wins on the Democratic side, and Senator McCain wins on the Republican side. 127 Democratic delegates and 52 for the Republicans. Now let's get to projected winners in other areas. Illinois now, the projected winner here for the Democrats. Barack Obama wins, according to Fox News projections. And for the Republicans, Senator John McCain wins. That's lots of delegates at stake there as well. The question is, what do the exit polls show us tonight? And exactly what sort of trends can we spot as we move forward in this process, especially given that there is no nominee for the Democrats or the Republicans? Megyn Kelly's been following that all night, and she's live with us yet again tonight. Megyn, what are we learning?
Hi there, Shep. Yeah, well, Clinton won tonight with seniors, with women, with whites, and with Hispanics. And Obama won with the blacks and with the men. We've seen seen that throughout. But Obama also made some progress tonight with the ladies and with the white voters. It wasn't quite enough to help him in some critical states, but it helped him a little bit. Now, some other national trends we saw, Democrats looking for change. They are still backing Barack Obama over Hillary Clinton. For the 52% who prize change above all else, the vast majority, look at it, 68% voted for Obama to Clinton's 29%. So Obama is perceived as the change agent, but Clinton is seen as the most qualified to be commander-in-chief. 49% of Democrats say she'd rock that job. Just 38% say the same about Obama. Now, overall, Democrats say they would be very happy with either candidate here. 71% say they'd be satisfied if Clinton wins the nomination. 70% would be satisfied if Obama does. Now, what about the Republicans? We saw some fascinating trends with them tonight, which I got to tell you, confirmed some suspicions and dispelled others. McCain won big with independents tonight, with veterans, with economy voters. That came as a surprise to some of those Mitt Romney supporters. And McCain also won with those who support the Iraq war. Romney won with conservatives. We've seen that all along. And Huckabee taking a huge chunk of the evangelical vote. That hurt Romney, helped Huckabee. Republicans voting at the polls today were most concerned about illegal immigration. That was their top issue. They voted 49% for Romney, 24% for McCain. Not a huge surprise there. Evangelicals, we talked about them. They made up 34% of the GOP voters today. And guess who they voted for? They liked Mike. 34%, Romney coming in second with them at 31%. But look, McCain did all right with them at 29%, and that helped make the difference. He stopped the bleeding among the evangelicals and among the conservatives. Now, the top issue for many was the economy, and those voters also picked McCain over Romney, 41% to his 32%. So, Shepard, we saw some trends here tonight. Obama making some progress among certain key groups. If he stays in this race, that could certainly help him. But the big story on the GOP side was certainly the surprise surge by Mike Huckabee, particularly in the South. Shep?
You know, I don't think, Megan, that it was such a big surprise that he would do well down in the South, Megan, but how surprised were you that he was able to run his entire Southern strategy? I mean, when the day began and you talked to their people behind the scenes, they were like, we want to do really well in Alabama, we want to do really well in Arkansas, we want to do well in Georgia, we want to have a pretty good showing in Tennessee. They swept them all.
Yeah. Oh, I don't think even
they anticipated.
Could have expected that, because this first story when we all got here tonight, when you see the exit polls and you say what's happening, was, oh my, look at the Huckabee numbers. I mean, it was clear that he was dominating down there. Some of the states were too close to call, but clearly this was a great result for him tonight.
No doubt. Megyn Kelly, stay with us.
I'll be here.
I know it's late, on the East Coast anyway, but there's so many stories to tell, and we'll get into the Huckabee effect. I mean, if you're Mitt Romney, aren't you scratching your head tonight going, get rid of that man? Because if he weren't here tonight, after all, he was splitting the real conservative vote with him. If he weren't here tonight, Mitt Romney might have a completely different story to tell. Of course, over on the Democratic side, a completely different thing. It was California that Hillary Clinton needed and wanted so desperately. Make no mistake, she got a lot of her votes in the early voting. More than 1 million people in California voted before this last trend. But Hillary Clinton's war room, where they do all the calculating of who's going to vote where and why, her war room realized a few days ago California may be a lot tighter than we had projected. So Hillary Clinton went and spent a lot of time and a lot of money in California, and tonight it paid off, and she's just thanked her supporters. Listen to what she had to say just a short time ago.
Tonight we are hearing the voices of people across America, people of all ages, of all colors, all faiths, and all walks of life. People on the day shift, the night shift, the late shift with the crying baby. Moms and dads who want a better world for our children. Young people who deserve a world of opportunity. All those who aren't in the headlines but have always written America's story. After 7 years of a president who listens only to the special interests, you're ready for a president who brings your voice, your values, and your dreams to your White House. The words we all know that give voice to America's embrace. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. A constant reminder that here in America, we face our challenges and we embrace all of our people. So today we say with one voice, give us the child who wants to learn, give us the people in need of work, give us the veterans who need our care. We say, give us this economy to rebuild and this war to end. Give us this nation to heal, this world to lead, this moment to seize. I know we're ready. Thank you all, and God bless you.
Hillary Clinton just a little bit earlier tonight, and as we all know, California is so much of her story this evening. Was it an enormous victory? No. Does she get all the delegates? Of course not. It's proportionally added up, and we won't know the delegate total for quite some time. But our Anita Vogel is covering the story of California tonight, and she's live in the state capitol in Sacramento. Anita, what's the overview?
Well, Shep, you know, as a reporter covering this event, we were warned for days by election officials here that the absentee ballots, the crush of absentee ballots coming in at the last minute, coming in even today, could cause a delay in the election results here if the races were close. Of course, we know tonight they were not as close as the polls showed, and so we were able to call this race a couple of hours ago for Senator Clinton and for Senator McCain. Now, let me quickly bring you up to date on another little drama unfolding here throughout the day, and it surrounds the independent and declined to state voters. That's a 20% voting block here, so a large group of voters. The Democratic Party had opened up its primary to those voters. But apparently, when some of them showed up to the polls today, particularly in Los Angeles, they found poll workers that were confused about this situation. They didn't understand how to instruct them to vote in the Democratic primary. In some cases, the voters didn't understand the ballot, that they had to fill in a specific bubble saying they wanted to vote in the Democratic primary, and they left the polls without casting a vote for president. Now, the Obama campaign was all over this early on because they sent out volunteers door to door in Los Angeles, asking people about their voting experience and then following up with phone calls. So now the Obama campaign is conferring with a 527 group, that's a political advocacy group called the Courage Campaign, and they're thinking about possibly mounting a legal challenge to the Los Angeles County voting system. The Secretary of State here in California came down a couple of hours ago and addressed this. She said it's very unfortunate and very frustrating if some people felt they were denied the vote or they didn't understand and couldn't vote, but that the California law specifically doesn't call for poll workers to instruct people on what primary to vote in, but maybe that law needs to be looked at. Maybe they need to amend the law here so that voters are fully informed what the rules are and so that they can have a better experience voting. So that is the situation here in California tonight, Shepard. We may be hearing more about this story with the Obama campaign tomorrow.
I bet we will, Anita. Thanks very much. Live in Sacramento tonight. And, of course, speaking of the Obama campaign, you got to say that just a few short weeks ago, there would have been no one who would have suspected that Barack Obama would have such a good night across the country. The percentages there in the state of California don't look so great, but that's not how the delegate count is going to look. It's not done county by county in California, so we really won't know until tomorrow exactly what the delegate count is there, but they'll be splitting them. And Barack Obama can certainly make a claim after this night is over that he had a good one. In fact, he did that just for his supporters a short time ago. Here's Barack Obama. Listen.
But there is one thing on this February night that we do not need the final results to know. Our time has come. Our time has come. Our movement is real. And change is coming to America. Only a few hundred miles from here, almost 1 year ago to the day, as Dick said, we stood on the steps of the old state capitol to reaffirm a truth that was spoken there so many generations ago, that a house divided cannot stand, that we are more than a collection of red states and blue states. We are and always will be the United States of America.
Barack Obama a short time ago for his supporters. We'll have much more on politics coming up in just a minute. Who's winning the delegate count and where? The big picture on it all from our own Bill Hemmer. And there's a horrible story developing out of the state of Arkansas, where we've just gotten new numbers on the death toll from an extremely rare and powerful series of tornadoes. The death toll has just risen. We'll update you on that breaking news coming up on this special edition of Fox News, live tonight from New York and across the country.
The biggest name, the highest rated. No one even comes close. #1 in all of cable news.
This is such an important election. It matters to everybody.
You're looking at coverage from all sides, all angles.
Fox News brings a lot of experience to the coverage.
This is the best place for political coverage. You decide 2008. Your choice.
Your channel, Fox News Channel.
Breaking news now on Fox News Channel, and we now know that the death toll has risen this evening in a series of violent tornadoes across the Mid-South. The death toll in the state of Arkansas has now reached 11, and across a 3-state area, 21 people have been killed and more than 70 people injured. One tornado, it is now being reported, stayed on the ground for more than an hour as it moved from Arkansas across the Mississippi River into the state of Tennessee. We have reports of cars being overturned, houses and buildings being destroyed. There were a number of people trapped at Union University in Jackson, Tennessee, which is just east of Memphis along the interstate there. A number of people trapped at one point at Union University, though we have no reports of serious injuries there. Around the Memphis area, storms extremely heavy, the winds high, and the possibility of tornadoes near the Memphis airport and just south of the Memphis airport in the Mississippi town of South Haven, which is right on the Tennessee border. These storms are still making their way across the Mid-South and headed north and east. Updates throughout the night as we get them. Again, the death toll has now reached 21 in a 3-state area in the Mid-South as violent storms have wreaked havoc in that area. We're continuing to cover politics live and throughout the night, just reaching 10 o'clock now on the West Coast. And Bill Hemmer is keeping track of all the results tonight on the interactive billboard. He's with us now. Bill, what are you seeing?
Hey, Shep, good evening. You know, we talk about the keys to victory for John McCain, and you look at what Mike Huckabee's strategy was and what turned out in the end. You know, this winner-take-all strategy on the Republican side, it's only on the Republican side. It's not on the Democratic side. That was available in 7 different states tonight. I just want to show you this, Shep, for a moment here on the U.S. map. We can show you where Huckabee picked up a win in Arkansas. He did it in Tennessee. He did it in Alabama. He did it in Georgia. He did it in West Virginia earlier this afternoon. Not one of these states, though, was a winner-take-all. When you contrast that up here, the Northeast, for what McCain has done in the Northeast between New York and Connecticut and New Jersey and Delaware, all those states there in the Northeast, Shepard, were winner-take-all. What do you get out of that? Well, for John McCain, you get 198 delegates in these 4 states alone. I mean, that really propelled him to just a very successful night. You come across the country here, state of Missouri, you know, McCain picked that up. That was 58 more delegates. Again, winner take all. Arizona, his home state, 53 delegates in Arizona. Again, winner take all. That strategy paid off, and the rules for the Republican primary paid off in a big way for John McCain tonight. When they say winner take all, they mean it, and McCain pulled that off tonight, Shepard.
Indeed, he did. Bill Hemmer will be back to you throughout the night. We'll speak with our panel about the big stories this evening. You know, on the Democratic side, Barack Obama was looking for a red state story to tell so that he can move forward to the rest of this campaign and toward the general election. And he found it. And Mitt Romney was hoping that when all was said and done, Mike Huckabee would not be a factor. He was, and in a big way. We'll go live to McCain headquarters in Arizona and Romney headquarters in Boston on this special edition, As You Decide 2008, live from New York and across the country.
I think there's some people who thought it was all going to be done tonight. But it's not all done tonight. We're going to keep on battling. We're going to go all the way to the convention. We're going to win this thing, and we're going to get into the White House.
Our Our special Super Tuesday coverage continues, tallying the vote, breaking it down, and where the race heads from here. You decide 2008. Your choice, your channel.
We've won some of the biggest states in the country. We've won primaries in the West, the South, the Midwest, and the Northeast. And although I've never minded the role of the underdog and have relished as much as anyone come from behind wins, tonight I think we must get used to the idea that we are the Republican Party frontrunner for the nomination of President of the United States. And I don't really mind it one bit.
John McCain speaking to the faithful tonight. He doesn't mind it one bit, and he doesn't mind one bit the fact that there's a man named Mike Huckabee, my friend. Let's bring in our panel tonight. Our new panel for the evening. If you watched us in the daytime, you know them well. Patricia Murphy from CitizenJanePolitics.com is our analyst, the nonpartisan political site for women who follow the 2008 race. Plus Jane Fleming Klebb with Young Voter PAC and MTV Street Team. She's from the left. And Jessica Colon with the Young Republicans, obviously for the right. John McCain, a fascinating story tonight. It seems to me that conservatives, even Republicans, are looking for a man with, well, Huckabee's message and Mitt Romney's money, and they couldn't find it.
He's nowhere to be found, whoever that person is. It wasn't Fred Thompson. It wasn't Rudy Giuliani. They are really at a crossroads right now, and they've got to figure out what to do. When you look at all of these states that McCain won, in a lot of those states he didn't crack 40%, and he is splitting this up among all three of them. We're kind of pulling in just various amounts of totals. Again, the enthusiasm gap, a lot more Democrats coming out than Republicans voting at all. The Democrats are dominating in the money race, and so the Republicans right now have just got to be going back to the drawing board and just figuring out how they take this forward.
Rush Limbaugh is still campaigning against him. Sean Hannity's campaigning against him. Ann Coulter today endorsed Senator Clinton. Jessica Colon, let's start with you because the Republican side,
I appreciate that.
You want to unite the party.
Yeah.
How do you start?
You know, there's a little precedent here, and we once had another anti-establishment candidate, and that candidate was Ronald Reagan, and he came in and defined a new establishment. So perhaps we're seeing a new day here in the. I know we're seeing a new day in the Republican Party, and perhaps we're going to, you know, redefine what it means to be a Republican, a new orthodoxy.
Well, you guys need to have a new day because you're not winning in the money race, you're not winning in the turnout race, and so the echo chamber.
It's a new political landscape.
You guys are hoping for a new political landscape, but you guys don't have a new political landscape, and so the echo chamber didn't win out. And the Ann Coulters of the world and the Rush Limbaughs of the world, I'm just wondering if the Republicans are starting to reject that because it really is hate-filled. It's not where the Republicans are.
Right.
And so you guys are coming back into your core, and you need to come back to your core.
Thank you, Jane.
The left battles the right. Jessica, go ahead.
We have seen a backlash on that, and I have to be honest, it confuses a lot of Republicans. It really does to hear, you know, these stalwarts in the Republican Party come out and be so vehement against Senator McCain. But I do go back to what Senator John Cornyn of Texas said, is that we're all professionals and we're going to support this nominee and get behind him because at the end of the day, the Republicans want to keep the White House.
Well, there are a couple of problems. If you have a nominee, McCain has an overwhelming lead as of tonight. Is it done? It's not done, not technically, but he has an overwhelming lead. And he has a problem. His chief strategist came out tonight, Steve Schmidt came out tonight and admitted, yes, there is an elephant in the room and its name is immigration. He also admitted that as we move forward, at least, John McCain's got a border problem. He's got a money problem because the money changes are the ones that put the Democrats in the position that they are now.
But here's his biggest problem. He needs to make up with conservatives. He needs to bring them along. The more he does that, the more he tends to alienate the independents who have come along with him. So it's a very delicate balancing act for him going forward, looking toward November.
So you just let the Sean Hannitys and the Rush Limbaughs and the rest stay away?
Well, I think what the independents seem to like about McCain is a straight talk. That's resonated with the independents, and we certainly have seen him pick up the independents in these other primaries. You know, we're going to be defining this as we move forward, and I think that we've seen McCain come around for the fiscal conservatives of the party to wanting to support the Bush tax cuts and make those permanent now. So he will find that balancing act if he is indeed to be the nominee, and he will walk that fine line and see where he's going to go. But immigration is the elephant in in the room, and we haven't heard anything about it yet from any of the Republicans.
The other elephant in the room is Iraq, and he continues to say that the surge is working, and the surge, as we know,
there's evidence that the surge is working.
Right.
We know that the surge for putting down the violence is working, but that's only one part of the counterinsurgency, and that's what the surge was supposed to do. It was supposed to help the economic, the political part of Iraq, and that's not working. And so to say that the surge is working is really misleading.
Well, it is working in the sense that it's pushing al-Qaeda out of Iraq. It is having
but it's not. We
positive
haven't caught Osama bin Laden yet. Right?
Well, there's time to go before this election.
Where is the surge in Iraq?
But it's because the Republicans don't look at the big picture of terrorism.
A little bit of news. Barack Obama, the Associated Press has just declared that that Barack Obama has won the caucus in the state of Alaska. Alaskans, good evening to you. Barack Obama with 74%. We're in the 95% of everybody is reporting now. Again, these are caucuses in Alaska, and Barack Obama has won that. So that's another feather in his cap. And, you know, Barack Obama was looking for a story to tell, a red state story to tell. And that's the reason that Missouri was such a big deal throughout the night. They wanted to be able to say, as they move forward in the primary process and head toward a general election, they want a red state story to tell. And now in Missouri, I suppose they have it.
Well, like Hillary Clinton got 3 of the 4 biggest delegate states out there. She also had a huge moral victory in Massachusetts. Kennedy came out against her so strongly.
Well, we'll talk about Massachusetts because I think there are a couple of arguments that you can make in Massachusetts, and we'll get to it. But the fact that Barack Obama has this story to tell, at least, that's helpful for those who go out there and spread the message, isn't it?
No, absolutely. And we're really looking at a new electorate. You have young voters, you have new voters, you have more African-American voters coming out, and we're really seeing this strategy to go into middle of America and for Democrats to compete there and to win strong there. And I know the panel before us, Karl Rove, was a big naysayer saying that Obama's strategy of going to middle of America and winning there doesn't mean anything because when it comes time to the general election, we're not going to win in middle of America. I think if you show up, you win, and people in the middle of America are just the same as on the East Coast and the West Coast. If you talk to them, they'll turn out to vote for us, and Democrats are going after those votes.
And the Democrats haven't shown up the last several elections. They ran no commercials in North Carolina when John Edwards was the vice presidential nominee, so they haven't shown up for at least 8 years, and I agree with you. I think that at least showing up is going to help.
You know, you're looking at the youth vote, and it's important to note on the youth vote, being with the young Republicans, and I know you're with Young Voter PAC, that the percentages really are in balance, though. You see certainly a surge for Obama within the Democratic Party, but the youth vote plays about the same numbers on the Republican side, 11, 12%. We see rises up to 14, 15. It's within the same range as you see on the Democratic side.
You're talking about the share of the electorate versus the actual raw turnout numbers.
Right.
If you look at raw turnout numbers, Democrats way outnumber.
That's right, and I'm not
Republicans.
arguing that per se, because you're not going to get. You have 1.5 million voters here in New York. You're not going to get 1.5 million voters here in Republican. You know, for Republicans.
Well, you can try to spin it however you want, but the bottom line is young people are going with Democrats.
Well, they're going for Obama because you also see the same percentage going for the Republican candidates and trending toward the winner.
We saw this in 2006 as well. 60% of young people went with Democrats.
But we're talking about 2008 right now.
In 2008, the same trend is happening. Is what
Young people may be going for Obama. Latinos have been going for Hillary Clinton, and they saved the day for her today. You look at California. California, the Latino vote. Look at Arizona. It's all across the board. The one place where Barack Obama has a story to tell that's heavily Latino is in New Mexico. And she won New Mexico very closely. And part of the reason, well, a couple of reasons, that the governor went down there and had Bill Clinton in to watch the Super Bowl with him, and he didn't get the endorsement from Bill Clinton. And the other reason is, can you believe they've got a couple of feet of snow in parts of New Mexico? And the widely held belief is that Hispanics couldn't, a lot of the Latinos were snowed in and couldn't get out and vote. That, you know, they're from the lower end of the socioeconomic scale, and they don't have the money, they don't have the transportation, they don't have the way out of their houses, and they couldn't get out and vote. At any rate, speaking of weather, we have a Fox News alert. The weather in the Deep South is causing massive problems tonight, and these are pictures just into Fox News. A series of tornadoes have swept through the Deep South, especially through the Mid-South, the tri-state region there, Arkansas, Tennessee, Mississippi, and has wreaked havoc. The death toll has now reached 21, and we will have continuing information in brand new video, along with continuing political coverage on the other side of a commercial break. Continuing coverage this Super Tuesday across America, and a very big night for John McCain. At the end of the day, he won't be able to go home and claim that he's the nominee, but he made it quite clear tonight he's the front runner. He knows it, and he says he's pretty happy with it. But how do you translate that to the White House? Fox News correspondent Chris Gutierrez is covering the McCain campaign tonight. Chris, they must be pretty happy.
They're certainly happy, Shepard, but they're still a ways off from the nearly 1,200 delegates needed to secure that Republican nomination. But there is one area of concern out here, Shepard, and that he won the state of Arizona, of course, his home state. We're in Phoenix, right outside the Biltmore Hotel, where he held his rally afterwards. But he won the folks over here by 48% of the vote. Mitt Romney came in a close second with 33% of the vote. The concern there, though, Shepard, is that as you and your distinguished panel have been discussing all evening, is the idea of, is McCain conservative enough for the Republican base? Mitt Romney apparently swept over the folks here in Arizona who consider themselves, number one, conservatives, and number two, they say the biggest issue confronting our country right now is illegal immigration. So we know that McCain has scheduled a press media availability tomorrow morning, 9:15 here Mountain Time. That's 11:15 your time out there in New York City, Shepard. And I think we'll really look for him to push some type of conservative message. We'll have to wait and listen.
Well, there's the big board. That's the big board that we've been looking at. Of course, I can't see it here, but thanks very much. We appreciate it. I want to get to Molly Line now. Molly's in our Boston bureau covering the Romney campaign tonight, and lots of people suggesting, Molly, tonight that if he didn't have all that money, he might have to be making some decisions, but he does.
Yeah, well, he's saying his decision anyway is to keep going from here. He won here in Massachusetts. No surprise there. This is his home state. He was expected to do well, and he did. He also won in his other so-called home state of Utah, where he went on to lead the Olympics there, where he's known so well. He went on to win in North Dakota, Montana, Minnesota, but where he took a big, tough hit was in the South, where Mike Huckabee came practically out of nowhere. A big surprise there. Some of Romney's supporters had said that a vote for Huckabee was essentially a vote for McCain, and it turned out that a vote for Huckabee was pretty much a vote for Huckabee. So Romney taking big hits there. He also took some big, big hits for McCain, especially out in California. That's where Romney was supposedly surging. He was apparently enjoying some sort of surge in California. That was one of his last-minute campaign stops out there in California. He stopped last minute in Oklahoma, in West Virginia, and Tennessee, and Georgia. None of those states came through for him when the voting came down. So a rough night for Romney. He is wounded, but he is vowing to go on.
Molly Line live in our Boston newsroom tonight. Molly, thanks very much. Back to our political panel now. Not Fox News contributors, although I've always wanted to say that because Britt Hume says it all the time, so it must be cool. Where do you guys see this thing going on the Republican side? There are a few stops to make now. John McCain clearly has a great story to tell.
Yeah, Mike Huckabee has a fantastic story to tell right now.
Yeah, but do you see yeah, I know he did, but do you see a path to the White House?
Unless he's the vice presidential nominee, somebody is going to need to pick up his Southern support.
Isn't it?
I'm just throwing it out there. Somebody needs that Southern support. That's the beef and the burger for Republicans, or those Southern states. To not win Southern states means you are not going to win in November. And period. You cannot do it. And so they've got to pick up some Southern support. And so Mike Huckabee keeps himself alive in the conversation and moving forward.
Who does he make sense, Jessica Colon, from the Republican side? Whose running mate might he be, potentially?
Well,
I mean, who does he work for?
I'm on the spot. You're gonna
play strategist now. Observer.
We certainly have heard a lot of talk about a Senator McCain governor Huckabee ticket, and it's very attractive. They certainly have a congenial relationship, and obviously I'm not supporting any one or the other at this moment in time, but there has been a lot of talk about that and being a very nice chemistry between the two. But you have to see that Senator McCain sort of travels around with a cabinet, if you will. He has Senator Lindsey Graham that travels with him, Senator Phil Graham that travels with him. So, you know,
Lieberman.
Yeah, Senator Joe Lieberman. So he has 13 senators that have endorsed him, which is the most out of anyone for endorsements that have come out of the Senate in this race. So it's not quite sure if he would indeed go immediately to Governor Huckabee. But Governor Huckabee's strong showing in the South tonight certainly begs the question that he's quite formidable there in the Southern states.
Let's just get out on a limb. What if he goes to him tomorrow and goes, "Yo, Huck, let's go"? Does it make sense, or does it not make sense?
I've always wondered why candidates don't just do that kind of in these moments, right? Say, look, it's time, let's pick a VP, but they never do.
There's no rule against it.
There is no rule against it, and I wish that some of them would, and even say, look, and this is who I'm going to pick for my cabinet, so we as voters can decide on the full package. But unfortunately, they don't always do that for all sorts of political reasons. But I do think that a McCain and Huckabee ticket would be a strong ticket for the Republicans. I think that they have, McCain has this image as a maverick, even though I don't always think that he is, but he has this image as a maverick. And Huckabee has this image of this great, you know, folksy guy. I like Mike. I could have a beer with him, hang out, and go to church with him as well.
He would do well to get a governor. He would also do well.
He might not like the beer comment. Go on. The Baptists aren't much on the beer drinking, or at least they don't talk like they are.
Still have a beer. I like Mike could still have a beer.
In this
Romney, maybe not.
Framework.
Look here. I was a Methodist in a town full of Southern Baptists, and the Southern Baptists might have a beer, but they don't admit it.
Right. Well,
WWJD, after all.
I have heard Charlie Crist's name tossed around as well, the governor of Florida.
Charlie Crist, who gave John McCain an endorsement so big that it may have propelled him to the moment where we are right now.
Yeah. Right.
We're getting more bad news from the awful weather in Dixie. I'm getting some new reports out of Union University in Jackson, Mississippi, as the storm line is still on the move. 21 people dead. The injury total continues to rise. Details momentarily. A line of severe thunderstorms and tornadoes has ripped across the deep south from Arkansas across the river into Memphis, into northern Mississippi as well. The injury total has now reached into the dozens and is approaching 100 in one of the hardest hit areas, the town of Jackson, Tennessee, which is east of Memphis. Probably about an hour and 15-minute drive along the way. And there in Jackson, a small university, Union University, has been hit, a number of buildings damaged and students injured. With us on the phone now is Fox News radio correspondent Todd Starnes, who happens to be the former communications director at Union University and has been able to get a lot of detailed information tonight about what happened there. Todd, fill us in.
Yeah, that's right, Shep. This was really a bad scene tonight at Union University. We understand 51 students have been taken to the hospital. 9 of those kids were injured seriously, and at least 12 of those students were trapped in the dorms. 2 of the dorms collapsed. They're a total loss. As many as 11 other dormitories were heavily damaged, including one academic building on campus, which had its roof ripped off. And we understand there were about 1,800 students on campus when the tornado hit. They've all been evacuated. They're staying in local churches and faculty members' homes, and the classes have been canceled until February 13th. A really bad situation there at Union.
Until February 13th.
Yeah, that's right. They have to reassess how bad the damage is. They haven't even been able to get to all of the university campus. And, Chef, there in Jackson, that wasn't the only area that was hit. We understand a nursing home was heavily damaged. About 50 or 60 patients had to be evacuated. A big shopping mall over in Memphis, the Hickory Ridge Mall, the Sears, one of the walls caved in, trapping people at the mall there.
Hickory Ridge Mall is one I grew up shopping in, and it's one of those, it's not as busy as it was at one point, but Hickory Ridge is a heavily populated area, and it's my understanding, Todd, that one of those tornadoes hit just south of there in South Haven, Mississippi as well. Do we know how many tornadoes we're talking about, or could some of this have been straight line winds?
Well, Chet, my family lives in South Haven and haven't been able to get a hold of them. The power's out, phone lines are down. We understand at least 4 twisters hit in South Haven and DeSoto County. And you know, there were several others that hit in Memphis. One hit over in Bartlett, Tennessee, and caused a lot of damage up there as well.
Bartlett, Tennessee, a suburb of Memphis, and when we talk about tornadoes in the Deep South, by about March 15th, it's tornado season. But to have a tornado at rush hour in the Memphis metropolitan area and across the Memphis-Arkansas Bridge in the state of Arkansas, to have a tornado at rush hour on February the 6th is pretty rare.
Shep, it really is, and if you want to put the fear of the Lord in somebody, try having a tornado coming at you in the dark of night. That's pretty scary stuff.
Yeah, I'll say. Again, the storm hit on the Arkansas side of the Mississippi River just about 5 o'clock local time. And, Todd, it's my understanding from some of the write-throughs in the local papers and beyond that there was one tornado that's now believed to have stayed on the ground for more than an hour.
Yeah, you know, Chef, that's what we're hearing as well, and that's something that's very unusual. A lot of times these twisters will touch down and stay on the ground for maybe just a few moments. I can't imagine one staying on the ground that long.
Todd Starnes live with us on the devastation in Dixie, all across the Mid-South area in Memphis and the metropolitan area into Arkansas. None in the Boot Heel of Missouri that we know, but we know some in the northern and western part of the state of Mississippi. Updates throughout the night as we get them live here on Fox. The youth vote now, we've been talking about it for weeks, even months. Normally, we say the youth vote, those are the ones who RSVP for the party but don't show up. This year, they appear to be showing up. And here's one interesting, well, I'll give you that in a minute. Tiffany Wilson and Ryan Coster of the Palestra.com. That's a college networking website. They cover a lot of sports there, and they've been covering politics for us. I think they've hit 22 states for us over the past few weeks and lots of college campuses. Ryan is at an Obama event in Chicago, and Tiffany is with us here in New York. Ryan, let's start with you. What is it exactly that's bringing the kids out?
A lot of different things. One thing is the I factor. It's the internet. It's a way to get people connected, and a lot of candidates, including the one with the name behind me, Barack Obama, have done a very good job of getting their word out on the internet, and that's been a big factor thus far.
Tiffany, what else?
Well, a lot of it is the student-to-student support. This is the first time that students are really going on to Facebook and they're showing their support, but then they're also talking to other kids on campus saying, hey, I know about this candidate, come check him out or come check her out as well.
But, Brian, isn't it true that if you have a certain set of beliefs or you like a certain candidate, you can go find the website where everybody will agree with you?
Yeah, to a certain extent. And that's why you see a guy like Ron Paul getting some traction in the Republican Party amongst the youth vote, kind of the only youth vote candidate on the Republican side.
What am I teasing?
He's a very fanatic following.
All right, Ryan Cost, Tiffany Wilson, thank you both. Coming up, a look at other voting blocks, who women and minorities cast their votes for tonight. And wait till you hear about turnout. The state of Missouri in particular, that's usually a red state, right?
Or purple.
Wait till you hear the numbers from Missouri that we've just gotten in. Continuing coverage of You Decide 08 next.
The campaign strategies, the next moves, the make or break moments. He knows it all like no one else. Now, Karl Rove joins the Fox political team. Your choice, your channel.
Well, you know, the late deciders, all the late deciders, they're going for Barack Obama, right? He has that big surge. All the Democrats who decide late are going for Barack Obama. Shows you what the pollsters know, doesn't it? Democratic pollster and Fox News contributor Doug Shawn is here with us to give us the latest on the numbers. The idea, Doug, in the state of California was Hillary Clinton had all these early voters.
Right.
They voted absentee or they voted early, so she'd get all those. But Barack Obama would, all the late deciders, right?
That was right until Sunday. Monday and Tuesday, the late deciders broke for Hillary Clinton. That was the margin of victory.
I don't quite understand it. I mean, I know that we didn't predict the Giants would win the Super Bowl, but more people predicted that than would predict that Hillary Clinton would get late deciders in California.
It's the same phenomenon as we saw, Shep, in New Hampshire. People had some doubt about Barack Obama. They expressed that doubt by breaking late for Hillary.
They were excited about his message.
Absolutely.
And undecided about what his methods would be?
Undecided about who he was. He operates at 30,000 feet, which is inspirational, but ultimately, if you listen to Hillary, you had a sense as a Democrat she'd be a good president, and he inspired you, but you had no sense where he was going.
We've learned a lot from the state of California about how things are going to work across the rest of the country. It was also interesting to hear how everyone else broke. Who was it that put Hillary Clinton over the top in California?
Fascinating coalition, Shep. You'd think it would be white voters. Wrong. Whites broke 49-43 Barack Obama. It was the Pacific Islanders and Asians by 50 points for Hillary, and the Hispanics by 2-1 for Hillary. The margin of victory was in the Asians and the Hispanics.
Just that little sliver?
Just that little sliver of the electorate.
To what do we attribute that in California?
Well, first, there are enough Asians and Hispanics, about 20-25% of the population, to make the difference. But I think that there is something of a racial divide that we've seen in state after state, where the blacks go overwhelmingly for Barack Obama and the non-black minorities go for Hillary Clinton.
And on the Republican side, it was a late call for all of us. Nobody was sure up until the last minute. We won't know delegate counts until tomorrow. What was the decision maker on the Republican side in California?
Interesting on the Republican side, late-breaking voters for John McCain. The early voters were for Mitt Romney. Also, McCain did well enough with Republicans and the moderate conservatives to hold off Romney with the very conservative Republicans who are concerned disproportionately about immigration.
And Mike Huckabee not really a factor in California.
Not a factor, not enough of evangelicals in California for him to make a difference.
So maybe is California a little bit more representative of what things would be like in a non-Mike Huckabee world?
That's what I'm suggesting. It's The data suggests that McCain has got the deal partially closed, but not completely closed. He has to go a little farther with the conservatives, the hardcore Republicans, to make the nomination a reality.
One of the places that we call a bellwether all across the country is the state of Missouri, because of the kind of people who live there and the way they vote. People have moved into Missouri from all parts of that region. Let's start with the Democrats. It was a close call.
Very close call. The more conservative southern part of the state, again, went to Hillary Clinton, the southern whites. But in St. Louis County, the margin of victory was determined by a very, very large African-American vote and turnout that put Barack over by about 6,000 to 7,000 votes.
In the state of Missouri, at one point at least considered a red state, now one of our panelists called it purple. But in the state of Missouri, 550,000 people came out for the GOP to vote. 800,000 came out for the Democrats. Those are all Barack Obama voters, or the vast majority are, aren't they? The new ones.
Yeah, a large portion of them are Barack Obama voters who traditionally don't vote in Democratic primaries. They showed up today. They clearly are angry about the way things are going in the country. What happens in November is still up for grabs.
Let's put that Republican board back up just a minute, because this is so close. And you wonder, the Mike Huckabee and John McCain split here. Is there a way to calculate how much of an effect Mike Huckabee has had? I mean, when you combine those, do all of those numbers that Huckabee has, do all of them go to Mitt Romney? Do most of them?
I don't think so. I think those are special interest voters. They're religious voters. They're downscale voters. We really don't know where they would go. One of the real issues going forward, if John McCain is able to solidify his position, as we all believe he will those voters stay with the Republican Party, or will some of them defect?
A lot of people watching this on the West Coast now may have not heard about what happened in New York today. Democrats in the state of New York, there were questions about how close this would be, but in the end, New York went to Senator Hillary Clinton in pretty big numbers.
Yeah, she won by 16 points, Shep. She also won the state of New Jersey by 10 points, where some of the final polls showed the race dead even. Big wins for Hillary Clinton that she needed to solidify her position.
And there's a big story to be told in the state of Massachusetts regarding the Democrats, and we're going to get into that right after a commercial break. If you're Barack Obama, you'll be able to say, this is great for us. And if you're Hillary Clinton, you'll be able to say, this is great for us. What was it about the state of Massachusetts that makes each candidate think he or she can take away a victory, or at least a talking point? We'll get into that in just a moment. And in addition, the weather in the Deep South. We're getting new numbers and new pictures in all the time after a devastating series of tornadoes has come across the area. We've seen the UPS truck just about enough, but continuing coverage in a moment.